In a cozy bedroom, Guning Huan suddenly woke up, slowly opening her tear-filled eyes. She realized she was naked and being pinned down by a man. Guning Huan dazedly thought, "I'm still alive." Without any unnecessary movements, she quickly pushed the man away, then hurriedly ran out of the room. She grabbed a blanket to cover herself, looking left and right. After observing her surroundings, she was too stunned to speak. This was the Fu family's old house, which meant she had returned to the night before she was framed by Gu Shi. "Why am I here?" Fu Xishan looked at her bewildered face and spoke. "Before the wedding, you said the biggest regret in your life was marrying me. You also said you'd rather die than let me touch a single hair on your head." As soon as he finished speaking, he quickly grabbed her hand. Guning Huan was pushed onto the bed by Fu Xishan. He frowned and asked, "It's only been one night since the wedding, and you couldn't wait to come here and seduce me?" She widened her eyes at him, then replied, "Fu." Guning Huan's next two words stunned him. Xishan. She thought with a bit of heartache. Wasn't I blinded by Gu Shi? How can I suddenly see again? Moreover, why did Fu Xishan appear before me? I did such a thing back then. That's why he kicked me out of the Fu family home. She turned her face away, not daring to look him in the eye, and said, "I'm sorry." Fu Xishan tightly gripped her small hand and asked unhappily, "What trick are you playing now?" Guning Huan narrowed her eyes and said softly, "You're hurting me." Hearing her say that, he sighed helplessly. Fu Xishan asked curiously, "Why are you apologizing?" Guning Huan replied with a sorrowful expression, "Because I caused trouble before the wedding, causing you a lot of problems, so I'm sorry. From now on, I will live a good life with you." Fu Xishan wearily raised a hand to his face. A good life. He turned and left under her heartbroken gaze, adding one more word. Humph. After he left the room, Guning Huan remained seated. She thought sadly, the look of disgust on his face for me hasn't changed at all. She stood up, looked at herself in the mirror. Her appearance wasn't ruined. Guning Huan quickly got dressed properly. The time was the first day after she had just married Fu Xishan. She rested her chin on her hand and mused. "I've been reborn. Time has returned to when I first entered the Fu household." Just then, the door to the room was suddenly pushed open. Gu Shi ran in frantically. The name she called out made Guning Huan turn around in surprise. "Guning Huan." She pretended to be heartbroken and said, "Sister, are you all right?" Guning Huan's eyes widened in shock. "It's Gu Shi." Gu Shi, with a sorrowful expression, quickly grabbed Guning Huan's hand. She said, "Didn't we agree that you would give the glass with the aphrodisiac to Mr. Fu to drink?" She pretended to be grief-stricken, wiping away her filthy tears, while inwardly thinking with hatred, "Why isn't this bitch dead yet?" Guning Huan clenched her fists, her face serious. If I didn't know what would happen in the future, I would have almost been fooled by her acting. She recalled that in the past, according to her memory, Gu Shi had given her 2 glasses of water, but didn't say which one contained the aphrodisiac. The original plan was to give the drug glass to Fu Xishan. Then Gu Shi would enter the room and have relations with Fu Xishan, allowing me to smoothly request a divorce. But Gu Shi tricked her. She put the aphrodisiac in both glasses. The drug in the one given to me would take effect a little slower. She wanted to get me into the bed of some thug, but unexpectedly, at that time, Gu Shi arrogantly crossed her arms, a henchman behind her respectfully holding a knife. She pouted and said, "Your status as the eldest young lady of the Gu family is disgusting enough to me." She quickly snatched the knife from the henchman's hand, then frowned and roared, "Why does Grandpa like you so much? Why does Brother Gu Yin love you so much?" Gu Shi grabbed Guning Huan's head, roaring even more fiercely. "Why can you marry Mr. Fu without even trying? Well, after you were kicked out of the Fu family home for so long, he didn't even spare me a glance." Guning Huan, her face full of scars, asked in fear, What do you want to do?" Due to her extreme anger, Gu Shi raised the knife and stabbed it into Guning Huan's eyes. Fresh blood splattered all over the ground. Guning Huan screamed in pain. Gu Shi gave a triumphant smile. Guning Huan fell to the ground, screaming, "Gu Shi, why?" Guning Huan recalled. The perfect husband arranged for her by the family was snatched away by Gu Shi just 2 days after the wedding. The childhood sweetheart she had loved for over 20 years also always liked Gu Shi. He was only with her to take over the Gu family's company. He even joined forces with Gu Shi to harm her grandfather to death. Her face was ruined. Her voice was ruined. Every scar on her body was caused by Gu Shi. Unreconciled. Guning Huan dazedly screamed in her heart, "No matter what, I'm not reconciled." She quickly broke free from Gu Shi's henchman's grasp, stood up angrily, and forcefully pushed her away. Go to hell. Seeing her decisive action, Gu Shi's face froze for a moment. Gu Ninghuan, unreconciled, bit her on the shoulder. Gu Shi screamed in pain. Just then, a gun suddenly appeared. Gu Shi's henchman appeared behind her. He fired the gun at Gu Ninghuan. In pain, she slowly fell to the ground. Gu Ninghuan thought dazedly, my life is slowly fading away. Is this tragic life finally coming to an end? But I'm not reconciled. Her eyes filled with tears. If I could live again, I would definitely make Gu Shi pay her blood debt with blood. Fu Xishan didn't drink that glass of water at all. The situation turned into me being the one who drank the aphrodisiac. Back in the present, Gu Shi gently touched Gu Ninghuan's shoulder. She asked worriedly, Gu Ninghuan, say something. Did Mr. Fu bully you? Or should we go home and have Grandpa stand up for us? Gu Ninghuan quickly grabbed her hand, pulling that disgusting hand off her own beautiful shoulder. There's no need. Xishan is very good to me. She added seriously. Besides, it's best for elders not to get involved in matters between a husband and wife. Gu Shi refused to give up, putting on a pained expression and said in a loud voice, Gu Ninghuan, Mr. Fu has always been sinister and ruthless. If you want to stay by his side, you will surely die without a burial place. Gu Ninghuan frowned and looked straight at her, making her a little scared. She spoke, but I can't harm you for my own selfish reasons. Gu Shi slowly narrowed her eyes. Helping you escape this sea of suffering is my greatest wish. She thought irritably, why isn't she crying and making a scene anymore? This is not like the foolish Gu Ninghuan from before it all. She feigned concern. Don't worry, sister. I've arranged everything. At 2 o'clock this morning, Brother Zihong will be waiting for you at the main gate of the Fu residence. And we'll just proceed according to the plan. As Gu Shi left, she didn't forget to add, I'll go help you pack your luggage right now. Gu Ninghuan seemed a bit quiet. She calculated. This fake act is exactly the same as before. I'm afraid Gu Shi has already notified the Gu family, and they will intercept me midway through my escape. She stared at the door. The man she once loved deeply, Qi Zihong. She recalled that time on the large boat, eloping with her lover on her wedding night, causing both the Gu and Fu families to lose all face. At that time, Grandpa said in a loud voice, have you thought about your status? She called out in pain, Grandpa. Gu Shi said, crying, I'm sorry, sister, boo-hoo-hoo. Gu Ninghuan shielded Qi Zihong. She said loudly, Zihong and I are truly in love. When she saw Fu Xishan behind them, she was stunned. Why is Fu Xishan here? He propped his hands on his hips and asked, is this your choice? Gu Ninghuan answered worriedly, no. She backed away in fear, Just then, Gu Ninghuan lost her balance and slowly fell backward. She looked up at the night sky in fear, thinking to herself, no, I don't want to die yet. She subconsciously reached out her hand, grabbing, and seemed to have caught something. Her face immediately went blank. Why is it so soft? Back in the present, on their warm bed, Fu Xishan sat up with a jolt. He roared, Gu Ninghuan, what are you doing? She sat up in a daze and said, I'm sorry. She looked at her hand. Her cheeks flushed red. She seemed to have touched that part of him. She let out a sigh of relief. Thank goodness. That was just a dream. In an instant, Fu Xishan angrily grabbed her face. He gritted his teeth and roared, in the future, if there's nothing else, don't touch me. Do you hear me? He looked at her dazedly. I didn't force you. You're the one who climbed into my bed last night. Gu Ninghuan glanced at him. She pouted and said, why? Aren't you my husband? Does that mean I don't have to fulfill my duties when you're asleep? Fu Xishan was stunned for a moment, then replied, Humph, where has your family's upbringing gone to be so shameless? She stuck out her tongue and said, as the saying goes, to die under a peony flower is to be a romantic ghost. If I can't touch you, I'd rather become a nun. Fu Xishan roared angrily. He covered his face and thought, forget it. Why am I arguing with her? Just then, there was a knock on the door. Knock, knock, knock. The maid called softly, young master, madam is downstairs and invites the young mistress down. Fu Xishan asked in a loud voice, what is it? The maid reported softly, the young mistress's boyfriend is at the door, saying that he had an appointment with the young mistress to elope last night, but she didn't show up. Hearing the maid's words, he angrily turned to look at Gu Ninghuan. Fu Xishan frowned. You dared to elope with your lover? Gu Ninghuan's face froze for a moment. I remember now. Guning Huan carefully applied her makeup, her dressing table filled with cosmetics. She thought with a heavy heart, in my past life, I eloped with Cheesy Hong on our wedding night, ruining the relationship between the Gu and Fu families. She slowly applied some lipstick to her beautiful lips. Of course, I won't do that now. I didn't expect Gu Shi and Cheesy Hong to come knocking on the door. Guning Huan gently placed her hand on the door. She slowly opened it. The colorful clothes inside came into view. Guning Huan exclaimed in surprise. What a large closet. She admired the splendid outfits, neatly arranged. Fu Xixin is really thoughtful to have prepared so many things for me. She frowned and thought, this is also the first time I've seen so many things. The Gu family was once considered a wealthy family, but in recent years, it has been in decline due to my youngest uncle. She dazedly picked out a white dress. At first, I thought Grandpa married me off for the sake of the marriage alliance between the Gu and Fu families. But thinking about it now, the Fu family is so rich and powerful. Grandpa wanted to give me a stable support, so I wouldn't have to worry for the rest of my life. As if seeing something, a trace of surprise appeared on Guning Huan's face. She stared at some clothes at the bottom. These familiar clothes were all bought by me and Gu Shi. They're beautiful, but they don't suit someone in their 20s like me. She hugged the dress tightly in her arms and resolved, now that I've been reborn, I will absolutely not lose to Gu Shi again. While Guning Huan was changing, Cheesy Hong, Gu Shi, and an aunt were sitting in the living room downstairs. Cheesy Hong said loudly, you'd better be polite to me. I'm here today to take Guning Huan away. Same old trick. Gu Shi again pretended to be worried. She said, Brother Zihong, did you have some misunderstanding with my sister? Even though you two were together before, she's already married. He frowned and roared. This marriage must be causing her great pain. Otherwise, why would she ask you to message me, telling me to wait for her nearby until midnight? On the surface, he seemed very concerned, but in reality, he was so angry he wanted to curse. This woman actually made me wait all night. Just wait and see how I deal with your sister. Hearing them talk, the aunt beside them glanced over and asked, what? Meet nearby. Gu Shi quickly switched to her green tea mode. She said, last night, sister asked me to help her pack her things, but I don't know why. As soon as she finished speaking, Guning Huan made a stunning appearance. She said in a loud voice, pack what things? As she approached, the three of them stared at her, as if looking at prey. Gu Shi called out sweetly, sister. Cheesy Hong seemed to be captivated by Guning Huan's beauty. His face turned red. This woman has flustered me today. If she had been like this from the start, I wouldn't have been so cold to her and gotten together with Gu Shi. Gu Shi narrowed her eyes, her anger flaring. How could Guning Huan be wearing these clothes? Guning Huan solemnly crossed her arms, glaring as she asked, Gu Shi, what things did you tell me to pack? Gu Shi clenched her fists and said softly, last night, you said you wanted me to help you elope with Brother Zihong. Guning Huan slowly pouted and replied, Gu Shi, what are you talking about? Cheesy Hong and I have no relationship whatsoever. Why would we elope together? Hearing her resolute words, Gu Shi was stunned. She said awkwardly, but haven't you been pursuing him for 4 years? Cheesy Hong interjected, pointing to his own face and saying arrogantly, Guning Huan, you said that as long as I nodded, you would leave everything behind to elope with me. He looked at her with a disgusting smile. It was my fault for not agreeing back then, but I've thought it through now. Let's be together. Guning Huan recalled the scene of Cheesy Hong and Gu Shi embracing. She thought, this is that very face. She sat in prison in agony. The disgusting smiles of those two reappeared. It was this fake, deep affection that made me endure 3 years of a living hell, only wishing for a quick death to end the miserable years brought by Gu Shi and Cheesy Hong. Returning to reality, Guning Huan slowly sat down on the chair. She spoke. You marry me? Guning Huan gave a contemptuous smile and said, if I remember correctly, you graduated from university, yet you've been unemployed for 2 years, just freeloading at home, relying on your father who works for the Gu family. As soon as she finished speaking, the aunt, Gu Shi, and Cheesy Hong were all stunned. The aunt sneered. It wasn't this bad before anyway. His pride wounded, Cheesy Hong pointed directly at Guning Huan's beautiful face and roared, Guning Huan, what you said is too much. How can feelings be measured with money? Gu Shi also deliberately added fuel to the fire. That's right, sister. Back then in the suburbs, you were the one who carelessly fell into the water. It was Brother Zihong who jumped in to save you. Even though you're married into a rich family now, you shouldn't humiliate Brother Zihong like this, right? Cheesy Hong put his hands on his hips, his sad eyes looking down at the cold floor. He said, forget it, Gu Shi. How could the great young miss of the Gu family remember the life-saving grace of a gardener? Gu sure said coquettishly, but this is too unfair to you. Seeing the excellent performance of this scummy couple, Gu Ninghuan glared and thought, "Humph, these two," she retorted unceremoniously. "If Qi Zihong is so noble, then can he return my credit card?" Hearing her say this, Gu Shi and Qi Zihong were both stunned. Gu Ninghuan added, "Even though you saved my life 4 years ago, the Gu family already gave you a sum of money." She glared triumphantly. "Besides, I only recently found out that the person who saved me back then wasn't you at all." Gu Ninghuan slowly stood up. She looked straight at Qi Zihong without any fear, enjoying 4 years of gratitude. "I wonder if you're satisfied yet?" Qi Zihong was so shocked he was speechless. It was about 4 years ago. 4 years ago at the hospital, he happened to see the great young miss of the Gu family being admitted. As the son of her family's gardener, it was reasonable for him to go to the hospital room to check on her. After she woke up and asked if he had saved her, he didn't think much of it and just nodded. Gu Ninghuan admired him, and although he didn't love her, who could resist the beauty of the great young miss of the Gu family? At this moment, Qi Zihong trembled and stammered. Gu Ninghuan heard him explain, "At first I didn't mean to deceive you. I had my own difficulties." Gu Ninghuan impatiently covered her ears. She complained, "What's the use of saying so much now?" She gently stroked her beautiful hair, then proposed, "I will tell Grandpa to kick you out of the Gu family. For the past 4 years, you've been living off the Gu family's money. You'll have to spit out every single penny for me." Qi Zihong was upset. He said loudly and righteously, "Gu Ninghuan, how can you be so cruel?" A look of disgust at his words appeared on Gu Ninghuan's face. She replied, "How is that cruel? I haven't even had someone break your legs yet." She raised her voice and ordered the maid, "Throw this guy out for me. From now on, whoever lets him in can forget about having a peaceful day here." Seeing the triumphant look on the maid's face, Qi Zihong grunted in annoyance. "Humph." Gu Shi anxiously lowered her head, not daring to look up. She was a little angry. Damn it, how did she find out about this? She raised her hand to wipe the long eyelashes on her cheek. She said softly, "I'm sorry. I didn't expect Brother Zihong to be such a person. I thought there was some misunderstanding between you two, so I let him in." Gu Shi pretended to be heartbroken. "I didn't expect to cause you trouble, sister. Sobi sobi." Gu Ninghuan glanced at her. She said mockingly, "Gu Shi, you're really strange. I was deceived for 4 years, and I haven't even cried. What are you crying for?" Gu Ninghuan crossed her arms and added seriously, "Besides, over these 4 years, you've advised me quite a few times." Seeing her confident look, Gu Shi felt a little jealous. The old Gu Ninghuan would not have used such a cold and respectful tone. Gu Ninghuan said in a loud voice, "Having my pride trampled on by Qi Zihong, I don't even feel wronged by something like that. So what are you feeling wronged about?" Gu Shi was stunned, thinking to herself, "Clearly in the past, whenever I did something wrong, I just had to shed a few tears in front of her, and she would soften. But why has she changed now?" She pretended to be pitiful and started crying again. "Gu Ninghuan, I know you're angry, but please don't take it out on me. You're scaring me." Gu Ninghuan said in a loud voice, "Stop crying. I've had enough of watching you two act." Gu Ninghuan recalled the old days. Gu Shi was orphaned at a young age and was abused by her biological uncle who adopted her. Later, she was rescued by Brother Gu Yan and brought to the Gu family to be raised. The Gu family never suspected that she and Qi Zihong were plotting to seize the Gu family's assets. She had a bit of a headache. That memory, Gu Ninghuan recalled it again. At that time, Gu Shi had stolen gold, silver, and jewels. Her hands were full of them. Then she smiled mockingly. "These are all the jewels of the Gu family, you know." Gu Ninghuan sat behind bars and roared angrily. "Things have come to this. What more do you want to do?" She leaned close to Gu Ninghuan. "Let me tell you, your biological brother Gu Yan was killed by my own hands." Gu Shi added, "He brought this all upon himself. Who told him to catch me and Qi Zihong in bed?" Gu Ninghuan screamed in agony. "You're an animal. He was your savior." Gu Shi glanced at her contemptuously. She said, "That's right. Do you still think it was Qi Zihong who saved you?" Gu Ninghuan asked in shock, "What do you mean?" Gu Shi said scornfully, "He just sees you as a fool to be tricked. Do you understand?" She laughed loudly with a disgusting expression. "Ha ha ha ha." Back in the present, Gu Ninghuan sat calmly on the chair. She frowned and said, "You two can keep acting out your deep sisterly bond and kind benefactor drama in front of me. Now that things have come to this, you don't need to act anymore." Gu Shi thought in annoyance. Damn it. Gu Ninghuan seriously calculated. I absolutely will not be fooled again. Guning Huan slowly narrowed her eyes. She said calmly, Gu Shi, please don't come to the Fu residence anymore, because just seeing you makes me want to vomit. Her sharp words made Gu Shi tremble all over. She spoke with some anxiety. You've misunderstood me, sister. When you're no longer angry, I'll come and apologize to you. After saying that, she quickly left. Gu Shi angrily clenched her fists. Humph. Sooner or later, everything that belongs to the Gu family will be mine. After Gu Shi left the room, Gu Ninghuan breathed a sigh of relief. She sighed and thought, phew, things are finally settled for now. My whole body feels drained of strength. I can't relax yet. I remember my past life. I was kicked out of the Gu family, not because of Qi Zihong, but because Gu Shi had other fake evidence in her hands. She glanced to the left, then gently rubbed her face with her hand. Gu Ninghuan was a little bewildered. Oh my, she didn't present such a good opportunity. As Gu Ninghuan slowly walked up the stairs, the maid standing downstairs looked at her and reminded her, young mistress, the madam has returned to the Fu family villa. Gu Ninghuan replied, I know. The maid had a slightly dazed look on her face. She added, she also said that the young master and young mistress should remember to come home for dinner together tonight. Hearing the maid's reminder, Gu Ninghuan was a little surprised. She didn't expect Mrs. Fu to not blame her at all. She stood frozen on the cold staircase. Gu Ninghuan spoke. After all, getting a divorce just one day after getting married, this matter is indeed too humiliating for both families. The next day, in the magnificent villa, Fu Xixin held a document in his hand. He quietly walked into the room. At the same time, Gu Ninghuan was inside enjoying a cup of hot tea. Seeing him approach, she froze for a moment and said, Gu Ninghuan asked timidly, would you like some tea? Fu Xixin didn't even spare her a glance and replied coldly, no need. Gu Ninghuan brought the teacup to her lips. She frowned in confusion. In my past life, I was very afraid of this cold and cruel side of Fu Xixin. She recalled the scene of the two of them being intimate last night, her cheeks flushing involuntarily, but last night, Gu Ninghuan blushed and thought, why have I become like a child in this life? She quickly stood up and left the room. Forget it, I'll go to the study to find some study materials. This life can't be like the last one. A moment later, in the study, Gu Ninghuan tried to find study materials. She was amazed by the spaciousness of the study. The study is so big. Her small hand gently touched a book. Gu Ninghuan had a slightly dazed look on her face. She had thought Fu Xixin was just an idle good-for-nothing. Just then, Fu Xixin appeared behind her. He shouted loudly, startling her into turning around. What are you doing? Gu Ninghuan lost her balance and slipped off the chair. Seeing this, Fu Xixin called out a reminder. Be careful. Seemingly unable to control her body, Gu Ninghuan just fell through the air. She shut her eyes in fear. Luckily, Fu Xixin was quick. He caught her and pulled her into his arms. He asked, somewhat unhappily, are you trying to throw yourself into my arms? Gu Ninghuan chuckled and replied, that's right. Husband, you're so smart. She thought to herself, that scared me to death. As soon as she finished speaking, Fu Xixin tossed her onto the nearby chair. Gu Ninghuan was in a little pain and cried out, ouch. He immediately approached her. He stared at her and then asked, Gu Ninghuan, what on earth are you trying to do? Gu Ninghuan replied in a sweet voice, I'm not trying to do anything to you. Didn't I already admit that I want to throw myself into your arms and love you? Hearing her words, Fu Xixin seemed unable to control his heart. Without any unnecessary movements, he gently kissed Gu Ninghuan's beautiful lips, causing her to widen her eyes in surprise. His hand slowly slipped under her shirt. Gu Ninghuan was kissed until she was breathless. She called out softly, let me go. With his incredibly skilled hands, he unbuttoned her thin shirt in just a few seconds. Fu Xixin frantica liquisid Gu Ninghuan lips. She was a little scared and pushed him away. Fu Xixin wouldn't have it. He quickly grabbed her wrist. He gently loosened his tie, then moved closer to Gu Ninghuan. He kissed her fragrant neck. Just then, the phone rang, interrupting the two of them. Fu Xixin was startled. He stood up to answer the phone. What is it? Then he added, all right, I'll be right there. Gu Ninghuan bowed her head from behind. Fu Xixin was stunned, thinking to himself, I actually did this to this woman again. Gu Ninghuan slumped to the ground. She let out a sigh of relief. Phew. After sighing, her face was full of bewilderment. Although she didn't know why he did that, Gu Ninghuan continued to think. Her expression suddenly brightened. But compared to the ruined marriage before, my relationship with him has already eased a lot. She dazedly calculated. But given our current relationship, if it continues to worsen, it will lead to divorce sooner or later. She patted her cheeks, reminding herself, no, I can't divorce Fu Xixin and give Gusher the opportunity. Using her wits, she quickly searched for information on her phone. How to get along with a man. Guning Huan's face was full of seriousness. I must plan this well. The next morning, as the sun rose, Fu Xixin woke up. He went to the kitchen, then gently brought a glass of water to his lips. At this moment, Guning Huan quickly took the small, beautiful cakes out of the oven. She was wearing a sexy outfit and said cheerfully, "Hubby, you're back." Seeing her alluring body, Fu Xixin couldn't hold it in any longer and did a spit take. The wild beast within him awakened. Fu Xixin immediately grabbed Guning Huan's hand. She let out a cry of surprise. He pulled her toward a certain place, making her ask curiously, "What are you doing?" Fu Xixin glanced at her shyly and replied, "Go put on some clothes." He wondered curiously, what is this woman trying to do? Guning Huan refused. She rushed forward to hug Fu Xixin. "I don't want to." He touched her forehead with his hand, then pushed her away. Fu Xixin turned his blushing face to look at her. What a shameless woman. The scene changes. A moment later, Guning Huan was properly dressed. She pouted and said, "Oh, I think I might have overdone it." She saw him sitting on the chair with a serious expression. She thought worriedly, "I just wanted to quickly improve my relationship with Fu Xixin, but it was indeed too rushed." Fu Xixin rested his chin on his hand, curious. When has the old Guning Huan ever done something like this? Could it be? Just then, Guning Huan approached him. She poked his shirt, then said, your mother told me this morning. She told us to go back for dinner." He frowned and replied, "Then I'll call and tell her we're not going. I have to go out for something." A moment later, Fu Xixin walked to his luxury car. Guning Huan quickly opened the car door. Seeing this, he asked unhappily, "Guning Huan, what are you doing?" She had an innocent look on her face and didn't answer. Fu Xixin roared again, "Get out of the car for me." Guning Huan replied firmly, "No." His mind seemed to be full of thoughts. He just got back, and now he has to go out again? He must be lying to me. He frowned at her, then said in a loud voice, "Guning Huan, before we got married, you said that ours is just a marriage alliance between two families. We clearly agreed to live our own lives after the wedding. Yet it's only been a day, and you're already planning to go back on your word?" Guning Huan was a little sad. She looked at him in alarm. Am I really about to be thrown out of the car by Fu Xixin? He slammed on the accelerator. Hold on tight. Guning Huan was so scared she shrank back and let out a soft michm. Fu Xixin frowned. Otherwise, get the hell out of the car. Guning Huan obediently replied, yes. A moment later, the two arrived at a luxurious building. Guning Huan looked around, thinking in surprise. He comes to a place like this too. Across the street, the sound of a bustling crowd could be heard. Guning Huan thought again. Shi Huan is the most luxurious entertainment venue in this city. She frowned slightly. This place has the best service, the finest wine, and at the same time, the most stunning beauties. When the two entered, a staff member spoke politely. "Welcome, Mr. Fu." Seeing this, Guning Huan was a little surprised. "Oh, they're quite familiar." The staff member stared at her and asked, "Miss Gu is here too. May I ask if you're here to see Mr. Qi?" Guning Huan was taken aback. Fu Xixin glanced at her, raising an eyebrow. "I thought this was your first time here." The nosy staff member asked again, "Miss Gu, Mr. Qi is in room 304. Would you like to go over?" Guning Huan was stunned, thinking to herself, "I did come here a few times before, always as a walking wallet for that playboy Qi Zihong." She showed an impatient expression and replied, "Qi Zihong and I have no relationship whatsoever. How much money he spends carousing at Shi Huan has nothing to do with me. Understood?" After speaking, she quickly walked away under the staff member's astonished gaze. Have the tables turned? It was clear before that the eldest daughter of the Gu family was chasing after Qi Zihong. The whole society knew about it. The inside was filled with fine wine, and several men were fooling around with the girl. Guning Huan absent-mindedly pushed the door open and entered, seeing a blond man holding a glass of shimmering red wine with a short-haired girl beside him. Seeing Guning Huan enter, he seemed interested. "Oh, since when did Shi Huan have a new face? She looks so meek and obedient, doesn't she?" Guning Huan couldn't be bothered with him and quickly walked past. Seeing this, he angrily grabbed her shoulder. "You dare to ignore me?" Guning Huan screamed in fear. "What are you doing?" Suddenly, Fu Xixin appeared out of nowhere and gripped his hand tightly. The man said fearfully, "What's going on?" Fu Xishan frowned and asked, "Are you looking to die?" He trembled and replied, "Mr. Fu, I'm sorry. I really didn't know she was your woman." Guning Huan thought in astonishment, "He's protecting me." Fu Xishan was a little angry. He gently pulled her and ordered, "You, come over here with me." He roughly threw her onto the sofa. Guning Huan cried out in pain. Ouch. He forcefully squeezed her face, questioning, "You came to Shi Huan with me because Qi Zihong is here, right?" Guning Huan looked into his furious eyes and said softly, "No, I don't want to see him again for the rest of my life." Fu Xishan didn't believe her and added, "Really? How come I heard you love him to death?" He glared at her in annoyance. "Or is that sincere love of yours just that and nothing more?" At this moment, a woman with purple hair appeared. She saw Fu Xishan sitting next to Guning Huan and thought for a moment. It seems the rumors outside that Mr. Fu doesn't get close to women are just rumors. She brought a glass of bright red wine over, smiled, and said, "Hello, Mr. Fu. I'm Linda. It's a pleasure to meet you. I was wondering if I could buy you a drink." Fu Xishan heard this and said, "Oh." Linda's smile made Guning Huan show a look of disgust. "This girl, miss, could you please move?" She thought, logically speaking, even if she was unhappy, to leave a good impression, she should swallow her displeasure and leave. Linda laughed with interest. "Ah." Guning Huan, her resolve firm, retorted loudly, "I'm not moving, get lost. Ask again, and I'll beat you to death." As soon as she finished speaking, Linda and the other men and women were all stunned. "Did we hear that right? What did this girl just say?" Linda looked very unconvinced. She said loudly, "Mr. Fu, I just wanted to switch seats with her. Look at her." Fu Xishan chuckled softly, gently wrapped his arm around Guning Huan, then glared at Linda and asked, "So what?" Guning Huan's face showed a hint of sadness. Even if her relationship with Fu Xishan was bad, she was still his legal and official wife. She smirked, leaning on his shoulder. How could she let some nameless passerby bully her? Guning Huan said smugly, "MHM." Another girl smiled and reminded Linda, "There's so many seats, Linda, you could just switch to another one. Isn't there still an empty spot to Mr. Fu's right?" Linda angrily sat down on the chair. She thought unhappily, "This brat is so unreasonable. Forget it, I still have to maintain my composure." Guning Huan picked up her phone. The screen showed many missed calls and messages. She was extremely surprised. Gu Shi and Qi Zihong dared to send her over a dozen messages. Guning Huan's face was full of astonishment. Do they have no shame? Fu Xishan glanced at the messages on her phone and crossed his arms unhappily. This woman dares to contact that other man. Seeing he looked a bit annoyed, Linda smiled faintly and said in a loud voice, "Mr. Fu, I heard you've been an excellent equestrian since you were a child. So you must like horses a lot, right?" Fu Xishan frowned at her and replied, "They're all right." Linda was smugly triumphant. To make Guning Huan jealous, Fu Xishan pretended to smile at Linda. Linda gently took his arm, extremely excited. "He smiled at me. It seems he likes me too." Seeing this unpleasant scene, Guning Huan's face darkened as she thought, "I sense a crisis." She quickly reached out her hand and sat on Fu Xishan's lap. His face was full of surprise as she said, "Hubby, do you like horse riding?" "I like a lot too. Let's go to the race course this Sunday, shall we?" Fu Xishan gently stroked her chin, making her look at him in surprise. He said dotingly, "Seeing you so engrossed in your phone, anyone who didn't know better would think your husband was the person on the phone." Guning Huan gave a forced laugh and replied, "Not at all. I was just setting up my message preferences to stop Gu Shi and Qi Zihong from bothering me." Seeing the two acting so intimately, Linda and the girl behind her both stared wide-eyed. "Hubby." The two women exchanged glances, secretly calculating. They had heard about the marriage alliance between the Gu and Fu families, but the eldest daughter of the Gu family already had someone in her heart. It couldn't be the girl in front of them. But this hubby, if she wasn't his wife, she absolutely couldn't call him that. Linda launched an attack. "Mr. Fu, can you have a drink with me?" Guning Huan frowned unhappily. Fu Xishan asked her, "What, are you unhappy?" She smirked and replied, "No, I just think you should drink less or you'll get a stomachache." Linda was furious. She pointed at Guning Huan's face. "This girl is too arrogant. You're just Mr. Fu's girlfriend. What right do you have to control him? There's a limit to how spoiled you can be." Guning Huan glared and said loudly, "So what do you people want?" Seemingly unprepared for the question, Linda stammered, I. She thought decisively, "I can't take this anymore." A blonde girl came over and reminded her, for this girl to speak like that, she must have powerful backing. I think we should just drop it. Guning Huan sighed happily. As someone who has been reborn, I can't let others bully me as they please. Fu Xixin looked at her curiously and asked, feeling smug? He reminded her, get down. Guning Huan's body stiffened. She replied sadly, she was the one who provoked me. If not, I wouldn't have. Fu Xixin said in a loud voice, I'll count to 3. Guning Huan backed away in fear. Seeing her leave, he asked again, where are you going? Guning Huan frowned and replied, I'm going to the restroom. Do you want to come along? She walked quickly towards the restroom. As she reached out to open the door, a sound made her stop. Gu Shi, Qi Zihong, went to visit Guning Huan today and was thoroughly humiliated. Do you think Guning Huan is unhappy? Should the two of us go visit her at the Fu residence? Hearing these words, Guning Huan's face froze. The person inside spoke again. This is also strange. Guning Huan always treated Qi Zihong as her everything. Why would she suddenly humiliate him like that? Guning Huan frowned and thought. Inside are Gu Shi and my cousin, Gu Shi. Why are they also at Qi Huan? Gu Shi said loudly. It's true. Guning Huan even froze Qi Zihong's bank card. She confided in Gu Shi. We both know Qi Zihong is a good-for-nothing. If Guning Huan doesn't like him anymore, that's not exactly good news for us. Gu Shi gritted her teeth and said, I didn't expect Grandpa to be so biased towards Guning Huan. All the good things in the Gu family are given to her and her brother. Guning Huan heard the words of this despicable pair of sisters. She seemed to have figured something out. So their discord was just for show. This is their real relationship. Gu Shi crossed her arms and laughed coldly. Haha. Guning Huan was always stupid. I just need to have Qi Zihong ask her out, slip her some sleeping pills, and take a few photos. She continued, wait until Grandpa's birthday party and accidentally release them. By then, Guning Huan will be finished. Gu Shi smiled faintly. That's a great idea. And besides, I have something in my hands that can ruin her. Guning Huan thought in shock. What on earth is that thing? Gu Shi said happily, we can wait until Grandpa's birthday party and bring it out then. Gu Shi asked curiously, Grandpa? She contemptuously flicked her hair and said, what right does a low-class person from a poor background like you have to call him Grandpa? She propped her hands on her hips and said scornfully, if it weren't for that fool Guning Huan valuing you, do you think you could have become a young lady of the Gu family? Gu Shi replied fearfully, you're right, it was a slip of the tongue. She was just as venomous. Gu Shi's mind was full of schemes. After dealing with Guning Huan, the next one to deal with would be her. Gu Shi then opened the door and quickly left. Guning Huan hid behind the wall. Having heard the filthy conversation, her face a little gloomy, she slowly walked into the restroom. They've already started to make their move. Guning Huan turned on the faucet, smiling as she thought, but before they can make a move, I want to give Gu Shi a little gift to thank her for hatching this plot for Gu Shi. Cuckoo, Guning Huan's close confidant, rushed into the room, apologizing. Miss Gu, I'm late. I was just in the beer room and only just saw your message. Guning Huan smiled and waved her hand, saying softly, it's fine. Help me send something to Gu Shi in room 402. She thought to herself, the allowance Dad gives Gu Shi probably isn't enough, so she often uses my name to book rooms, leaving me to take the fall. This time, Gu Shi must have a taste of suffering. After hearing this, Cuckoo immediately bowed her head in agreement and quickly left. When Guning Huan walked into the bar, Gu Shi saw her and asked in surprise, Guning Huan, why are you here? I didn't expect to run into you here. Seeing Gu Shi's awkward appearance, Guning Huan sneered inwardly. It seems you came looking for Fu Xixin. You must have heard he was here. Gu Shi looked at Guning Huan and said, feigning a pitiful look, Sister, you know I didn't do it on purpose. We're biological sisters, after all. Can you forgive me this time? Guning Huan immediately said bluntly, Sisters? Are you worthy of being my sister? Gu Shi didn't expect Guning Huan to say that, and she stammered, I? Guning Huan looked at Gu Shi's pitiful act and thought to herself, she always pretends to be pitiful like this. No wonder Qi Zihong likes her. I wonder how that useless Qi Zihong would react if he knew she talks badly about him behind his back. While the two were still talking, Fu Xixin suddenly walked in and asked coldly, Guning Huan, what took you so long in the restroom? Seeing Fu Xixin, Gu Shi immediately pretended to be aggrieved, wiping the corners of her eyes and saying, Mr. Fu, please help me talk to my sister Guning Huan. I promise I won't reveal any secrets between her and Qi Zihong. After hearing this, Fu Xixin immediately asked back in a cold voice, Secrets? Gu Ninghuan saw Gu Shi becoming even more shameless and thought to herself, this girl really wants to harm me. Then Fu Xixin glanced at her. Humph. Gu Ninghuan was startled and hurriedly explained, it's not like that. She quickly stood up, wrapped her arms tightly around Fu Xixin's neck, then suddenly gave him a light kiss on the lips and immediately let go. Then she turned to Gu Shi opposite them and said, see, my heart only has room for my beloved husband. Don't you stand there spouting nonsense, tarnishing my name. Everyone in the bar heard the commotion and immediately turned to watch the scene. Gu Shi pretended to be aggrieved and sobbed, putting on a pitiful act. You clearly said you want to be good sisters with me forever, so why are you disowning your family now that you've married into the Fu family? Then she ran out. Fu Xixin turned to Gu Ninghuan and asked, are you done? Let's go home. Seeing his cold expression, Gu Ninghuan was puzzled and asked softly, you, seeing Gu Shi's pitiful act just now, did you really not feel moved at all? Every time she just sheds a few tears, everyone around immediately criticizes me. Why didn't you? Before she could finish, Fu Xixin said coldly, her acting is too fake. Hearing him say that, Gu Ninghuan was extremely surprised, but she was also secretly happy. Then she added softly, can you walk a little slower? Gu Ninghuan looked at Fu Xixin's back from behind and thought, he's so handsome, but it seems like he's angry. Suddenly, while lost in thought, Gu Ninghuan accidentally tripped. She cried out internally, I'm doomed. Then she fell. Fu Xixin turned his head and saw Gu Ninghuan sitting on the ground. She looked up, blinked, stuck out her tongue at him, and said with a forced smile, I think I twisted my ankle. Fu Xixin and Gu Ninghuan arrived home. Then he picked her up and threw her onto the sofa. Gu Ninghuan cried out softly in pain, while he looked at the arms that had just carried her and thought to himself, so heavy. Suddenly, Fu Xixin took off his jacket. Seeing this, Gu Ninghuan stammered warily, What are you trying to do? He leaned down, placing his hands on either side of her hips, his voice low. Didn't you just call me your beloved husband? Shouldn't I exercise my rights? Gu Ninghuan immediately shut her eyes defensively and screamed, Help, there's a crazy pervert. Fu Xixin looked at her state, smiled softly, then stood up and crossed his arms. I'm just teasing you. Who will want to make a move on you? Teased by him, Gu Ninghuan was truly at a loss for words. Then he joked again, Or were you expecting something? Gu Ninghuan immediately grabbed a pillow and threw it at him, shouting, Get out. After the doctor finished bandaging Gu Ninghuan's leg, he instructed Fu Xixin, the young mistress only has a minor injury. I prescribed some anti-swelling medication, and she'll be fine in a few days. He waved his hand. Leave the medicine. You can go now. The doctor immediately complied. When he walked into the kitchen and saw her chopping vegetables, he asked, What are you doing? Startled by him, Gu Ninghuan turned around and complained, Can you not sneak up behind people without making a sound? Fu Xixin asked again, What are you cooking? Looking at the dish Gu Ninghuan was making, he hesitated for a moment and said, How about you let me do it? A moment later, he brought out a delicious-looking bowl of noodles and said softly, Eat. As Gu Ninghuan ate, she thought to herself, and it's even delicious. Then she jokingly asked, How do you know how to cook? Fu Xixin replied nonchalantly, You learn naturally by doing a lot. Hearing this, she felt a warmth in her heart and thought as she ate, It must be from his years studying abroad. I heard the Fu family made him be independent and didn't give him living expenses. After she finished eating, Fu Xixin suddenly picked her up. Finished eating, are we? She cried out in great surprise, Then she said softly, You don't really have to carry me. My leg doesn't hurt anymore. As Fu Xixin carried her upstairs, he replied nonchalantly, I don't want a crippled wife. After carrying her into the room, Gu Ninghuan immediately shooed him out. You're despicable. Hurry up and get out. He hesitated slightly, but your leg. Gu Ninghuan thought to herself, It's just a small injury. What's the big deal? As she took off her clothes and stepped into the bathtub, her foot suddenly slipped and she screamed. Hearing the scream, Fu Xixin immediately burst through the door. Are you okay? Gu Ninghuan, sitting in the bathtub, was frightened by the sudden situation. She immediately grabbed a towel to cover herself and stammered, What were you doing? Then Gu Ninghuan had an idea and immediately sprayed Fu Xixin directly with the shower head, shouting loudly, I told you to get out. His entire body was soaked from head to toe. He stood there, silent. Seeing his expression, Gu Ninghuan cried out internally. I'm doomed. It looks like he's really angry now. She immediately softened her tone. Aren't you going to bed? Fu Xishan remained very calm, taking off his shirt to reveal his perfect, toned muscles. He asked in a deep voice, do you think I can sleep now? Gu Ninghuan watched his actions, her face flushing red. She was extremely embarrassed, her voice stuttering slightly. What are you planning to do? Fu Xishan said nothing, throwing his soaked shirt to the ground, his voice hoarse. What do you think? Then he approached her step by step, a meaningful smile playing on his lips. He added, it's not the first time we've met. What's there to be shy about? Mrs. Fu, hearing this, Gu Ninghuan was flustered by him. She quickly turned around and plopped down in the bathtub, her face bright red. Seeing her adorable appearance, Fu Xishan was amused. Then he calmly pulled the shower curtain closed for her and walked out of the bathroom without a word. After leaving, Fu Xishan returned to the bedroom, looked at his hand, and suddenly thought, I think I accidentally touched something just now. After her bath, Gu Ninghuan sat on the bed, ready to rest. Fu Xishan came in, knelt on one knee, and very gently applied medicine for her. Seeing his gentle and attentive manner, Gu Ninghuan couldn't help but feel flustered and shy. I never expected he could be so gentle. After applying the medicine, Fu Xishan stood up to leave. He said curtly, done. Seeing this, Gu Ninghuan asked curiously, Where are you going? Hearing her question, Fu Xishan turned back and replied coldly, I'm going to rest in the next room. Is there a problem? Gu Ninghuan quickly stopped him. No, you can't. I won't let you go. She thought to herself, I can't let the Fu family think we're on bad terms. Fu Xishan looked at her for a moment, raised an eyebrow, and joked, Gu Ninghuan, did you cross a line last night and become stupid? Gu Ninghuan immediately pretended to be shy and stammered, I only realized after getting married what an outstanding person you are. So I quickly came to my senses and was conquered by your charm. Fu Xishan was still stunned by her words. When Gu Ninghuan wrapped her arms around his waist and said coaxingly, I don't care. If you don't stay with me, I'll call Grandpa Fu and tell on you. Say you're bullying me. Hearing this, Fu Xishan looked at her with an amused expression and asked with a laugh, Gu Ninghuan, who did you learn this shamelessness from? Gu Ninghuan immediately retorted, her tone full of confidence. What's so shameless about it? Have you ever seen a newlywed couple sleep in separate rooms? Fu Xishan crossed his arms, looking at her coldly, his voice cold, but with a hint of teasing. Fine, I'll agree. But you sleep on the floor, and I'll sleep on the bed. Hearing this, Gu Ninghuan exclaimed in shock, What? In the end, she had to give in, lying on the floor, crying out in misery to herself. In my past life as the great miss of the Gu family, how could I have endured such humiliation? But now, I'm no longer that weak person. I must be stronger, tougher. Even as she comforted herself this way, a sense of dissatisfaction still welled up in her heart. Fu Xishan entered the room and saw her actually lying on the floor, feeling a sense of surprise. His eyes were deep and thoughtful. She's really sleeping on the floor? I understand this woman less and less. He stood for a moment, watching her sleep. Her face was relaxed, yet it held a trace of sadness. Suddenly, he saw a tear roll down her cheek. Without hesitation, Fu Xishan reached out and gently wiped away the tear. She must be having a restless dream. It seems she can't even sleep peacefully. Never mind. It's enough to protect her well. No need to worry about other things. The next morning, Gu Ninghuan woke up and saw that the bed was empty. She mumbled, Looks like he's already gone out. Suddenly, the phone rang. It was Gu Shi. Gu Ninghuan answered the phone, her tone light but still tinged with suspicion. What's up? On the other end was Gu Shi's voice, sounding cheerful but with a hint of malice. Gu Ninghuan, are you free? I want to go out. There are a lot of new things out recently. Will you come with me? Gu Ninghuan thought to herself, she wants me to tag along and pay for her again. However, she still pretended to be happy and agreed, replying with a smile. Okay, let's meet at the entrance of the shopping mall. Gu Shi arrived at the shopping mall and waited for a long time without seeing Gu Ninghuan. The phone rang. It was Gu Ninghuan, who said with feigned apology, Sister, I'm sorry. The traffic is terrible. I might be a little late. Gu Shi immediately reacted sharply. Late? You're already 2 hours late. On the other end of the line, Gu Ninghuan gloated silently, but still pretended to be apologetic. There's nothing I can do. How about we just cancel for today? Hearing this, Gu Shi immediately forced a laugh. It's fine. I'm free today. Waiting a little longer is no problem. Gu Ninghuan nodded and replied, All right then, I'll try to get there as fast as I can. After hanging up, Gushi cursed to herself. I planned so carefully last night. How can I miss this opportunity? I must make her cough up the money today. 2 hours later, Guning Huan finally arrived. She smiled sheepishly. Sorry, sister, I'm late. Although filled with anger, Gushi still pretended to be gentle and waved her hand. It's fine, Guning Huan. Let's not delay any longer. Let's go shopping. Gushi thought to herself. I have to endure it, stay calm, and then I'll get it all back. The two of them browsed through the stores. Gushi was very enthusiastic about her selections, wanting to buy everything she saw. After picking out a pile of things, Gushi waved over a sales associate. I'll take all of these. After the associate finished packing everything, she said arrogantly with a smile, Ring it up. Don't talk to me about discounts. I don't need them. Gushi thought to herself, I'm not the one paying anyway. I'll just let Gu Ninghuan handle it. The sales associate smiled and replied, Miss Gu, please present your bank card for payment. Then Gushi began to scheme and said to Gu Ninghuan in a gentle tone, Gu Ninghuan, I'm a little short on cash recently. Could you pay for me first? I'll pay you back as soon as I have the money. Gu Ninghuan immediately replied in a cold voice, Gushi, if you don't have money, why are you buying things? I remember your monthly allowance isn't even this much. Gushi was angered by Gu Ninghuan's attitude. Feeling annoyed with Gu Ninghuan, she started to get irritated and said in a resentful tone, Gu Ninghuan, why are you being so calculative? We're family after all. Is there a need to be so clear-cut? Besides, I said I was borrowing it. The sales associate looked at the two of them and asked hesitantly with a confused expression, Excuse me, who will be paying? Suddenly, the sound of high heels clicked. Huan walked over, looked at Gushi with a cold gaze, and sneered. Gushi, wasn't losing face at Shi Huan last night enough for you? Now you can't even swipe your credit card? Provoked by Huan, Gushi felt extremely angry and immediately shouted, Huan, shut your mouth. Since when are my affairs any of your business? Then she pulled Gu Ninghuan and said angrily, Forget it, I'm not buying anything from this store anymore. Gu Ninghuan, let's go. Seeing Gushi's attempt to flee, Huan couldn't help but cover her mouth and giggle. Gushi, what's the rush? Last night when your father came to Shi Huan, you were so scared you almost peed your pants. I didn't see you in such a hurry then. Infuriated by Huan's words, Gushi immediately turned back. Huan, don't you go too far. Then, she raised her hand to hit Huan. Su Beiran immediately stopped her, his voice calm. I advise you to know when to stop. But if you make a move, we won't be polite. Seeing Su Beiran arrive, Huan huffed. Why did you only just get here? My legs are tired from standing. Su Beiran looked at the watch on his wrist and explained, There was traffic, so I'm a little late. Besides, I've told you not to wear high heels when you go out. Huan pouted and complained, What if I don't want to look ugly? If you don't let me wear high heels, what if I lose all my femininity? Gu Ninghuan looked at the affectionate appearance of Su Beiran and Huan and thought to herself, Su Beiran, always the protective umbrella behind Huan. Then Huan looked at Gu Ninghuan and reminded her coldly, Gu Ninghuan, I'll give you a piece of sincere advice. Don't treat her too well, or you'll be the one to suffer. Gu Ninghuan heard Huan's sincere reminder. She nodded with a smile and replied, Thank you for the reminder, Miss Huan. Then she recalled her past life. Not long after, a major incident happened to the Hua family, and it was related to this adopted son. I'm afraid Huan will hate Su Beiran very much by then. When Gu Ninghuan returned home, Fu Xishan was sitting on the sofa looking at her, and he gently chided, Your foot was injured yesterday, yet you're going out in 7-centimeter high heels today. Then he glanced at her outfit for the day, wearing such a short skirt that ended above the knee. Gu Ninghuan, I wonder who your date is today? Gu Ninghuan turned to look at him and asked, Didn't we agree to mind our own business after getting married? Why are you so concerned? Then she thought for a moment and said, Could it be that you're jealous? Fu Xishan immediately denied it, retorting in a deep voice, I'm not. As my wife, you shouldn't dress like that. Gu Ninghuan chuckled softly, feeling that this man was truly duplicitous, his words still as harsh as ever. Then the maid came over to announce, Young mistress, someone from the Gu family is here, saying they've brought an invitation for you. Gu Ninghuan was stunned, asking with some doubt, An invitation? Gu Ninghuan recalled her past life. In her past life, she had divorced Fu Xixin, so she didn't know what this invitation was about. Meanwhile, Gu Shi's mother, Cui Yifei, was leisurely sipping tea and said, "Tell me, that little brat Guning Huan, dawdling until noon to show up. Is she trying to put on airs for us?" Gu Shi, sitting beside her, pretended to console her. "Auntie, don't blame Guning Huan anymore. She lost her parents at a young age, so it's unavoidable that she has some bad habits." Hearing what Gu Shi said, Cui Yifei sneered. "It's a good thing her parents died early, so they don't have to see their daughter treat her elders like this. If my daughter were as ill-mannered as Guning Huan, I would have long." Before she could finish her sentence, Guning Huan walked over and cut her off. "You would have long what, Annie?" The two of them jumped, not expecting Guning Huan to be there. She hurriedly put down her teacup and said quickly, "No, it's nothing." Cui Yifei thought to herself, "Guning Huan seems different from before." Meanwhile, Guning Huan also thought to herself, "Cui Yifei is Gu Shi's mother, but Grandpa never agreed to let her marry into the Gu family. She has the heart of a wolf and the lungs of a dog, sinister and vicious. I once suspected my parents' disappearance was related to her, but I have no proof. I'm afraid she just wishes for my early death now." Cui Yifei's gaze was extremely sharp. She laughed coldly and began to taunt her. "Now that you're married, you should know how to conduct yourself. Do you want to bring shame to the Gu family?" Guning Huan was not to be outdone and immediately retorted, "Auntie, your daughter Gu, she just made a huge fool of herself last night. Instead of disciplining her, you've come here to throw your weight around?" Cui Yifei immediately shifted all the blame onto Guning Huan. "What nonsense are you spouting? Guning Huan, just because your life isn't going well doesn't mean you can scheme against Gu Shi to elevate yourself, does it?" Guning Huan laughed coldly. "Then why don't you ask Gu Shi? She was also at Shi Yi Huan last night. She must know what happened with Gu Shi." Before the words were even out, Cui Yifei had already reacted. She immediately turned around and slapped Gu Shi across the face. After that, she pointed at Gu Shi's face and cursed. "You little bitch, you dare to play tricks in front of me now?" Gu Shi held her face and said aggrievedly, "I didn't." Cui Yifei was not fooled at all. "You followed me here today. What exactly are you planning?" Then she slammed the invitation onto the table and turned to scold Guning Huan. "And you, Guning Huan, you're no good either." After saying that, she huffed and left. Watching the scene that just unfolded, Guning Huan's mood brightened considerably, and she called after her, "Take care, I won't see you out." Afterward, she picked up the invitation to read it and fell into deep thought. An invitation to Grandpa's birthday party. Cui Yifei did this to humiliate me, thinking that just because I'm married, I'm no longer part of the Gu family. She rested her chin on her hand, thought for a moment, and it seemed she had to make a trip back to the Gu family home. Meanwhile, Fu Xixin couldn't find Guning Huan, so he asked the maid, "Where is the young mistress?" The maid immediately replied, "Young master, the young mistress has gone out. She said she had some business at the Gu family home." Only then did Fu Xixin remember that old Master Gu seemed to be having a birthday celebration soon. As Guning Huan came downstairs, she happened to see Qi Zihong threatening a man. Qi Zihong grabbed the man by the collar, intimidating him. "I'm sorry, Mr. Qi." Qi Zihong immediately roared, "Who the hell are you? I'm giving you face by asking to borrow money from you." The man suddenly caught a glimpse of Guning Huan standing not far away and pleaded for her help. "Eldest Miss Gu, please help me. I didn't mean to offend Mr. Qi." Qi Zihong turned his head and saw Guning Huan, his expression immediately changing to a smile. "Guning Huan, you're back?" He sized up Guning Huan and thought to himself, Guning Huan has really become more and more beautiful after getting married. She must have come to apologize to me this time. Thinking this, Qi Zihong became even more smug, arrogantly telling Guning Huan to fire this security guard, that he was dishonest, and also his credit card. Before he could finish, Guning Huan cut him off. "Qi Zihong, who do you think you're to be bossing people around here?" Seeing that Guning Huan was no longer the same as before, Qi Zihong immediately stepped forward to put his arm around her shoulder and said, "Are you being so cold to me now because of Fu Xixin?" Guning Huan immediately pushed him away, turned and left, leaving only one sentence behind. "I've said it before, a good-for-nothing like you isn't worthy of my affection. Don't appear in front of me again." Hearing this, Qi Zihong's anger flared. He felt a surge of hatred. After returning to the room, Qi Zihong and Gu Shi embraced. Qi Zihong said with difficulty, "Gu Shi, what do we do now? If she ignores me from now on, isn't my life over?" Gu Shi immediately wrapped her arms around his neck and replied, "Don't worry. As long as you let Gu Ninghuan know how deep your relationship is, she won't be angry with you anymore." Qi Zihong said worriedly, "You're saying I should sleep with Gu Ninghuan? But she's Fu Xishan's wife now. If I do that, Fu Xishan will kill me." Gu Shi immediately held his head and slowly revealed her plan. "When the time comes, I'll be your witness. Just say that Gu Ninghuan drugged and forced you." She thought to herself, "I want to see, if something like this happens during her honeymoon period, how Gu Ninghuan can still act all high and mighty in the future." Gu Ninghuan returned to the Gu family home and asked the maid, "Is Grandpa not home?" The maid replied, "Eldest miss, should I call the young master to come back?" Gu Ninghuan immediately replied, "No need." She then went up to her room. She was planning to tidy up her room on this trip back, but when she opened a drawer in her bedroom, she discovered that an item was missing. She immediately ran to Gu Shi's room, thinking to herself, "Gu Shi, it must be her." Seeing Gu Ninghuan leaving with a murderous aura, the maid called after her. Eldest Mississippi, Gu Ninghuan burst into Gu Shi's room. And just as she thought, the thing she was looking for was in Gu Shi's room. Gu Shi walked over and asked, "Gu Ninghuan, what are you doing in my room?" Before she could finish speaking, Gu Ninghuan turned around and slapped her. Gu Shi held her face and immediately pretended to be pitiful, saying, "Gu Ninghuan, what on earth is wrong with you? What did I do wrong?" A housekeeper walked in and interjected, "Eldest Miss Gu, do you have any manners? As a lady, how can you just hit people like that?" Hearing her words, Gu Ninghuan immediately cut her off. "Manners? As a servant, raising your voice at your master, is that what you call being well-bred?" Then Gu Ninghuan warned her, "You'd better be clear. Who is the master between me and Gu Shi?" Then the housekeeper held Gu Ninghuan's box in front of Gu Shi and asked, "Gu Shi, why is this box in your drawer now?" Gu Shi's eyes filled with tears, and she cried aggrievedly, "I just thought the box was pretty, so I borrowed it to have a look." Gu Ninghuan looked at Gu Shi and immediately saw through her scheme. She thought to herself, "No, she has coveted this box for a long time. She knows this is a memento for my mother, so she must have guessed its importance." The housekeeper looked at Gu Shi's crying face and turned to reproach Gu Ninghuan. "Eldest Miss Gu is powerful and influential. Why must you fuss over a single box?" Gu Shi lost her parents at a young age. It hasn't been easy for her. She looked at the pair of master and servant and recalled her past life. She remembered in her past life, Gu Shi had set a fire that burned her brother to death, and it was this housekeeper who helped prepare the kerosene. Then she immediately took out her phone and made a call. "Lung Han, come over for a moment." A moment later, Lung Han walked over. "Eldest miss, what are your instructions?" Gu Ninghuan immediately gave an order. "Housekeeper, for insubordination, from today on, transfer her to South Street to clean the toilets." Lung Han immediately complied. "Yes, as long as the eldest miss is satisfied." Gu Ninghuan looked at Lung Han's cold demeanor and thought to herself, "Although I don't like his ice-cold expression, he is truly very good to me." Then Lung Han clapped his hands, called 2 bodyguards over, ordered them to seize the housekeeper, and said coldly, "Take her away." The housekeeper was furious. She screamed, "You have no right to treat me like this. I want to see the master and the young master." The 2 bodyguards held her arms tightly and replied with a yes. Gu Shi watched this scene, terrified, and stammered, "Gu Ninghuan, I didn't intend to steal your things." Gu Ninghuan laughed coldly. "I just discovered there are many things I didn't know you had borrowed. I wonder when you'll return them to me." Gu Shi immediately grabbed Gu Ninghuan's hand, feigning intimacy with a smile. "Gu Ninghuan, do we need to be so clear-cut with each other? Why have you changed so much?" Before she could finish, Gu Ninghuan immediately shook her hand off, then ordered Lung Han. "Lung Han, search this room for me. All of my belongings must be recovered." Lung Han immediately replied, "Yes, eldest Mississippi." Gu Shi gritted her teeth, filled with hatred. These private matters couldn't be hidden from Lung Han, but he didn't seem to understand what was happening. This time might also be an opportunity for her. Then Lung Han had the maids search Gu Shi's entire room, packing up Gu Ninghuan's belongings. Gu Shi then turned to Lung Han and said, feigning pitifulness. Brother Lung Han, I know this is difficult for you, but I'm begging you to help me. Lung Han gave her a cold glance, then approached her and whispered in her ear, what you and Cheesy Hong did in the garden last night. Have you forgotten? Gu Shi was devastated by Lung Han's words, collapsing to the ground in disbelief. After all the belongings were packed up, the maid reported, Miss, everything has been retrieved. Gunning nodded. All right, you may go. Then she opened the box of mementos. Inside the box was a necklace with a black jade pendant. It was a jet black jade stone that she had clutched in her hand when she fell into the water that year. At first, she thought Chi Zihong had dropped it. Later, when she asked him, he said it wasn't his. Thinking about it carefully now, this must be the jade pendant of her life-saving benefactor. But she just didn't know who that person was. After everything was settled, Lung Han approached Guning Huan, bowed, and asked, Does the eldest miss have any other instructions? Guning Huan sat in her chair, resting her chin on her hand. After a moment of silence, she said, Do you think I was a bit too harsh on Gu Shi? Lung Han immediately replied, Not at all. It is only natural for the eldest miss to take back what belongs to her. Hearing Lung Han say this, Guning Huan immediately nodded. That's good then. She thought to herself, taking things that don't belong to her will only fuel her with more terrifying ambitions. Then she stood up. I have to go back. I'll leave these things for you to keep. Lung Han nodded and said, Eldest miss, I'll see you out. Lung Han walked behind Guning Huan, looking at her figure and thinking, the eldest miss has changed. She's not like she was before, but this is also good. Gu Shi's room was a mess. Gu Shi looked around the room, feeling even more furious. She cursed through gritted teeth. Guning Huan, you bitch, I'll make your life a living hell. Meanwhile, Fu Xishan was standing by the window when he happened to look out and see Guning Huan and Lung Han standing together. Suddenly, he saw Guning Huan put her arm around Lung Han's neck, thinking to himself, truly a woman who doesn't know how to conduct herself. Downstairs, Guning Huan said softly to Lung Han, I'll have to trouble you to help me take care of my brother and grandfather from now on. Lung Han said gently, the eldest miss doesn't need to say it. This is part of my duty. Guning Huan smiled. Thank you. She thought to herself, I must protect them well. Later, after returning to the Fu residence, she held the box of mementos, tossing and turning as she wondered where on earth she should put this box. These are my private things. Fu Xishan probably wouldn't be interested, but besides the black jade, the box also contained evidence that could completely ruin Gu Shi. Suddenly, as she was lost in thought, Fu Xishan's ice-cold voice rang out, You're back. Guning Huan was startled by him. Then she forced a smile and said, Hubby, you're home too? Fu Xishan gave a cold laugh. It must have been hard for you to still remember that I'm your husband. Who was that man you were just hugging? Guning Huan quickly waved her hands. You mean Lung Han? He's the butler of the Gu family. Fu Xishan crossed his legs and gave her a cold glance, daring to hug a man in broad daylight. Have you considered your own status? Guning Huan knew he had misunderstood and immediately denied it. You've misunderstood. I just see him as family. Fu Xishan said coldly. Family? Suddenly, the maid came forward to announce, Young master, Miss Meng is here. Fu Xishan loosened his tie and said in a deep voice, Let her in. When Guning Huan heard this name, she recalled her past life. Miss Meng, Meng Jingwen. In her past life, before she died, Gu Shi had mentioned that Fu Xishan and the third Miss Meng had gotten together. But before she could see them get engaged, she had already died. But in this life, she and Fu Xishan haven't divorced. So what will be the fate of Meng Jingwen and Fu Xishan? Meng Jingwen walked in, sat down next to Fu Xishan, and said softly, Xishan, I bought some clothes for Xiao Xiao. Do you think they're pretty? Fu Xishan was reading the newspaper. He glanced at the clothes in Meng Jingwen's hands and replied gently, Very pretty. Meng Jingwen continued, Actually, I still don't quite understand Xiao Xiao's feelings. Luckily, I have you by my side to help me take care of Xiao Xiao. As she spoke, she glanced over at Guning Huan, let out a small then turned back and smiled lightly. So Miss Gu is here too. I didn't notice just now. I'm so sorry. Guning Huan looked at her and thought, her tone of voice makes it seem like I'm the outsider. But she just gave a light laugh and waved her hand. It's all right. Miss Meng adopted a 5-year-old child, so naturally, you must be wholeheartedly dedicated to her care. It's understandable that you wouldn't notice things around you. But why don't you find a suitable family to take care of the child? Hearing this, Meng Jingwen's hand tightened on her dress. She said slowly, Miss Gu doesn't have children, so you can't understand the bond between me and Xiao Xiao. Besides, it's just a little bit of hardship. Before she could finish, Guning Huan cut her off. Miss Meng, you've been calling me Miss Gu ever since you walked in. Are you so busy you've become muddled? Or have you forgotten that I'm already young Madame Fu? Hearing this, Meng Jingwen stammered, "It's because I was careless. I'm sorry." Guning Huan thought to herself. In her past life, this Miss Meng used the child to get close to Fu Xishan. Fu Xishan has always been cold to others, but he's different with Xiao Xiao. Perhaps that child is his daughter. Then Meng Jingwen turned gently to Fu Xishan and said softly, "Xishan, Xiao Xiao is starting a new kindergarten today. I promised her yesterday that I would pick her up with you. I wonder if you have the time?" Fu Xishan gave a soft grunt of affirmation. Then she turned back, feigning a smile, and said, "Guning Huan, would you like to come with us? Xiao Xiao would definitely be very happy to see you." Guning Huan was quite surprised by her invitation and immediately replied, "All right." She thought to herself, what is this woman plotting now? Afterwards, the three of them went to the school together. Fu Xishan turned his head and said to the two behind him, "I'm going to take a call." Meng Jingwen sat next to Guning Huan and reminded her softly, "Guning Huan, Xiao Xiao doesn't know you. She might be a little scared when she meets you later. Would you like to get out with me to see Xiao Xiao?" Guning Huan agreed. "Okay." She thought to herself, "I can only confront this head-on now." Then the two of them got out of the car together. When Xiao Xiao saw Meng Jingwen, she ran over, smiling happily, and said, "Sister Meng is here." With sparkling eyes, she asked, "Where is Daddy Xishan?" Meng Jingwen replied softly, "You want to take a call? He'll be here soon." Then she pointed at Guning Huan and introduced her. "Oh, right, Xiao Xiao. This is Daddy Xishan's wife. You can call her Sister Guning Huan." Guning Huan looked at Xiao Xiao, feeling that the little girl was incredibly cute, just too adorable. She squatted down, "Hello, Xiao." Before she could finish, Xiao Xiao threw the cup of milk tea in her hand at Guning Huan's face. Guning Huan rubbed her eyes with her hand, as the milk tea had splashed into them. Right after that, Xiao Xiao even stepped on her hand with her foot. Guning Huan was stunned by Xiao Xiao's behavior and appearance, thinking in utter surprise, "I can't believe it, my God, she's a little devil." Seeing this, Meng Jingwen said loudly, "Xiao Xiao, what are you doing?" Xiao Xiao immediately grabbed Meng Jingwen's dress and said, "Xiao Xiao doesn't want this woman to be Daddy Xishan's wife. Daddy's wife can only be Sister Meng." Suddenly, Lung Han approached with a group of people and asked softly, "Eldest Miss, are you all right?" Guning Huan was also very surprised to see Lung Han here. She asked, "Lung Han, why are you here?" Lung Han then explained softly, "My apologies, eldest Mississippi. What you said to me made me a little worried, so I had people keep an eye on the Fu residence." Meng Jingwen hugged Xiao Xiao and said with great apology, "I'm sorry, Guning Huan, I'm sorry. Xiao Xiao just can't accept the fact that you and Xishan are married for the moment. That's why she's like this." Standing beside her, Xiao Xiao even turned her head back to shoot Guning Huan a glare. Lung Han handed a handkerchief to Guning Huan, then bowed and said, "Eldest Miss, just leave them to me. I will handle them cleanly." As Guning Huan took the handkerchief to wipe her face, she said, "Forget it. She's just a 5-year-old child after all. Why would I lower myself to her level?" Guning Huan thought to herself, shifting the blame so cleanly. This Meng Jingwen is not simple. Her hair was still very dirty. The milk tea stuck in it wouldn't wipe clean. She then said to Lung Han, "Give me a bottle of water." Lung Han immediately replied, "Yes." Seeing this, Meng Jingwen was extremely surprised and asked, "Guning Huan, what are you trying to do?" Xiao Xiao, standing behind Meng Jingwen, warned, "If you want to teach me a lesson, I'll tell Daddy Xishan to punish you." Guning Huan held the water bottle in her hand and said nonchalantly, "I'm not that childish." Guning Huan thought to herself, if no one taught her, how would she dare to do this? Meng Jingwen glanced over and suddenly saw Fu Xishan approaching. "It's Xishan, he's here." Then, she grabbed Guning Huan's hand that was holding the water bottle. Guning Huan was startled by this sudden action and asked, "What are you doing?" Then, all the water from the bottle poured onto Xiao Xiao. Xiao Xiao, drenched by the water, burst into tears. Fu Xishan walked over and saw the two of them arguing. He asked softly, "Guning Huan, what's going on?" Guning Huan immediately denied it. "I didn't do it." Fu Xishan said coldly, "You're lying? I saw you holding the water bottle." Xiao Xiao went to Fu Xishan's side, looking extremely wronged. "Daddy Xishan, Xiao Xiao was careless. Please say something. Ask Auntie Guning Huan to forgive me." Hearing this, Guning Huan was extremely dejected. What did she call me? And she calls that other woman Sister Meng. Guning Huan then glanced at Meng Jingwen and said coldly, Miss Meng, Xiao Xiao is your adopted daughter. So on what basis does she call you sister and call Xishan daddy? Meng Jingwen stammered, unable to explain. But before she could answer, Fu Xishan interjected, Xiao Xiao can call us whatever she likes. Guning Huan clenched her fists, looking at the three of them together like a family. And her, she was just like an outsider. Guning Huan turned to look at Fu Xishan and asked softly, Fu Xishan, do you really not believe me? Fu Xishan was silent. You've disappointed me. This sentence from Fu Xishan seemed to make Guning Huan collapse. She said, heartbroken, even you don't believe me. Since it's like this, then I guess I was meddling in other people's business. Lin Heng, let's go. She thought to herself, I once thought Fu Xishan was my support, but now. In the car, Guning Huan rested her chin on her hand and thought for a moment, then said hesitantly, Lung Han, if Fu Xishan and I were to divorce. Before she could finish, Lung Han continued, I respect the eldest Mrs. Decision. I think the young master and the master would also support you. Hearing Lung Han's encouragement, Guning Huan felt that she finally had someone on her side. She smiled and said, Thank you, Lung Han, but now is not the time to divorce. In the evening, Fu Xishan was waiting for her at home and finally saw Guning Huan return. He asked coldly, You still know the way back? Guning Huan replied coldly, I'm going to rest. Fu Xishan immediately yelled, Stop. At first, you weren't afraid to sleep on the floor and insisted on sharing a room with me. Do you regret it now? Guning Huan replied nonchalantly, Yes, I realize I've overstepped my bounds. I shouldn't have done those unnecessary things. Then she threw back a sentence. From now on, let's just go our separate ways. Hearing this, Fu Xishan immediately grabbed her wrist and pushed her down onto the sofa. Guning Huan struggled. Fu Xishan, what are you doing? Fu Xishan asked in a deep voice, Why can't you just stay by my side obediently? And why did that man named Lung Han appear there? Guning Huan immediately said, I don't know what you're talking about. Then Fu Xishan moved closer to her until the tips of their noses were almost touching. Guning Huan stammered, What are you doing? Then she screamed, Let go of me, you pervert. Seeing her like this, Fu Xishan said coldly, Guning Huan, I don't like a woman who constantly loses her temper with me. Do you understand? Then he leaned down to kiss her, and Guning Huan shut her eyes tightly. She struggled with all her might to get away from him, when suddenly his gaze swept over and caught sight of the bruise on her arm. He asked, What happened to your arm? Guning Huan took advantage of his distraction to struggle into a sitting position. She turned her face away, not looking at him. It's none of your business. Fu Xishan thought for a moment, then guessed, could it be Xiao Xiao? Back then, before he could finish, Guning Huan pushed him away. Get out of the way. I want to go back to my room to sleep. Suddenly, her dress had been pulled down at some point, revealing the underwear beneath. Fu Xishan's deep gaze fell upon her, making her feel extremely ashamed. Guning Huan immediately covered her chest, shouting in embarrassment, What are you looking at? Fu Xishan sighed. We've already done everything. What's there to be shy about? As Fu Xishan was about to move closer to hug her, she pushed him away with all her strength and ran back to her room. Fu Xishan, you're too much. The next morning, the maid came to knock on Guning Huan's door, saying politely, Madam, please come down for breakfast. However, there was no answer. The maid muttered to herself, Why isn't anyone answering? Then she pushed the door open and called out a little louder, Madam. Unexpectedly, she found the door was unlocked and stepped into the room. As she approached the bed, she was shocked to find Guning Huan lying motionless on the bed, her face flushed red. Guning Huan weakly cried out, So hot. The maid panicked and called out loudly, Madam, but still received no response. She hurriedly ran to inform Fu Xishan. Soon after, the family doctor was called to examine Guning Huan. After a careful examination, he gave detailed instructions. The patient has a fever from a cold. She needs to take her medicine on time and rest for a few days to recover. Fu Xishan stood by her side, his gaze fixed on the unconscious Guning Huan, his face full of worry. The maid bowed her head slightly and said politely, Thank you for your trouble, doctor. Then she took a towel, dipped it in water, and wiped the sweat from Guning Huan. Madam is sweating so much. At this moment, Fu Xishan, who was standing nearby, suddenly spoke up. Let me take care of her. The maid immediately replied, Yes, sir. Fu Xishan moved closer to look at Guning Huan. He found her whole body was burning hot, her clothes soaked with sweat. His movements were incredibly gentle. as he meticulously wiped her down. Although Guning Huan was unconscious, she could still vaguely feel that her whole body was drenched. The gentle movements brought a hint of coolness. Who is it? Guning Huan groggily opened her eyes and suddenly realized it was Fu Xishan taking care of her. He was carefully wiping her body. She immediately covered herself in embarrassment and cried out, "What are you doing?" Fu Xishan replied in a calm tone, "Don't misunderstand. I'm just wiping the sweat off you." He continued softly, "Since you're awake, I can leave now." Guning Huan's face was flushed with embarrassment, but she still suppressed it and coughed a few times. "Cough, cough, I'm thirsty. I want some water." Fu Xishan immediately got a glass of water and handed it to her, asking softly, "Your arm, was it Xiao Xiao who did it? Why didn't you tell me then?" While drinking the water, Guning Huan replied distractedly, "What's the use of telling you? You wouldn't believe me anyway." As the two were talking, the maid brought in a bowl of hot porridge and said respectfully, "Madam, please have some porridge." Guning Huan shook her head and refused. "I don't want to eat." The maid hesitated, unsure what to do. At this moment, Fu Xishan said calmly, "Let me feed her, you can leave." The maid nodded slightly and replied, "Yes, sir." Then she withdrew. Fu Xishan approached her bed, but Guning Huan immediately lay down, turning her back to him, and said sulkily, "You're so annoying. I already said I don't want to eat." Fu Xishan braced his hand beside her and threatened, "Guning Huan, I don't have much patience. You'd better be a little more obedient. Otherwise, I wouldn't mind pouring this entire bowl of porridge into your mouth." Guning Huan looked at his expression and thought to herself, "Is this any way to treat a patient?" Threatened by Fu Xishan, Guning Huan had no choice but to sit up and eat the porridge. As she ate, she thought angrily, "Why has Fu Xishan become so mean now? How could he force me to this extent?" After she finished eating, she said angrily, "I'm done." Fu Xishan immediately called the maid in to take the bowl away. Then, seeing her pull the blanket over her head, deliberately avoiding talking to him, he could only sigh inwardly, feeling helpless. Lying under the blanket, Guning Huan thought to herself, "Why is he treating me like this? Did I do something wrong? Or am I asking too much of him? I feel so tired, so upset." The next morning, she woke up and took her temperature. The thermometer read 36 degrees Celsius. She breathed a sigh of relief. "A night has passed. It seems I'm much better." Then she went downstairs. The maid bowed respectfully. "Madam, please have your breakfast." She saw that Fu Xishan was already sitting at the dining table. Suppressing the anger in her heart, but still trying to act normal, she said in a slightly strained tone, "Husband, good morning." Guning Huan forced a cheerful smile and continued, "I have to be at school all day today, so I won't be home for dinner." Fu Xishan immediately asked suspiciously, "You don't have classes in the evening. Why aren't you coming back?" Guning Huan thought for a moment and quickly replied, "Because I've missed too many classes. So I plan to stay at the library to study with my classmates." Fu Xishan was silent for a few seconds, then replied in a low voice, "As you wish." Seeing this, Guning Huan immediately stood up and said hurriedly, "I'm leaving now." She thought to herself, "I really don't want to see his face for another minute." Guning Huan then drove to school, and as soon as she stepped out of the luxury car, she saw Xing Sitong. A clear look of jealousy was in her eyes. An adopted daughter driving a luxury car to school. It seems she spent quite a bit of the Gu family's money, hasn't she? Guning Huan clearly heard Xing Sitong's malicious words, but she paid them no mind, just silently walking past, thinking to herself, "Calling me an adopted daughter. It seems Gu Shi has told them. My brother told me not to cause trouble at school. It's best to stay away from trouble." However, even though Guning Huan didn't want to cause trouble, others didn't think the same. Xing Sitong quickly ran up and grabbed Guning Huan's arm, saying loudly, "You're not going anywhere. You must have stolen the Gu family's car, right?" Guning Huan turned around and asked coldly, "What are you doing?" Xing Sitong replied loudly, "Give me the car keys, so I can return them to Gu Shi." Guning Huan looked at her coldly, her voice hardening. "Let go." She forcefully pulled Xing Sitong's hand off her shoulder. But unexpectedly, Xing Sitong slipped and fell to the ground. Seeing her bag fall on the ground, she screamed, "Oh my God, my bag! I had to save up for a long time to buy it." After that, Xing Sitong got up and started to throw a tantrum, screaming, "Guning Huan, are you crazy? Do you know how much this bag cost? Do you think you're so great coming here?" Guning Huan, her face emotionless, said coldly, "I can afford to compensate you, but I won't. If you have so much free time, go ask Gu Shi and find out who is the real young miss of the Gu family, me or her." After saying that, Gu Ninghuan coldly turned and left. Xing Sidong stood there deep in thought. What did Gu Ninghuan mean by that? Could she be implying? But she immediately dismissed her own thought. Impossible. Gu Shi already said that she is the real granddaughter of the Gu family. Gu Ninghuan must be lying. Later, Xing Sidong went to a coffee shop to meet Gu Shi. Seeing her arrive late, Gu Shi asked, Sidong, why are you so late? Xing Sidong sat down and said, Sorry, I'm late. Then she recounted the entire incident from the morning. It's all that bitch Gu Ninghuan's fault. I just wanted to borrow her car for a bit, but not only did she refuse, she even pushed me down. She also said you were... Gu Shi's eyes widened as she lied. Gu Ninghuan has been my friend since childhood, adopted by the Gu family and raised in luxury. When she was little, she had a very good temperament, always obedient and well-behaved. I never expected her to become so difficult and unpredictable when she grew up. I still consider her a good sister now, but I don't know if I should continue to do so. Xing Sidong didn't doubt Gu Shi's words at all and even sincerely advised, Sure, you're too kind. You shouldn't be so tolerant anymore. She's no longer the Gu Ninghuan of the past. Just now, she said some very harsh things, mocking me relentlessly. Moreover, she told me to go find out the truth about your identities. How utterly absurd. Then, Xing Sidong didn't hesitate to add fuel to the fire. I heard your grandfather's birthday is in a few days. We can take this opportunity to go to the Gu family and clarify Gu Ninghuan's identity, to humiliate her in front of everyone. Hearing this, Gu Shi's heart tightened, afraid the truth would be exposed, and she immediately waved her hands and replied, No, we can't do that. Then she forced a smile and said gently, I don't think we need to be so ruthless. Besides, Grandpa wouldn't want to see us fighting and arguing with each other. Hearing this, Xing Sidong was a little disappointed, but she quickly found another topic to change the subject. Picking up the damaged bag from before, she pretended to be pitiful. Gu Shi, my bag was ruined by Gu Ninghuan. Can you see if you can help me? Gu Shi took a sip of tea, then said softly, I'm sorry, Sitong. I've been swiping my credit card a lot lately to buy a birthday gift for Grandpa, so I don't have much money left now. Hearing this, Xing Sidong, though disappointed, still pretended to be understanding. If that's the case, you don't have to force yourself, I understand. However, in her heart, Gu Shi couldn't help but scheme. Ever since Gu Ninghuan took back everything that was hers, even her living expenses had been cut. It was infuriating. Thinking of this, she grew even angrier, clenching her fists. She remembered a few days ago when she went to knock on Lung Han's door to beg, but the result was not what she wanted. Knock, knock, knock. Lung Han asked coldly, Who is it? Gu Shi pretended to be timid and replied, It's me, Lung Han. I need money to buy a birthday gift for Grandpa. Can you ask him not to freeze my credit card? Lung Han, without a trace of emotion, replied coldly, Freezing the credit card was my idea, because your monthly living expenses are already sufficient. Hearing this, Gu Shi was incredibly jealous and pitifully exclaimed, But why does Gu Ninghuan? Before she could finish her sentence, Lung Han shot her a cold glance, his voice icy. What right do you have to compare yourself to the young miss of the Gu family? After saying that, he turned and left, leaving Gu Shi standing there in anger. She hurriedly chased after him, shouting, Lung Han, if you keep this up, I'll have no choice but to go find Brother Gu Yan. Lung Han was not threatened at all, turning his head back to reply coldly, Go ahead. I'm sure he'll help you and Qi Zihong organize a grand wedding. Hearing this, Gu Shi pretended to wipe away tears and sobbed. Are you threatening me? How could you treat me like this? Did Gu Ninghuan tell you to do this? Lung Han unhesitatingly exposed her true colors, replying decisively. In the past, the young miss cherished you, but now she has seen your true face. The Gu family treating you this way is already the height of mercy. The more Gu Shi thought about it, the more aggrieved she felt. She clenched her fists and told herself, I will absolutely not admit defeat. Gu Ninghuan, you just wait and see. Elsewhere, in the library, when Song Si saw Gu Ninghuan walk in, she greeted her cheerfully. Gu Ninghuan, you've changed. You're not wearing those old-fashioned clothes anymore. You look much more elegant. Gu Ninghuan smiled and said, Thank you. Then Song Si said, What are you still standing there for? Hurry up and sit down. Hearing this, Gu Ninghuan was surprised and thought to herself, She really wants me to sit next to her? I can't believe we can still talk like we used to. She remembered how Song Si had cut off their friendship because Qi Zihong looked down on her. Seeing her lost in thought, Song Si asked, Guning Huan, what are you thinking about? Are you unhappy because I mentioned Gushi? Guning Huan immediately shook her head and explained, no, Gushi, Cheesy Hong, and I are no longer in contact. Hearing this, Song Si happily laughed and said, really? That's great. I told you a long time ago. None of them are any good. Just then, Song Jinyin, who was sitting at the next table, turned his head and said in a low voice, are you two here to study or to chat? Guning Huan heard him, suddenly looked over, thinking to herself, this guy is the exact reason I didn't want to sit here. In a few years, this guy will become a formidable figure that everyone fears. But for now, he still has this frail appearance. Guning Huan immediately lowered her head and mumbled, sorry. She timidly glanced at Song Jinyin, but told herself inwardly, no matter how terrifying he becomes in the future, right now, I can only try to keep the peace. While Guning Huan was sizing up Song Jinyin, he was also secretly sizing her up. Is this that fool Guning Huan? She took a month off, and she's changed this much. Guning Huan looked at Song Si with a gentle gaze. She said softly, Song Si, let's go eat together later. I know a really good place. Song Si agreed without a second thought. Okay. Guning Huan thoughtfully handed her a piece of candy. Song Si, have some candy. As if seeing something, Song Si turned her head away. Su Muja appeared with an unhappy expression. He opened his mouth, causing her to lower her head in embarrassment. Did you forget what you promised me? She answered awkwardly. Sorry, I have plans tonight. Seeing this somewhat awkward scene, Guning Huan thought to herself, I think I've just discovered something. Meanwhile, Gushi and her best friend were strolling towards the library. Seemingly spotting something, the short-haired friend said, Gushi, look, isn't that Guning Huan? She glanced at Guning Huan from a distance, then added, doesn't she follow Gushi around all day? Why is she with Song Jinyin today? Gushi seemed very interested, the corner of her mouth lifting slightly as she sneered inwardly. No wonder she doesn't like Cheesy Hong. It turns out she's into the Song family's illegitimate son. Her pensive expression made her friend beside her a little curious. I really don't get it. She's clearly the eldest daughter of the Gu family, yet she only likes low-class people, all with statuses they can't rise from. She said softly, I have an idea. Gushi quickly took out her phone and secretly took a picture of Guning Huan. After taking the picture, she admired it with a despicable look. I'm going to post this photo of Guning Huan on the school forum. Let everyone see how shamelessly Guning Huan is seducing Song Jinyin. A while later, on campus, students were asking each other, have you seen the forum? What's going on? The long-haired girl said, it's hot news. Guning Huan's photo appeared on the phone screen. Next to her was Song Jinyin, and across from her was her classmate Song Si. This afternoon, campus heartthrob Song Jinyin was seen in the library being intimate with an unknown girl. Their behavior was extremely close. The cold heartthrob is taken. A few gossiping girls quickly commented, oh my god, my heartthrob is sitting with a nobody, but it doesn't look that intimate. Heavens, no way. My heartthrob stays away from women. I thought Song Jinyin and Su Muja were a couple, but that girl is quite pretty. I think her name is Guning Huan. Pretty is Xiao, she. Let me tell the person on the floor above, Guning Huan has a boyfriend outside of school named Cheesy Hong. She hasn't even sorted things out with her boyfriend and is already being intimate with Song Jinyin. Is she trying to two-time? After reading these malicious comments, Song Si's expression immediately changed. She said softly to Guning Huan, Ning Huan, someone posted a photo of the four of us online. Now everyone is spreading rumors about you and Song Jinyin. Guning Huan asked in astonishment, no way? She gently picked up her phone to look at the post. Guning Huan calculated. It was posted 40 minutes ago, and in 40 minutes, it's gotten over 6,000 views. She reminded Song Si in a loud voice, don't pay attention to this baseless gossip. You'll just get upset. At the same time, at Fu Xixin's company, he was browsing the news. Suddenly, his secretary sent him the post about Guning Huan. The secretary asked, Mr. Fu, I just saw this news on the school's website. I'm not sure if there's some misunderstanding between you and Miss Guning Huan for this to happen. Fu Xixin stood up, displeased. He angrily clenched his fists. No wonder Guning Huan wanted to go to school. It turns out it was for that brat. He said in a loud voice, Secretary, get the car ready. Meanwhile, walking down the hallway, Guning Huan received a phone call. The bell rang. Ring, ring, ring. She answered the phone and said softly, Xixin, is there something you need? He replied coldly, come out. I'll give you 3 minutes. Guning Huan seemed to have guessed that she had angered him. She thought, from the sound of his voice, he seems to be angry. Just as she reached the door, Guning Huan ran into Gu Shi and her obnoxious best friend. Seeing her approach, she said in a loud voice, "Look who it is? Isn't this our school's two-timer, Guning Huan? Why the pathetic look?" Guning Huan frowned and shouted, "So is you too." Gu Shi whispered to her friend, "Guning Huan, what you did must have made Mr. Fu very sad. You should know that you're not single anymore." Guning Huan, afraid of nothing under the sun, she retorted seriously, "Cousin Gu Shi, I thought after what happened that day at Shuri Huan, you would have learned your lesson and known to control your temper." Hearing her provocative words, Gu Shi angrily pointed at Guning Huan's face and cursed loudly. "Guning Huan, so what if I'm like this? It's still better than trash like you. First it was Qi Zihong, now it's Song Jinyan. You really are a promiscuous slut." Guning Huan crossed her arms, glared and said in a loud voice, "Please use your brain when you speak. Why would I do anything in a library in broad daylight? Besides, Song Jinyan and I didn't even talk." Gu Shi still wouldn't back down. She opened her mouth wide and added, "Let me tell you, I'm the one who posted the photo. As long as I don't delete it, you can just wait to become famous throughout the school. You slut." Guning Huan sneered. "Gu Shi, you got pregnant in high school and had an abortion for that stranger, didn't you?" Hearing her words, Gu Shi trembled all over, as if she'd been struck where it hurts most. She stammered, "You, what nonsense are you spouting?" Gu Shi unhappily warned, "Guning Huan, don't talk nonsense." Guning Huan put her hands on her hips. Looking at her arrogantly, she said smugly, "Whether I'm telling the truth or not, Lung Han will get us the proof. You know what Lung Han is capable of." Gu Shi was so angry she gritted her teeth. "Guning Huan." She turned to leave in fear. "You can fabricate evidence. You better remember, if this blows up, it's the Gu family that will lose face." Guning Huan said in a loud voice, "Delete the photo and publicly apologize to me. Otherwise, this isn't over." After saying that, she quickly left. "Gu Shi, I have never fought with you for anything, but you have never let me go. If I didn't know about your past, I'm afraid I would never be able to wash away this dirty water online." Guning Huan walked out softly. There was a hint of apprehension on her face. She stood in front of Fu Shishin's car. Guning Huan thought worriedly to herself, "I'm a little scared." Fu Shishin sat in the car. Seeing Guning Huan approach, he opened his mouth coldly. "Get in the car." Frightened, Guning Huan could only obey. She sat beside him, stealing a glance at him. She said in a low voice, "I can really explain. The photos Gu Shi sent you were absolutely sent out of malice towards me." Fu Shishin asked, somewhat unhappily, "So Gu Shi forced you to study with that boy?" Guning Huan said in a loud voice, "What could possibly happen in a library? If I wanted to do something, I wouldn't arrange to meet in a library." He reminded her angrily, "Guning Huan, you're my Fu Shishin's wife. In public, you must maintain distance from other members of the opposite sex." He added, "If someone sends me this kind of news again, I can't guarantee I won't resort to certain measures." Hearing his threat, Guning Huan fearfully covered her body with her hands, thinking in shock, "Measures, what does he want to do?" Guning Huan explained firmly, "I already said, there's nothing between me and Song Jinyan. I won't let you touch my friend." Her expression darkened and added, "I haven't even brought up the matter between you and that Miss Ming. What right do you have to interfere with my freedom?" Fu Shishin asked curiously, "Guning Huan, what do you mean by that?" He frowned. "Freedom. Guning Huan, how many more unfulfilled wishes do you have?" Guning Huan lowered her head. "I can't talk to this person anymore." She unhappily demanded, "Stop the car. I want to get out." Fu Shishin refused, grabbing her small hand with one of his, pulling her into his arms, and said gently, "No, we're going home." Fu Shishin gently touched Guning Huan's sweet lips, leaving her utterly astonished. He thought, if I don't teach her a little lesson, she won't remember. A while later, the two returned to the villa. Fu Shishin seemed very forceful. He gripped Guning Huan's hand tightly, quickly pulling her into the room. Guning Huan asked unhappily, "Fu Shishin, what are you doing?" She thought in pain, "His grip on my hand hurts." Fu Shishin didn't answer. He hurriedly threw her onto the bed, then approached her and opened his mouth to say, "I want you to lose your freedom." As soon as the words left his mouth, he kissed her on the lips, and just like that, Fu Shishin kissed every part of Guning Huan's body. She said, trembling slightly, "Are you crazy?" Fu Shishin didn't answer. His white shirt lay in a mess on the floor. Just then, a knock came at the door. Knock, knock, knock. The maid said softly, "Young master, there's a call from the company." Being reminded of company business while in the middle of an intimate moment with Guning Huan, Fu Xishan frowned unhappily. A while later, when Fu Xishan left the house, Guning Huan resolutely calculated, "I can't make the same mistake this time." She wrapped the thin blanket around herself, then picked up her phone and called Lung Han. "Lung Han, help me gather some information on Gu Shi." Lung Han obeyed. "Yes." Eldest Mississippi Guning Huan thought with great resentment. "She dared to mess with me. I'll make her and Gu Shi go to hell together at Grandpa's birthday party." She gently placed her hand on her left chest. Her cheeks flushed. "I can hear my heart beating clearly. I shouldn't have any illusions I'm not supposed to have. I must know that Fu Xishan's intimate actions were just a momentary fit of anger. I've already tasted the bitterness of love once before." Meanwhile, Gu Shi's old phone rang. She answered the phone, her voice choked with sobs. "Hello, Ninghuan. It's Gu Shi. I need to talk to you about something." Gu Ninghuan glared and replied, "If you have something to say it quickly. Don't just cry and whine." She felt a little unhappy. "She's calling me again." Gu Shi's eyes were filled with tears as she spoke deceitful words, saying softly, "Ninghuan, your status and position are different now, so you don't want to be friends with me. But why did you have Lung Han cut off my allowance? Do you not want me to live anymore?" Gu Ninghuan sat gently on the bed, retorting in a loud voice. "First, I didn't tell Lung Han to cut off your allowance. Second, I am the eldest daughter of the Gu family, and you're just an adopted granddaughter." Gu Shi glared and said, "It seems we can't be friends anymore, but if you change your mind, you can come find me." As soon as the words left her mouth, she broke into a smile, then gritted her teeth and stared at the phone, having secretly recorded their conversation. Gu Shi's heart was filled with schemes. "Not only do I want you to play the villain, but I also want you to lose all the favor of the Gu family." A while later, at a shop, seeing a customer arrive, the staff member politely said, "Welcome to the Gu Tong shop." Xing Sitong saw Gu Ninghuan and looked very annoyed. "It's Gu Ninghuan." Gu Ninghuan looked at her with a serious face. Xing Sitong's face was full of displeasure. She crossed her arms and said, "Gu Ninghuan, you can't afford anything here. Get lost. Don't bother our customers." Hearing her speak so harshly to a customer, the owner beside her shot her a look and reminded her, "Sitong, what nonsense are you talking about? Who gave you permission to talk to a customer like that?" Xing Sitong said in a loud voice, "Boss, you don't know. Don't be fooled by how she's dressed. She has no money. Can't afford our things." Conan Hone frowned and asked, "Is this how you do business, with such an attitude towards customers?" The owner replied softly, "I'm sorry, this is a high-end store, not for ordinary goods." Suddenly, he saw a man standing behind Conan Hone and asked curiously, "Butler Lung, why are you here?" The owner looked up at the butler's cold face and thought to himself, "He's the butler of the Ko family." Hin Tu Dong said snidely, "Now that the Ko family's butler is here, let's see how you'll pretend to be the eldest miss." Butler Lung bowed politely. Eldest Mississippi seeing this, Hin Tu Dong turned her head in astonishment, unable to believe her eyes. "Eldest miss? No, it can't be." Butler Lung frowned and asked, "Such a poor attitude towards customers. Is this the rule of your store?" The owner had no choice but to bow and apologize. "I'm terribly sorry. I was truly blind." He ordered the stunned Hin Tu Dong beside him. "What are you standing there for? Hurry up and apologize to eldest Miss Ko and Mr. Lung." Hin Tu Dong refused. She yelled, "Conan Hone, don't think you're so great. This job I quit." Butler Lung said unhappily, "You." Conan Hone thoughtfully reminded him, "Just let it go, Lung Han. Hin Tu Dong is got t-shaped then." Of course, she doesn't understand anything. She and the butler quickly left. Conan Hone said, "I don't want to be here anymore. Let's go to another store." A moment later, Conan Hone was intently admiring a beautiful pearl necklace. Her face held a trace of sadness. "I was so foolish before. I made grandfather worry so much." She turned to the butler and asked, "Do you think grandfather will like this pearl necklace?" The butler replied gently, "As long as it's a gift from you, miss, the old master will definitely like it." Just then, Ko Ti and Hin Tu Dong appeared. Ko Ti was a little embarrassed. She waved and said, "Conan Hone, Lung Han, it's great that you're here. I was just looking for you." Seeing Ko Ti, Conan Hone was truly very unhappy. She asked, "Is something wrong?" Ko Ti said gently, "Tu Dong had a little misunderstanding with you. That's why she spoke carelessly. I brought her here to apologize." Conan Hone turned her face away, complaining, She was the one who chose not to apologize earlier. What is she doing here now? Hin Tu-dong replied awkwardly. The owner is making me pay 30,000 yuan in damages, but I don't have the money. Mr. Lung, could you please put in a good word for me with the owner? Ask him not to make me pay compensation, okay? Ko Nin-hon quickly refused. We don't have time to deal with this right now. Go find someone else to help you. Ko Ti bowed her head fearfully and begged. Ko Nin-hon, she only said those things because she misunderstood you before. Please help her just this once. Ko Nin-hon answered bluntly. I don't want to. At this moment, a sales associate spoke up. Your gift has been wrapped, ma'am. Ko Nin-hon replied softly. Thank you. She rested her chin on one hand, then glanced away, full of disdain. From beginning to end, she never once begged me. She glared, making Ko Ti a little scared. Also, I want to know why Hin Tu-dong misunderstood me, or if someone told her something. Ko Nin-hon couldn't be bothered and left amidst Ko Ti's anger. Ko Ti wanted to go forward and beg Ko Nin-hon, but was blocked by Lung Han. Lung Han spoke coldly. Unlocking that card is impossible. Hearing this, Ko Ti froze. Ko Nin-hon said seriously, in your dreams. Ko Ti's face fell, her expression sorrowful. At this moment, Tu-dong hurried over to Ko Ti and asked, what about the 30,000 yuan? Ko Ti said angrily, you saw the mess you made yourself. After saying that, she turned and left, thinking worriedly as she walked. 30,000. Before, that would have been just snack money for me, but now, she opened her mouth and said, how about this? I'll go with you to the store. The two of them talked as they walked. Ko Ti spoke again. Tu-dong, I only said that just now because I was too angry. You're still my best friend. Tu-dong was very happy. She glanced at Ko Ti and said, then I'm counting on you. If the owner lets me off, I'll pay you back later. Ko Ti forced a smile. She put on a sorrowful expression. Thank you, Tu-dong. I didn't mean to deceive you. It's just that I come from a poor background, and I was afraid you wouldn't be friends with me, so I wasn't clear. At this point, it was time for them to part ways. Tu-dong waved and said, then I'll get going. Ko Ti said softly, goodbye. She was a bit pensive, thinking to herself, don't panic. Everything is already prepared. She clenched her fists smugly. You dare to humiliate me like this. Ko Nin-hon, you're dead for sure. By then, Lung Han won't even bother to look at you. Just then, Kai Tu-han was driving around streets. He saw Ko Ti on the side of the road and asked curiously, TT, why are you walking alone? Kai Tu-han smiled and said, get in the car, I'll take you home. Ko Ti didn't seem to want to. She quickly refused. No need, I'd rather walk. It wouldn't be good if Ko Nin-hon saw me in a car with you. In her heart, she was full of contempt. I wouldn't be caught dead sitting in such a shabby car. Kai Tu-han quietly approached, stunning her. He whispered in Ko Ti's ear, come with me, let's talk. Seemingly guessing his intentions, Ko Ti revealed a cold smile. A moment later, the two of them parked the car in a small park. Ko Ti asked, a little worried, is it okay here? I feel like someone might see us. Kai Tu-han immediately reassured her, it's fine. There's no one here. The two of them got entangled in the car. Ko Ti let out a soft moan. Kai Tu-han couldn't hold back anymore. He gripped Ko Ti's hand, a despicable look on his face, and said, TT, why don't we leave the Ko family together? Nin-hon doesn't trust us anymore. Ko Ti didn't like this suggestion. She said, the Ko family raised me. How could I leave? She looked gently at Kai Tu-han and said, I heard Ko Nin-hon married Mr. Fu and received a lot of betrothal gifts. Hearing her words, Kai Tu-han asked with great interest, betrothal gifts? Ko Ti said softly, Ko Nin-hon even specifically asked me for news about you. I think she still likes you. She hinted insidiously. The day after tomorrow is grandfather's birthday party, and Mr. Fu isn't going with Ko Nin-hon. When the time comes, I'll help create an opportunity for you and Ko Nin-hon. She thought smugly to herself, haha, I don't believe that in such a short time, Ko Nin-hon could have stopped loving Kai Tu-han. By then, you'll not only get Ko Nin-hon, but also her fortune. Ko Ti stuck out her tongue, slowly licking Kai Tu-han's hand. He moved closer to Ko Ti and said, now is not the time to be distracted. He forcefully pressed down on Ko Ti's body. She cried out in excitement. The car shook amidst the heavy panting of the two. In a flash, the next day arrived. It was finally the day of the birthday party. After finishing Ko Nin-hon's preparations, the maid spoke up. Miss, your hair is done. Ko Nin-hon was wearing a gorgeous formal dress. She was so beautiful that the maid couldn't help but admire. Wow, miss, you're so beautiful. Ko Nin-hon smiled and replied, thank you. She walked lightly down the stairs. When she reached the bottom, she saw Fote Tam and was a little surprised. At this moment, he was seriously looking at some documents. Seeing this, Ko Nin Hoon's eyes widened as she looked at him and thought, Fo Tay Tam didn't go to the company today. Could it be that he wants to? She abruptly turned her head away. Whatever, I don't want to care about his business. The maid looked at Ko Nin Hoon and asked, Miss, should I have a driver get ready? Ko Nin Hoon replied softly, No need. I've already called for the Ko family's driver. Seeing Fo Tay Tam's sad gaze, the maid exclaimed in surprise, Young master. He let out a sigh, then crossed his arms seriously and thought, Does Ko Nin Hoon not want to go with her? Just then his phone chimed. Ding. Ko Nin Hoon sent Fo Tay Tam a message. Hubby, I know you've been busy lately, so I'm going to grandfather's birthday party by myself. Fo Tay Tam felt unhappy. He looked gloomy and snorted coldly. She only messaged me after she left. She clearly didn't want to go with her. A moment later, Ko Nin Hoon arrived at the Ko residence. She wasn't very satisfied with the message she had just sent. Ko Nin Hoon pouted and thought, I feel like that wasn't the right thing to do, but he brought it on himself. As she stepped into the villa, a voice rang out, causing Ko Nin Hoon to glance over. Ning Huan, her handsome older brother, Ko Dain, appeared. Ko Nin Hoon froze. It's my brother. Her clear eyes suddenly turned red. It was her beloved brother, the one who was burned to death in a fire set by Ko T in her past life. Ko Dain asked his sister worriedly, What's wrong? Why aren't you saying anything after seeing me? He smiled and said, You're not angry about the marriage, are you? Ko Nin Hoon replied softly, How could I be? I'm not mad at you for marrying me to Fo Tay Tam. I know you only want what's best for me. Ko Dain said sadly, I know you like Kai Tu Han, but he's really not worthy of you. Ko Nin Hoon smiled and replied, I know. The person Kai Tu Han likes is Ko T. I saw them together with my own eyes. Ko Dain asked in shock, What did you say? Ko T and Kai Tu Han are together? She sneered yes. He was stunned, thinking to himself, it was Ko T who originally said Ko Nin Hoon was planning to elope with Kai Tu Han on her wedding night. Could it be? He looked at her with a pained heart and reminded her, Nin Hoon, don't worry. I will definitely get justice for you. Ko Nin Hoon replied obediently, There's no need, brother. Ko T and Kai Tu Han are already together. Besides, Fo Tay Tam and I are already married. I don't want to have anything to do with them anymore. Just then, Ko T appeared in a somewhat revealing outfit. She waved and said, Brother Ko Dain, you're back. Did you bring me a gift? He didn't even glance at her and said, Nin Hoon, let's go. Grandfather has been saying how much he misses you. Ko Nin Hoon and Ko Dain quickly left. Seeing this, Ko T called out in shock, Brother Ko Dain. She frowned and thought, what did Ko Nin Hoon just say to Ko Dain to make him treat me like a stranger? A moment later, as Ko Dain and Grandfather were engrossed in a game of chess, Ko Nin Hoon appeared. She said softly, Grandfather, happy birthday. Grandfather called out happily, Ko Nin Hoon, do you want to come play around with me? Ko Nin Hoon was a bit troubled. I'm not good at chess. How about we let Lung Han help me from the side? Ko Dain glanced over and said, You little rascal. That's something Lung Han has to agree to. Lung Han was a little embarrassed. He spoke up, Young master. Lung Han stood behind Ko Nin Hoon and said softly, Eldest miss, I will stand by and guide you. Please have a seat. Suddenly, a figure appeared at the door, Kai Tu Han, holding a small gift. He smiled and said, Grandfather, Tu Han is also here to wish you a happy birthday. Kai Tu Han secretly glanced at Ko Nin Hoon, who was laughing and talking happily with Lung Han. Because she was so beautiful, his face was full of interest. She's so different from before. He spoke up and invited, Nin Hoon, Mr. Ko is getting on in years. How about I help you with a game? Ko Nin Hoon didn't even spare him a glance. She quickly refused. This is a Ko family party. You're just an outsider. After wishing him a happy birthday, you should go somewhere else. As soon as she finished speaking, the mother and daughter pair, Loi Ne Phi and Ko Ki, appeared. She covered her mouth and said disdainfully, That's no way to treat a lifesaver. Ko Nin Hoon frowned. She called out, Grandfather, I recently heard about someone named Tu Tap. Before she could finish, Loi Ne Phi's eyes widened and she yelled, Tu Tap. She fearfully pulled Ko Nin Hoon to the side, gritting her teeth and pretending to be calm. Nin Hoon, I have something to say to you. Come over here for a moment. Lung Han, continue helping me with the chess game. I'll be right back. As soon as the two of them entered another room, Loi Ne Phi said loudly, Ko Nin Hoon, I don't know what you know, but you'd better not test my limits. Ko Nin Hoon crossed her arms and replied seriously, Aunt, I'm a very fair person. If you don't mess with me, I won't mess with you. She added firmly, today is grandfather's birthday. No matter who it is, don't even think about causing trouble here. If you continue to cause trouble for me, I'll let the whole world know about Two Taps affairs. Loine Fai didn't dare to say another word. She left first under Gu Ninghuan's triumphant gaze. She only dared to mumble a sentence. I'll give you this one. Gu Ninghuan secretly calculated. If it weren't for Lung Han's help with the investigation, even Gu Ninghuan wouldn't have known that her good aunt was hiding such a world-shattering secret. Outside the villa, the clear blue sky seemed to be sending its blessings to grandfather. Inside the house, Gu Shi was holding a small gift box. When she saw two maids carrying Gu Ninghuan's gift box, she glanced over. This is the eldest Mrs. Gift. Take it and store it carefully. Yes. The corner of her mouth curled into an intrigued smile. Gu Ninghuan's gift. Gu Shi's face was full of cunning. She hid behind a wall, waiting for the maid to leave the room. When the maid went downstairs, she immediately opened the door and approached the gifts for grandfather. Looking at them while plotting, I have to ruin it. Gu Shi quickly picked up the gift box Gu Ninghuan had for grandfather. Suddenly, Gu Ninghuan's appearance startled her. She smirked and asked, Gu Shi, everyone is in the living room. What are you doing here? Gu Shi replied awkwardly, I just wanted to see if my gift was put in the right place. I didn't mean anything else. Gu Ninghuan sneered. Oh, is that so? She raised her voice. I heard your gift is a very valuable piece of jade. How about we call Lung Han to bring it out for everyone to broaden their horizons? Hearing Gu Ninghuan's words, Gu Shi's face was full of calculation. How does she know I bought jade? She put on a pained expression and replied, let's just forget it. Although the jade I bought is very expensive, I wouldn't dare to show it off. If grandfather sees it and thinks it's not worth the money, I'll be so embarrassed. Gu Ninghuan smiled comfortingly. It's all right. When giving a gift, it's the thought that counts. If you were tricked by a dishonest merchant, I'll have Lung Han help you claim damages. Gu Shi seemed reluctant and replied, about that. In the courtyard, birds were chirping. Grandfather sat on a chair and asked, I heard little Shi got me a piece of jade. Why are you only bringing it out now? Gu Ninghuan pulled her by the hand to stand before grandfather, saying, it's because I've never seen a gemstone before. I remember my brother knows an expert who can appraise gemstones. Gu Yin narrowed his eyes with interest and replied, if Gu Ninghuan wants to see it, then I'll call the driver to pick up that expert. The gray stone was displayed on the table. Loine Fai and Gu, she sat on chairs with her legs crossed. She asked, oh, by the way, how much did this piece of jade from Gu Shi cost? Gu Shi replied nervously, 100,000. Gu Shi said blankly, spending 100,000 just to buy a rock. Loine Fai pouted and said contemptuously, Gu Shi really doesn't know how to feel the pinch. Gu Shi glared at the stone, frowning in fear. No, this stone only cost a little over 100 yuan. Because even if I didn't want to, I didn't have enough money to buy an expensive gift. Gu Shi pouted mockingly. I think this stone looks very ordinary. There's nothing special about it. Is it really worth 100,000? Or is someone bragging? Grandfather said softly, it's all right. I know your heart is in the right place. So no matter the result, I'll accept it. Gu Shi smiled and replied, thank you, grandfather. Grandfather reminded Lung Han. Lung Han, later, get a check for 100,000 and give it to Gu Shi. A moment later, the appraisal expert arrived at the Gu residence. He got out of the car gently and walked carefully into the house. The maid said softly, the jade appraisal expert has arrived. Gu Yin glanced over and ordered, then let's begin. The appraisal expert began to carefully examine the stone. He used a small machine to cut the stone open. Gu Shi and Gu Ninghuan both watched intently. After it was cut open, it was an ordinary stone. Gu Shi immediately sneered. I told you so. It's easy to spend money when it's not your own. One sentence, and 100,000 is gone. Loine Fai leisurely sipped her tea and said softly, Gu Shi, I'm telling you the truth. You should understand one thing. Money doesn't grow on trees. All right. I know Gu Shi is still young. How would she know if the stone is good or not? We can't completely blame her for this. Gu Shi pretended to be curious and asked, but I'm very curious. I heard that recently Lung Han only gives Gu Shi 1,000 yuan a month for living expenses. So where did Gu Shi's 100,000 come from? Hearing this, grandfather immediately asked Lung Han, what's this about? Lung Han, standing nearby, immediately answered, this is money she stole. Before he could finish his sentence, Gu Shi immediately stood up and interrupted. It's because I requested it myself. For all these years, the Gu family has raised me, giving me good food and nice clothes. I should be independent now. Then she feigned a pitiful look. Since I'm not a blood relative of the Gu family, I shouldn't continue to receive the family's grace. Grandfather was immediately moved to pity by Gu Shi's pitiful appearance. Silly child, although you are not of the Gu family's bloodline, I have always regarded you as my own granddaughter, no different from my own flesh and blood. Hearing this, Gu Shi's eyes immediately lit up. She softly thanked grandfather, but inwardly she sneered. Granddaughter? How disgusting. Seeing grandfather sympathizing with Gu Shi immediately stood up and added, if Gu Shi was scammed, shouldn't we find that swindler and settle the score? Gu Ninghuan, beside her, also nodded in agreement. I think Gu Shi has a point. Hearing this, Gu Shi broke out in a cold sweat, stammering, I didn't buy it at a store, because when I was shopping, I was stopped by an old man. Hearing Gu Shi stammer, Gu Shi immediately gave a cold, mocking laugh. Gu Shi, that's ridiculous. Any normal person with a brain wouldn't spend 100,000 to buy a stone from a stranger on the street. Gu Ninghuan also sneered and added, if that's the case, I think we should call the police right away. We just need to check the surveillance cameras and everything will be clear. Hearing this, Gu Shi stammered in fear. Doine Fai immediately stood up to try and mediate. All right, Gu Ninghuan. Today is grandfather's birthday. Let's not make such an ugly scene. Gu Ninghuan immediately cut her off, saying bluntly, you can't say that, Andy. If it's a scam, it must be dealt with seriously. Gu Shi saw the situation was not good, covering her face and thinking to herself, it seems I can't hide it anymore. Then she immediately confessed, grandfather, I'm sorry. I lied to you. This stone isn't actually 100,000. Qi Zihong, standing beside her, immediately chimed in. Gu Shi, did Gu Ninghuan force you to do this? Otherwise, why would you do such a thing? Gu Shi put on a pitiful, aggrieved act and said, Zihong, no one forced me. Every year, I put my heart into preparing a birthday gift for grandfather. But this year I had no money and was afraid everyone would look down on me. Qi Zihong saw Gu Shi's aggrieved appearance and immediately turned to yell at Gu Ninghuan. Gu Ninghuan, you and Gu Shi grew up together. How could you humiliate Gu Shi in front of so many people like this? Gu Ninghuan gave a cold laugh and retorted, so, you mean lying would be better? Seeing this, grandfather said in a deep voice, all right, that's enough. This matter ends here. Then he reminded Qi Zihong, Zihong, although you have the merit of saving Gu Ninghuan's life, but it's not your place to lecture the children of the Gu family. Gu Ninghuan immediately stood up and said frankly to grandfather, Grandfather, actually, that life-saving merit was a lie. I was deceived by Zihong and Gu Shi for 4 whole years. The person who saved me when I fell into the water back then was not him. Hearing her words, Gu Yin became furious and slammed the table, pointing at Qi Zihong's face. Do you think our Gu family is a bunch of fools? Grandfather also immediately ordered, Lung Han, throw Zihong and his parents out for me. Lung Han immediately complied. Yes, master. After that, Lung Han ordered his subordinates to throw Qi Zihong out. Qi Zihong panicked and shouted, what are you doing? Let me go. Gu Shi immediately stood up to clear her name. Grandfather, actually, Gu Ninghuan has misunderstood me. I really didn't know that Zihong was deceiving Gu Ninghuan. Gu Yin leaned in and whispered in grandfather's ear, Grandfather, I have something to tell you. After listening, grandfather sighed heavily. Gu Shi saw grandfather's expression suddenly change and became extremely anxious. She thought to herself, with that look of disappointment and changed expression, they definitely won't believe me anymore. In the courtyard, Lung Han held a whip and struck Qi Zihong hard, saying coldly, these 2 lashes are from me, on behalf of the eldest Mississippi. Then Lung Han ordered 2 bodyguards to take him away. The 2 bodyguards immediately bowed and replied, yes, sir. After the party ended, Gu Shi was furious, thinking to herself, Gu Ninghuan, you made me suffer a great loss today. Suddenly, a maid ran in to report to grandfather. Old master, when I was cleaning the room, I found a medical report belonging to the eldest Mississippi. Then she took out the paper and added, it says the eldest miss is 3 months pregnant. Everyone in the room was utterly shocked. What did you say? Doine Fai sneered mockingly. Gu Ninghuan and Mr. Fu have only been married for a month. How could she suddenly be 3 months pregnant? Hearing this, Gu Shi also added fuel to the fire. Mother, you just don't know. Young people these days are very open-minded. Suddenly, Fu Xishan walked in and said coldly, pregnant with what? Everyone thought to themselves, Fu Xishan, why are you here? Gu Shi thought to herself, I didn't expect Fu Xishan to come too. I can get rid of that little wench Gu Shi and also make Guning Huan get a quick divorce. Heaven is truly on my side. Guning Huan recalled her past life. In her past life, because she wanted to divorce Fu Xixin, she had asked Gu Shi to take money for her and forge a pregnancy report. It was this very paper that made Fu Xixin fly into a rage and divorce her on the second day after their wedding. Doine Fai mocked Guning Huan. Since Mr. Fu is also here, shouldn't you explain the pregnancy matter? Guning Huan replied coldly. What do I need to explain? It's just an ultrasound report. It's very easy to forge something like this. At the very least, everyone should take me to the hospital for a proper checkup. She pretended to be timid and said suggestively, I remember Miss Ninghuan used to like Qi Zihong. Perhaps. Gu Yin immediately cut her off with a warning. Shi, do you know what you're saying? Based on just a medical report, you dare to sling mud at Ninghuan. Shi pretended to be ignorant and replied, Young master, please calm down. I work at the Gu residence and have seen the eldest miss go out in the middle of the night. Who knows? Gu Yin looked at her coldly and said in a cold voice, You're speaking more and more nonsense. Guning Huan immediately exposed her. Wait a minute. I've never had an ultrasound, so how can this pregnancy report exist? Shi, why do you want to tarnish my reputation? Shi immediately replied, I'm not lying. Whether the eldest miss is pregnant or not, only you yourself know best. Guning Huan said softly, What you said isn't wrong, but her next words were like a hammer blow to her heart. I heard that recently she often goes to the orphanage to visit a boy named Suo Tooni. I wonder what his relationship is with you. Bai Elf was stunned. Panicked. How does Guning Huan know? She immediately snapped. What are you trying to do? Guning Huan feigned surprise. I've always noticed that you and Gu Shi have a very good relationship. Is it because of that boy? Shi was scared and immediately cleared her name. I forged this medical report. I don't like Guning Huan, but this has nothing to do with Gu Shi. Gu Yin coldly ordered the servants to take her away. Just then, as everyone was talking, grandfather suddenly started coughing nonstop. Guning Huan called out worriedly, Grandfather. Then someone whispered into Gu Yan's ear. Gu Yan then announced, Grandfather is not well and needs to rest. Let's go outside. Guning Huan replied, Yes. Doine Fai, standing by, sneered, ruining the old man's birthday mood. It's been so lively today, it seems we don't need to stay either. Let's go home. Gu Shi was also secretly delighted. On her way out, Guning Huan thought worriedly, Gu Shi hurt grandfather deeply today, but grandfather still has some affection for her. Gu Shi's faction has been in the Gu family for over 10 years. It won't be easy to uproot it completely. I can only take it one step at a time. Afterward, Fu Xixin and Guning Huan returned home. She had just come out of the shower when she saw Fu Xixin working. Guning Huan then asked, Are you sending an email? Fu Xixin replied coldly, I'm working. Guning Huan, turn your head. He then closed the laptop. Guning Huan huffed, not letting me see, so stingy. Fu Xixin turned his head and reminded her, The way you're dressed, you're really thoughtless. You should put on a coat. Guning Huan mumbled, I don't want to. She thought to herself, I'm about to go to bed. Who wears a coat? Fu Xixin immediately picked her up and threw her onto the bed. Guning Huan let out a scream. She asked warily, What are you trying to do? Fu Xixin replied in a deep voice, You brought this upon yourself. Guning Huan was wrapped tightly in the blanket, struggling but unable to move. She let out a soft moan. Fu Xixin looked down at her, his cold gaze carrying a hint of mockery. Weren't you very calm at the Gu family's house just now? How are you now being troubled by a small blanket? Guning Huan was wrapped in the blanket, curled up like a fat caterpillar. Then she wriggled out of the blanket, chuckling sheepishly. Hubby, you're so smart. You knew I was acting with just one look. She carefully observed his expression, then put on a pitiful look. But hubby, I'm really uncomfortable right now. Can you help me get out of this blanket? Fu Xixin nodded with a hoarse voice. All right. After he gently pulled her out of the blanket, Guning Huan asked softly with a hint of worry, You're not mad at me, are you? He pushed her away forcefully and said coldly, Stay away from me. His action was more sudden than she had expected, leaving her momentarily bewildered. What on earth is wrong with him? Then she lay on the bed, silently thinking things over. Gu Shi had put her name on the ultrasound report. If this wasn't handled well, it would definitely have a huge impact on her reputation. Such a dangerous matter. Not telling Fu Xixin about something so important, I was indeed a bit out of line. I should apologize to him. Then she turned her head to look at Fu Xixin, who was focused on his work. She thought to herself, but right now, I don't quite dare to face him. Afterwards, Guning Huan decided to go downstairs to make a cup of coffee and bring up your coffee. She placed the cup on the table. and said hesitantly, "About this morning, I'm truly sorry." Suddenly, her foot slipped. Her only thought was, this fall is definitely going to hurt. But just as she was about to hit the floor, Fu Xixin quickly caught her, saving her life. Gunning quickly said, I'm sorry, are you okay? I really didn't mean to bump into you." Fu Xixin looked at her worried expression and thought to himself, "She's concerned about me." He said softly, "I'm fine." Even so, he still felt a distance between them, as if she was still keeping a certain distance from him. Not long ago, she said he was the only one in her heart, but in the end, it seemed to be just a lie, deceiving himself. "Get up." Gunning also stood up immediately, letting out an embarrassed hum. Then she sat on the bed and picked up her tablet to browse, but her mind was elsewhere. Gu Shi is building herself an image of a pure goddess while showing off so many luxury goods. So vain, always trying to create the image of a rich young lady. So that's how it is. How outrageous. Then she put her phone down. The phone on the bed vibrated, seeming to have a new message. She opened her phone. Seeing that Xing Sidong wanted to add her as a friend again, she let out a cold laugh. How ridiculous. Then she immediately added Xing Sidong to her blacklist. After that, she turned off her phone and lay down on the bed, her mind a bit of mess, feeling that things were truly getting more and more complicated. After finishing his work, Fu Xixin walked towards the bed. Seeing she was already asleep, he frowned. "Asleep already? But this is my bed." He sighed and turned off the light, thinking to himself, oh well. Unexpectedly, just after he lay down, Gunning, in her sleep, naturally shifted towards him and unconsciously hugged him. Fu Xixin's whole body stiffened, not daring to move. Damn it, is she really asleep or just pretending? Oh no, I think I'm having a reaction. The next morning, Gunning woke up with a soft hum. Seeing that Fu Xixin wasn't beside her, she wondered, where did Fu Xixin go? Then she changed her clothes and went downstairs. The maid asked caringly, "Madam, do you need me to arrange for a driver to take you to school?" Gunning smiled and said, "No need. I could drive myself." Fu Xixin, sitting on the sofa, glanced at her, his tone cold. Going to school in such a short skirt? Seeing him angry so early in the morning, Gunning thought to herself, what's wrong with him today? The air is full of gunpowder today. Someone was completely unaware of what had happened last night. Hearing his remark, she blushed slightly, and this skirt did seem a bit too short. Then she said, "I'll go change into another skirt." As she drove to school, Gu Shi and Xing Sidong blocked her way. Gunning asked coldly, "What do you two want?" Xing Sidong stepped forward and said with a timid expression, "Miss Gu, it was I who had eyes but failed to see Mount Tai, offending you without knowing your status. I was wrong. Please accept my apology." Then she bowed and pleaded, "Lend me 30,000 yuan. I'll definitely pay you back when I have the money." Gunning immediately saw through their act and sneered, "You're only apologizing to me because you're in urgent need of money. This apology has no sincerity at all." Xing Sidong said aggrievedly, "Gunning I really know I was wrong." Gu Shi, standing by, thought to herself, if the antique shop owner hadn't suddenly changed his mind, I wouldn't have bothered coming to find you. Then she put on an extremely weak appearance. "Ninghuan, you know she doesn't have any money. With your noble status, please help her." Gunning frowned at Gu Shi. "What are you doing?" Gu Shi pretended to wipe her tears and sobbed. "Or how about I kneel and beg you?" Xing Sidong also sobbed. Gunning turned and said, "I don't need you to kneel. Don't block my way." She was furious inside. What on earth is she trying to do? Then she pretended to be aggrieved. "Gunning, I know you misunderstand me, but Song Si isn't sincere with you." Hearing these words, Gunning immediately knew she was trying to drive a wedge between her and Song Si. After Gunning left, Xing Sidong cried out, "What am I supposed to do now? She clearly doesn't want to help me." Gu Shi whispered, "Don't worry, I'll help you. I still have some things I can sell." Xing Sidong was extremely grateful. "Gu Shi, you're too good to me. I'm so sorry for saying those things to you last time." Gu Shi let out a cold laugh. Then she glanced at the photographer she had hired, who was behind them, thinking to herself, what a pity we couldn't get proof of Gunning forcing me to kneel. Later, in the lecture hall, after the teacher arrived, Song Si rushed over, saying, "Sorry, Gunning I woke up late, so I'm late." Gunning shook her head. "It's okay. Let's go eat together at noon. After class, Song Si said with a happy smile, let's go out to eat. After the two arrived at a restaurant, Song Si asked curiously, why can't we go in to eat? Why? The waiter said sincerely, I'm sorry, esteemed guests, our restaurant has been fully booked. Song Si was extremely curious. Who's so rich that they booked the entire restaurant? Guning Huan said to her, forget it, let's go somewhere else. Song Si, curious, peeked through the window from outside and suddenly exclaimed, Guning Huan, look, isn't that Mr. Fu? He's eating with Meng Jingwen again. Oh my god. Then Song Si rubbed her chin. I heard Mr. Fu is married. Could it be that he's married to Miss Meng? Guning Huan looked a little sad. She thought to herself, this man. Guning Huan thought furiously, this is outrageous. This man doesn't like me. I'm not allowed to wear a short skirt, but he goes out to eat with Miss Meng, who is also wearing a short skirt. Song Si, standing beside her, asked curiously, but I always feel that Miss Meng and Mr. Fu aren't a good match. Guning Huan immediately asked, why? Song Si spoke her true thoughts. That girl is indeed talented and beautiful, but I always feel like she's scheming something. Meng Jingwen was talking to Fu Xishan when she suddenly glanced out the window, thinking to herself, it looks like Guning Huan is outside the door. Then, from the perspective of the two outside, it seemed as if Fu Xishan was hugging Meng Jingwen. Song Si immediately said, it looks like they're hugging. Guning Huan fell silent seeing this scene. Then she turned to leave. Don't look anymore. Let's go. Inside the restaurant, Fu Xishan was supporting Meng Jingwen. Meng Jingwen said softly, me, how could I be so careless? Xiao Xiao was in the restroom for too long. I was going to check on her and ended up losing my balance. How embarrassing. After Xiao Xiao came in, Meng Jingwen said with a smile, Xiao Xiao is here. Then the little girl ran into Fu Xishan's arms. The little girl called out happily, Daddy. As Guning Huan walked, she thought, Fu Xishan and I have no feelings for each other. So what if he likes someone else? This marriage only needs to maintain a respectful appearance. I shouldn't care about other things. Song Si, walking beside her, still unaware of what had happened, said cheerfully, Ning Huan, let's go eat hot pot. I know a really good hot pot place nearby. Guning Huan smiled and replied, okay. Suddenly, as the two were walking, they ran into Song Jinyan. Song Jinyan immediately asked, why are you two here? Song Si walked over to him and called out, brother, why are you here too? He looked at Song Si and replied, I asked you first. Song Si smiled and replied, Guning Huan and I are planning to go eat hot pot. He nodded. Come eat with me, my treat. Song Si turned to ask Guning Huan, Guning Huan, what do you think? Guning Huan hesitated, suddenly feeling like she didn't want to eat hot pot anymore. I'm heading back first. Seeing Guning Huan seemingly avoiding him, he thought to himself, Guning Huan seems to be a bit wary of me. Did I do something to offend her? Song Si looked at her happily and said, if you're not eating, I won't eat either. Let's go back together. Hearing this, Guning Huan hesitated, but she felt she couldn't let Song Si down. At this moment, Song Jinyan, standing punk, spoke up. Song Si, haven't you been mentioning over and over that you wanted to eat hot pot at that place? Why are you saying you want to go back now? Song Si quickly replied, Guning Huan, don't listen to his nonsense, I wasn't. Guning Huan immediately understood that Song Si was not going to eat hot pot because of her. So she said, it's okay, if Song Si likes it so much, let's go together. Afterwards, the three of them went to the hot pot restaurant. When Song Si saw the hot pot, her eyes lit up. Wow, this looks so delicious. Then, the three of them started to eat. Seeing Song Si eating so quickly, he reminded her, eat a little slower, you don't look like a lady at all. Song Si said while chewing, it's because I'm too hungry. Guning Huan looked at the siblings, thinking to herself, their relationship is so good. No matter how cruel and ruthless this man becomes in 3 years. Right now, he's just an illegitimate son who isn't favored by the Song family. If I keep distancing myself from him like this, will I end up hurting him? Song Jinyan caught Guning Huan's gaze on him. He teased, Miss Gu, staring at me like that. Could it be you have designs on me? Guning Huan shot him a glare. This man is so annoying. After eating, Song Si smacked her lips in satisfaction. She said happily, I'm so full. Thanks for treating us to hot pot. He teased the two girls. I really didn't expect you two girls to eat so much. His words made the whole table laugh. Suddenly, as they reached the door, Song Si stopped, a worried look on her face. Oh no, I think I dropped something in the hot pot restaurant. After saying that, she rushed back into the restaurant to look for it, leaving him and Guning Huan waiting at the door. He sighed and shook his head. How could she be so careless? Suddenly, Fu Xixin and Meng Jingwen's car drove by, just in time to see Song Jinyan standing next to Guning Huan. Meng Jingwen glanced at Fu Xixin. Isn't that Miss Gu? The person next to her seems to be the illegitimate son of the Song family. Why are they together? Meng Jingwen pretended to provoke him. I heard before that although Song Jinyan is an unwelcome illegitimate son, he's a very outstanding person. He and Guning Huan look like a good match. Fu Xixin shot her a cold glance. You're talking too much. Meng Jingwen lowered her voice and feigned innocence. Xixin, I know you're not happy, but Miss Gu has had an unruly personality since she was a child, and it hasn't changed even after getting married. Before she could finish her sentence, she saw Song Si walking towards Song Jinyan and Guning Huan. Seeing this, Meng Jingwen was filled with regret and frustration. Why did Song Si have to show up at this exact moment? Not earlier, not later. Then she said timidly, it seems I misunderstood her. Fu Xixin completely ignored her. Upon returning home, Guning Huan hummed la 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 as she walked cheerfully, her heart filled with excitement. As she was about to open her bedroom door, Fu Xixin yelled, stop right there. Guning Huan thought to herself, what's wrong with him? Fu Xixin said in a cold voice, come to the study with me. I have something to say to you. I don't object to you occasionally going out with your friends, but you must maintain your distance from the opposite sex. Understand? Hearing this, Guning Huan retorted, what do you mean by maintaining distance? I wouldn't let someone else's child call me dad. Hearing this, Fu Xixin grasped the main point. You're jealous of Meng Jingwen. Guning Huan was both embarrassed and angry. She's not worthy of my jealousy. I just feel that since Mr. Fu and Miss Meng's relationship is so good, you probably don't need to manage me, right? After hearing this, Fu Xixin's expression darkened. I insist on managing you. So what? Guning Huan was at a loss for words. She clenched her fists, thinking to herself, if he's already guessed it, I can't just endure it anymore. It's clearly just a marriage of convenience for our families. Why must we make things so difficult for each other? Then, she said in a small voice, I'm going to cry. Fu Xixin immediately grabbed her hand, pressing her against the wall. Guning Huan was startled by his action. She thought in a panic, what does he want to do? Suddenly, Fu Xixin wrapped his arm tightly around her waist and kissed her on the lips. Guning Huan tried her best to push him away, but couldn't, almost unable to breathe. A long moment later, he finally let her go. Guning Huan immediately escaped from Fu Xixin's embrace. Fu Xixin looked at her. Your words just now made me very angry. Guning Huan lowered her head, aggrieved and angry. Am I not the one who's been wronged? Yes, I'm wronged. I'm incredibly wronged. Then she ran off, crying. She ran back to her room, closed the door, and curled up on the bed. A chilling sensation enveloped her heart. Fu Xixin already has another woman, yet he still came to kiss me. How outrageous. The next day, Guning Huan returned home, and the maid greeted her warmly. Young mistress. You back? Guning Huan asked in surprise. Where is Fu Xixin? The maid replied, young master hasn't returned, but there's a guest. Before she could react, Meng Jingwen walked out holding Xiao Xiao's hand, smiling brightly as she said, Guning Huan, Xiao Xiao and I are here waiting for Xixin. I hope we're not disturbing you. Guning Huan turned to enter the house, saying bluntly without hesitation, no, I find you two are disturbing me. I hope you will leave. She thought to herself that she didn't want to get involved in Fu Xixin and Meng Jingwen's affairs, so she didn't want her at her place. Suddenly, Meng Jingwen said from behind, Guning Huan, I'm afraid that's not possible, because I've already arranged with Xixin to wait for him here. I have something about Xiao Xiao to discuss with him. Hearing this, Guning Huan stopped in her tracks, then turned back and frowned at her. I really don't understand. Miss Meng, if you have a date, just have a date. Why must you always bring a child along? Meng Jingwen brushed her hair back, smiling smugly. Guning Huan, your words are a bit shallow. Romantic feelings are just superficial. The strongest bond is a blood relationship. After hearing this, Guning Huan laughed coldly. Bringing a child along means you have a blood relationship with her? I couldn't care less about your relationship with Fu Xixin, but as long as Fu Xixin and I are not divorced, you're the third party. After saying that, she walked away. Being called a third party, Meng Jingwen was so angry she couldn't stand it, letting out a soft humph. When Fu Xixin walked in, he saw Guning Huan leaving. He asked worriedly, where are you going? Guning Huan yelled angrily, where I go is none of your business. Fu Xixin, I know that you and I are just in a commercial marriage, but you should have some restraint. Hearing this, Fu Xishan immediately grabbed her wrist, his voice stern. Guning Huan, what kind of scene are you making? Guning Huan replied angrily, I'm not making a scene. Let go. Then she wrenched her hand free and ran off. Meng Jingwen stood to the side, feigning grievance. Xishan, Guning Huan won't listen to you. You should go talk to her. She's been spoiled since she was a child. It's inevitable that she's a bit willful. Fu Xishan went to find Guning Huan, leaving Meng Jingwen feeling extremely annoyed, truly unhappy. Xishan, this heartless man, has never cared about any woman, yet now, the moment Guning Huan leaves, he chases after her. Guning Huan drove away. As she drove, she thought, just thinking about that Meng Jingwen makes me furious. I don't want to go back to the Gu family home. So where should I go? Suddenly, a series of urgent honks sounded. Only then did Guning Huan realize a truck seemed about to crash into her. She hurriedly slammed on the brakes, wrenched the steering wheel, and with a loud bang, the car was hit. A bystander on the side of the road screamed, "There's been a car accident." Fu Xishan, who had also caught up, immediately ran towards her car, shouting loudly, Guning Huan. He opened her car door. How did this happen? Why didn't the car's airbag deploy? Then he helped her out of the car. Fu Xishan, extremely anxious, tried to wake Guning Huan. Wake up. Guning Huan faintly opened her eyes and suddenly saw blood all around her. Blood. I'm bleeding so much, am I going to die? Then she spoke weakly. Fu Xishan, promise me. If I die, you must protect the Gu family, protect my family. I'm so tired, I can't keep my eyes open anymore. Then she passed out. Fu Xishan held her tightly, roaring, I won't let you die. Do you hear me? Guning Huan, Guning Huan. In the hospital, Guning Huan was receiving a blood transfusion. After she woke up, the nurse on duty ran to the door and said, the patient is awake, the family can go in. Fu Xishan immediately rushed into the hospital room. Seeing him, she frowned and asked, why are you here? Fu Xishan immediately threw his arms around her, his whole body trembling. Guning Huan, I'm warning you. If you die, I will absolutely not spare the Gu family. Guning Huan was startled by his action. Is he worried about me? She thought to herself, but she felt something wasn't quite right. Even if there were no feelings between them, they were still a married couple after all. Then, she suddenly coughed a few times. Fu Xishan let her go, handing her a glass of water. Drink some water. After drinking the water, she said hesitantly, thank you. When can I be discharged? Fu Xishan turned and said to her, if there are no complications, you could be discharged the day after tomorrow. Then he left. Guning Huan held her bandaged head, painfully thinking about this strange traffic accident. Could someone be trying to harm me? After I was safe, did someone tamper with my car? Outside the hospital room, Fu Xishan asked his secretary in a cold voice, have you found anything? The secretary replied, the driver who hit the young mistress has been caught and is being interrogated. Fu Xishan's voice was as cold as ice. I don't care what methods they use. They must find a mastermind behind this. At the same time, Meng Jingwen brought flowers to visit Guning Huan. Seeing her approach, Guning Huan frowned. Why is it you? What are you doing here? Meng Jingwen feigned taking the blame. I'm sorry, Guning Huan. It's all because of me that you got hit by a car. Then, she continued shamelessly. Guning Huan, I know you hate me, but I have no ill intentions towards you. We can both be by Xishan's side to help him. Hearing these words, Guning Huan frowned. What do you mean by that? Meng Jingwen said nonchalantly, Guning Huan, you grew up in a wealthy family. You must understand that it's very normal for a man to have a few lovers. I hope you can be generous enough and withdraw your hostility. Hearing this, Guning Huan clenched the blanket tightly. Then, without looking at her, she laughed coldly. If you want me to be generous with you, then I want to ask you a question. Have you and Fu Xishan slept together? Meng Jingwen was taken aback by Guning Huan's question. She exclaimed, Guning Huan, how could you say such things? Hearing this, Guning Huan laughed coldly. If you want to share a husband with me, shouldn't I ask what kind of relationship you have with my husband? An outstanding man like Fu Xishan. It's no wonder so many women throw themselves at him. How do I know if you're not the easy type? Meng Jingwen was rendered speechless by her words. Then she said again, Guning Huan, my family's upbringing is very strict, of course. How could I possibly do something like that? Guning Huan then said, if that's the case, how am I supposed to tolerate you? You are nothing to Fu Xishan. Miss Meng, besides using your child as an excuse, you should also take a good look at yourself. Meng Jingwen was cornered by Guning Huan's words. She shouted, Guning Huan, you gone too far. Then she ran off, crying aggrievedly. She ran out of the hospital. She thought with extreme anger, Guning Huan is mocking me for only knowing how to use Xiao Xiao to get close to Fu Xixin. Compared to someone like her who is just in a marriage of alliance, what right does she have to mock me? In any case, in this world, besides me, there must be someone who wants her dead more than I do. At the Fu residence, the maid reported, besides the bleeding on her head, the young mistress is fine. And today, when I saw the young mistress, I also saw Miss Meng run out crying. Fu's mother waved her hand. All right, you may leave. The maid immediately replied, yes. I'll be leaving. Fu's mother thought to herself, how will this matter develop? The next day, when Guning Huan was discharged from the hospital, she was very surprised to see Fu Xixin had come to pick her up. Guning Huan asked with some suspicion, you came to pick me up for the hospital? Fu Xixin put both hands in his pockets, looking at her intently as he said, why are you speaking so formally today? Your attitude towards Miss Meng yesterday wasn't like this. Guning Huan crossed her arms and thought to herself, I wonder what that Meng Jingwen said to him? Fu Xixin turned and said, never mind, Guning Huan, come with me. She suddenly asked, Fu Xixin, do you like Miss Meng? Fu Xixin didn't answer. This made Guning Huan a little disappointed. She thought, that's right, my relationship with Fu Xixin is just a marriage of alliance, so he doesn't have to answer my question. Upon returning home, Guning Huan suddenly noticed there were many new maids. They all bowed their heads very respectfully to the two of them. She felt it was very strange and asked, what's going on? A maid stepped forward to introduce, this is the new housekeeper. The new housekeeper walked towards the two of them and greeted, you two are back. Although I know the young master likes peace and quiet, the madam felt there were too few maids here, so I came today to reorganize things a bit. Then another maid stepped forward to report, young master, young mistress. Dinner's ready. The table was filled with dishes, extremely eye-catching and appetizing. Seeing this, Guning Huan thought to herself, this is too much. The dinner ended smoothly. The housekeeper bowed and said, young master, then I'll be taking my leave. Guning Huan lay on the bed in a daze. Feeling very tired, she asked herself, what exactly is Fu Xixin's mother planning? Then she suddenly thought of a possibility. Could it have something to do with me? Suddenly she clutched her stomach and cried out, it hurts. The phone rang. Fu Xixin picked it up, hearing her voice. Hello, Fu Xixin. I had hurt so much. Fu Xixin immediately ran worriedly towards her room. Wait a moment, I'll call the doctor right away. After the doctor's examination, he announced, the young mistress is only suffering from acute gastritis caused by overeating. Guning Huan said in embarrassment, so I just ate too much? The doctor immediately replied, yes, the young mistress just needs to take some medicine and she'll be fine. After the examination, the maid said to the doctor, this way, please. Fu Xixin couldn't help but laugh. You actually managed to eat until you were stuffed. That's hilarious. Guning Huan cried out in embarrassment. Don't laugh. She said aggrievedly, it must be from too much exercise. She clutched her stomach in pain, and Fu Xixin gently rubbed her stomach for her, saying softly, this will make it feel a little better. This scene made Guning Huan extremely embarrassed, her heart in a bit of a turmoil. Suddenly, she didn't understand why he was pinning her to the bed. Startling her, Guning Huan was pinned on the bed by Fu Xixin. He pressed close to her, holding her tightly. Guning Huan felt both uncomfortable and shy when suddenly the phone rang. The two looked at each other, and Guning Huan quickly pushed him away. It was Song Si. Guning Huan picked up the phone and answered. Hello, Song Si said in a panic. Guning Huan, you lied to me. How could you hide something as big as a car accident from me? Do you even consider me a friend? Guning Huan said flusteredly, it's my fault. I just didn't want you to worry. Rest assured, I'm fine. But Song Si on the other end retorted, I don't believe you. I have to see with my own eyes that you're okay to be at ease. I'm coming to see you tomorrow. Then Song Si immediately hung up. Guning Huan hadn't even had time to react. Huh? She was stunned. Song Si wants to come over. Doesn't that mean my secret will be exposed? The next day, Song Si arrived, and the two sat down to talk. Song Si questioned, why did you move out? Did you have a fight with your family? Guning Huan forced a smile. Not at all. She thought to herself, Fu Xixin and I are secretly married. I still haven't told her about this. Song Si said worriedly, you know, this villa area is managed by the Fu family. It's not a place you can get into just by having money. Then Song Si looked around in horror. Could it be that you're being kept? Guning Huan immediately said, stop, get that thought out of your head. Then Song Si covered her mouth with her hand. I get it. You must have been deeply hurt by Ji Zihong. Then she picked up her coffee cup. That's right. I heard that Fu Xixin and Meng Jingwen already have a child. Guning Huan immediately grabbed Song Si's collar and said irritably, that child is just Meng Jingwen's adopted son. He has no relationship whatsoever with Fu Xixin. Song Si said in surprise, what are you so angry about? Never mind. Guning Huan, I recently met a writer. His name is Ren Qian. He's not like the guys I've met before. Guning Huan questioned, how did you meet him? She thought to herself, I can't believe Song Si has already met the flowery-worded writer who caused her death so soon. Song Si recounted excitedly. The day before yesterday, I was parking my car on the side of the road and was accidentally hit by his friend's bicycle. At that time, his obnoxious friend said he absolutely wouldn't compensate me and even said some nasty things to me. Luckily, he stood up for me and even took responsibility. Then Guning Huan asked, has he compensated you yet? Song Si wasn't angry at all, just waving her hand. Not yet. His life isn't easy. I don't intend to make him pay. He's really talented, just hasn't had his break yet. I'm planning to use my dad's connections to find a poetry publisher for him to work with. Hearing this, Guning Huan crossed her arms and questioned, who even understands poetry these days? Besides, I don't think he would give up his pride for someone he just met. In her past life, that writer forced Song Si to go home and ask for money to get his book published, which led to her cutting ties with the Song family. Then Guning Huan walked over and placed a hand on Song Si's shoulder. Song Si, don't become like me. Do you remember how I treated Ji Zihong at the beginning? Song Si immediately said, I don't think he's that kind of person. Just then, they heard someone opening the door and entering. Fu Xixin appeared. Your friend is visiting? Guning Huan was startled. It's Fu Xixin. Why are you home so suddenly? Song Si asked blankly. Guning Huan, why is Mr. Fu here? Fu Xixin questioned Guning Huan. What does she mean by that? Song Si hurriedly made her excuses. I just remembered I have something to do. I'll be leaving first. Guning Huan immediately said, wait, I'll see you out. Fu Xixin spoke up. Just have the maid see her out. You stay. Guning Huan sat on the chair worriedly. I'm doomed. Fu Xixin clenched his fist and punched the wall hard. He cornered Guning Huan against the wall. You still haven't told your friend about our relationship? Guning Huan turned her face away, aggrieved. Yes. Fu Xixin was stunned. Then he turned and left. How could I forget that you threatened Grandpa with death to cancel the engagement? Do you find me that shameful? Guning Huan collapsed to the floor. Then Fu Xixin slammed the door and left. Guning Huan thought aggrievedly. Canceling the engagement was a decision from my past life. Back then, I didn't consider his feelings at all. The next day, Song Si and Guning Huan were walking together. She asked, how were your exams? Guning Huan blinked and replied, very good. I have to mention, almost all the key points you helped me outline were on the test. This exam was really easy. Then Song Si said, that was a mind map drawn by my brother, Song Jinyan. He was afraid you'd overthink it, so he didn't let me tell you. Hearing this, Guning Huan was stunned. I remember when we were little, Song Si, Song Jinyan, and I were playmates, but we grew so distant as we got older. She smiled and said, please thank your brother Song Jinyan for me. The two were chatting happily. Song Si asked her, by the way, Guning Huan, you're too much. How dare you hide the fact that you and Mr. Fu are married from me? Guning Huan smiled and said, I haven't graduated yet, so I don't want others to know about the marriage. Suddenly, Liu walked over and greeted them. Song Si, Guning Huan, I'm hosting a party. You two must come. Guning Huan immediately replied, okay. Suddenly, her phone buzzed with a notification. Guning Huan took it out to look. Gushir, why is she calling me? On the other end, Gushir said, Guning Huan, you're coming to Liu's party too, right? Zihong, and I want to attend as well. Guning Huan immediately said, what does you two attending have to do with me? Gushir immediately replied, I just hope that when we meet at the party, you won't make things difficult for me, okay? Guning Huan said impatiently, I'm going to the party to relax. As long as you don't bring Ji Zihong along to cause trouble, I won't have the time to pick a fight with you. Gushir said on the phone, since you said so, then I'm relieved. Then Gushir turned to Ji Zihong and said, now we can be sure Guning Huan will be at Liu's party. Is your stuff ready? We can't fail this time. Ji Zihong put his arm around her shoulder. Don't worry. This time, Guning Huan absolutely won't escape. He gritted his teeth and thought to himself, the whip marks on my body were given to me by that cold-blooded monster Lung Han. But if Guning Huan hadn't been so heartless to me, Lung Han wouldn't have dared to treat me like that. I will definitely make Guning Huan pay for everything I've suffered. Guning Huan thought as she walked. For some reason, I have a bad feeling. As Song Si was walking, she said in surprise, Rin Qian, why are you here? Hey, Qian Wokto. Seeing him, Guning Huan thought to herself, it's him. Rin Qian, this seemingly harmless guy. In the end, for money, he pushed Song Si onto a train, causing her to die tragically on the tracks at the prime of her life. Guning Huan approached and spoke. Hello, I am Geo Yingguan. Rin Qian acted arrogant and didn't reply. I hate these sheltered young ladies the most. Song Si tugged at his sleeve. Rin Qian, Guning Huan is my best friend. Be a little more polite. Rin Qian thought to himself, if it weren't for your money, I wouldn't bother with this. Then he had no choice but to put on an act. Miss Gu, I'm sorry. I was a bit rude just now. Guning Huan retorted. I heard Mr. Rin's friend crashed into Song Si's car, and Mr. Rin took responsibility for the compensation. When do you plan to pay that money? Song Si immediately stepped in. Ning Huan, the car accident has nothing to do with Rin Qian. Rin Qian was displeased to hear this. Miss Gu doesn't need to remind me. Once I receive my manuscript fee, I will definitely pay back the money. Guning Huan sneered. Then why not write an IOU? That would provide some peace of mind. Hearing this, Rin Qian was stunned. What do you mean? Rin Qian thought to himself, I've been writing for 5 years, always living off my parents. If I hadn't met a naive young lady like Song Si, when would I ever make it big? Song Si whispered to Guning Huan. Ning Huan, isn't writing an IOU a bit hurtful? Rin Qian thought to himself. Everything was going according to my plan, and then this brat suddenly appeared. Guning Huan said to Song Si, what's wrong with it? Besides, Song Si, didn't you say that Mr. Run is a man of integrity and keeps his word? Song Si replied, that's right. Hearing this, Rin Qian said, I came to give Miss Song the IOU. Otherwise, I wouldn't have interacted with a rude and ill-tempered girl like you. Song Si thought to herself, rude and ill-tempered? Does he think of me that way too? If that's the case, please give me the IOU. Rin Qian was frightened by this. Song Si, don't misunderstand. I wasn't talking about you. Guning Huan spoke up. If Mr. Rin dislikes me so much, then hurry up, give her the IOU, and leave. Hearing this, Rin Qian was furious. This brat. Then he said reluctantly, I don't know where I accidentally dropped the IOU. I don't have a pen and paper with me. How about I give it to Song Si next time? Guning Huan immediately took out some paper. No need for such trouble. I have a pen and paper right here. Song Si turned and whispered to her, Guning Huan, maybe we should just forget it. But Rin Qian immediately snatched the paper. I'll write it. Don't look down on people. It's just a few tens of thousands for car repairs. How dare you look down on me like this? A moment later, it's done. If there's nothing else, I'll be leaving. He sneered to himself. Song Si likes me so much. Even if I write an IOU, I won't have to pay. She'll definitely come running to apologize to me in a bit. Guning Huan turned to ask Song Si, Song Si, aren't you going to chase after him? Song Si lowered her head, clenched her fists, and left. Forget it. It turns out we're not the same kind of people. I never wanted the money in the first place. If he doesn't pay, I'll just tear up the IOU. Guning Huan immediately said, no need to tear it. I think you and he will meet again. Song Si immediately took out her phone. Then I'll block him. I'm heading back. Goodbye. Just as she unlocked it, Rin Qian was standing behind Guning Huan. Guning Huan turned around, surprised. You were following me. Rin Qian pointed at her face. You kept humiliating me just now, putting on an act in front of Song Si. What exactly is your motive? Guning Huan retorted, motive? What is there for me to gain from a dirt-poor person like you? If I were you, I would have found a job long ago, not go around swindling money from women. Rin Qian angrily lunged forward and grabbed Guning Huan's shoulders. Don't you talk nonsense. Her blocking me has something to do with you, doesn't it? Guning Huan scratched her head. Even if it does, what can you do to me? Get revenge on me? Rin Qian leaned in and questioned. Miss Gu, I'm just an ordinary person. Miss Gu doesn't like me getting close to Song Si. Could it be because you're jealous? Guning Huan was speechless. Are you trying to say that I like you, so I'm sabotaging your relationship with Song Si? Seeing his sinister smile, this guy seems like a lunatic. Who do you think you are? What talent or virtue do you possess to think that both Song Si and I like you? Hearing this, Rin Qian said angrily, Ew. Then he pulled out a knife. You damn brat. Guning Huan was horrified. Rin Qian, what are you doing? I'm warning you. Don't do anything rash. Rin Qian raised the knife. I'm going to kill you. Guning Huan quickly dodged. Looking at the sharp knife, Rin Qian, calm down. Killing me won't do you any good. Besides, this is the roadside. There are many cameras. You won't be able to escape. Hearing that, Ren Xian thought to himself, that's right, I can't go to jail for killing this brat. Seeing this, Guning Huan thought to herself, it seems he's calmed down. After that, she hurriedly opened the car door. Sitting in the car, she still hadn't recovered from the shock. How can there be such a person in the world? Arriving home, she saw the maid holding something. What are you holding? Is it a pipa? Who bought this instrument? The maid replied, Miss, this is a gift sent by Mr. Don Hai. Guning Huan was stunned. In her past life, Don Hai was a famous pipa master, and his skill in crafting pipas was also among the best in the world. Her grandfather had always wanted to commission Mr. Don to make a pipa for him, but never succeeded. Yet now, it appeared right before her eyes. An opportunity like this probably wouldn't come a second time. At this moment, as Fu Xishan was just walking up the stairs, Guning Huan began to play the pipa. The sound of the pipa was melodious and gentle. There was like raindrops tapping on the instrument's surface, and the sound suddenly became quiet. Low yet frantic notes rang in her ears, the sound becoming urgent, as if carrying a murderous aura. Fu Xishan watched Guning Huan as she played. A young lady like Guning Huan, how could she possess such fierce hatred? Why was there so much sorrow? Seeing him appear, Guning Huan immediately stopped. I'm sorry, I took the liberty of touching your pipa. Fu Xishan reminded her, don't play this piece again in the future. Then he turned and left. Guning Huan asked, then what about this pipa? He said, it's for you. Do as you please with it. Guning Huan was a little embarrassed. He was giving it to her. At this moment, Meng Jingwen and Xiao Xiao arrived. The little girl ran over, calling out, Daddy Xishan. Sister Meng said someone gave you a pipa. Can you let me see it? Meng Jingwen chased after her, calling, Xiao Xiao, don't run so fast. Be careful you don't fall. Guning Huan was very surprised. Why were they here? Xiao Xiao approached Fu Xishan. Daddy Xishan, why is that woman here? Daddy, make her leave. I'm scared when I see her. Meng Jingwen reminded her in a low voice. Xiao Xiao, don't talk nonsense. This is Xishan and Miss Gu's residence. How can you ask for her to be driven away? Guning Huan said unhappily. Residence? Miss Meng, you're not welcome here. Please leave. Xiao Xiao was stunned. Daddy Xishan, what does Annie Gu mean by that? Does this mean I can't come here to play anymore? Fu Xishan said. Guning Huan, don't scare Xiao Xiao. Then he said to the little girl, you're still young. When you're a little older, you can go to a master to learn the pipa. Xiao Xiao whined. I'm sorry, I know I was wrong. Just let me look at the pipa for a little bit. Guning Huan remained firm. No, this is a master's pipa. I can't let this spoiled child ruin it. Meng Jingwen said to her, Miss Gu, don't be so petty. This pipa was a gift for Xishan. Shouldn't we ask for Xishan's opinion? Guning Huan immediately ran over and linked her arm with Fu Xishan's. Fu Xishan is my husband. His things are naturally my things. It's my right to decide who gets to see it. Hearing this, Fu Xishan was stunned for a moment, then gave a cold laugh. Meng Jingwen, on the other hand, was extremely upset. She couldn't believe Xishan had started to care about Guning Huan when they had only been married for a short time, while she and he had known each other for over 20 years. Xishan, Xiao Xiao has no father or mother. Can you really be so heartless as to not even let her touch a pipa? Seeing this, Guning Huan thought with disgust, she's pulling the same old trick again. As long as she uses the little girl as an excuse, Fu Xishan will definitely take her side. But instead, he walked over and kissed her. Guning Huan was stunned. What was this action? Meng Jingwen watched their intimate scene, her heart aching as if it were being cut. Xiao Xiao called out, Sister Meng. Only then did she come to her senses, glaring down. Seeing this, Xiao Xiao was startled and turned her face away. Meng Jingwen clenched her fists. Initially, Fu Xishan had planned to adopt Xiao Xiao, but in order to approach him openly, I made my move first. Yet now she has appeared, stealing Fu Xishan's attention away from Xiao Xiao. What use is this little girl anymore? Then, she lifted her foot and kicked Xiao Xiao. The little girl fell to the ground, bursting into tears. Fu Xishan helped Xiao Xiao up. What's wrong, Xiao Xiao? How did you fall? Xiao Xiao sobbed and said, I bumped into Auntie Gu's hand, and she pushed me away with her hand. Meng Jingwen came over to wipe the girl's tears. Xiao Xiao, what nonsense are you saying? How could Miss Gu push you? Guning Huan said in astonishment. I didn't push her. We were standing so far apart just now. How could I have pushed her? Besides, you're the one who knows best whether I pushed her or not. Meng Jingwen bowed and apologized. Xiao Xiao must have misremembered. Please don't be angry, Miss Gu. Afterwards, Fu Xishan told the maid to call a doctor to see if she was injured anywhere. A moment later, Guning Huan brought a bandage to dress Xiao Xiao's wound. Miss Meng, I don't think you're suited to raising children. Like just now, you were clearly the one standing closest to her. Meng Jingwen covered her mouth in shock. Miss Gu, what do you mean by that? I know this child has offended you, but you can't just take her away like this. Xiao Xiao hugged Meng Jingwen. That's right, I want to stay with Sister Meng. Meng Jingwen picked Xiao Xiao up. If there's nothing else, I'll take Xiao Xiao and leave first. Once in the courtyard, Xiao Xiao suddenly pinched Meng Jingwen's arm hard. Xiao Xiao, what are you doing? Xiao Xiao said, don't you dare throw me down. There might be cameras outside. Hearing this, Meng Jingwen was stunned, only to hear the little girl continue. If they caught you making me fall on camera, Daddy Shishin wouldn't let it go easily. Meng Jingwen whispered into Xiao Xiao's ear. Xiao Xiao, I usually treat you well. Now, I just want you to sacrifice a little, and you already want to get revenge on me? Xiao Xiao replied firmly, Sister Meng, this is what you taught me. To get what you want, you have to be ruthless. Today, out of respect for the care you've given me, I'm just teaching you a lesson. Meng Jingwen laughed coldly. If it weren't for today's matter, why would I have let you get hurt? As long as Fu Xixin and I can be together, you can officially become his daughter. But what if Guning Huan gets pregnant? Xiao Xiao said in a panic. If Guning Huan gets pregnant once, I'll kill the child in her womb once. Hearing this, Meng Jingwen was very surprised. Truly a useful pawn. It's just a pity she knows how to bite back. Elsewhere, someone called out, Guning Huan. Guning Huan, in an evening gown, saw Song Si and Su Muzha walking over together. Guning Huan, you look so beautiful today. Guning Huan smiled and said, you too. She looked towards Su Muzha. In her past life, Song Si attended the party with Rin Xian, but now the person beside her was Su Muzha. Could it be that the outcome has changed? Su Muzha cleared his throat. Guning Huan, you and Mr. Fu got married without telling us a thing. Isn't that a bit much? Guning Huan was flustered. Didn't I ask you to keep it a secret for me? Song Si, I really misjudged you. Song Si immediately clarified. I really didn't say anything. It was Su Muzha who looked at my phone. The two spoke animatedly. I'll let it slide this time, but don't tell anyone else about my marriage. Just then, Gushi walked over. Ning Huan, why are you standing outside instead of going in? Are you afraid to go in because you know Qi Zihong is here? Song Si whispered to Guning Huan. Guning Huan, look, Gushi is so tin you can't even recognize her anymore. Gushi said angrily, shut up. If I hadn't been tricked by her when I went shopping with Gushi, would I have ended up like this? Su Muzha pulled her hand. Gushi turned to look at him. I heard that Song Si has been very close with a writer recently. I'm afraid it won't be long before you no longer have the right to follow her around. Su Muzha remained calm. Miss Gushi, I'm afraid your information is outdated. They're no longer in contact. Gushi shook his hand off. Song Si asked Su Muzha in surprise. You hacked my phone to check on Rin Xian? Su Muzha said, I was just worried about you. Then Song Si angrily pulled Guning Huan's hand and walked away. Guning Huan, let's go. Ignoring Su Muzha calling after them, Song Si, the party was crowded with people. People were whispering, who is that girl? I don't think I've ever seen her. The person opposite replied, that's Guning Huan. She's changed so much. Someone said they wondered if she had plastic surgery. On another side, people were also whispering, who's that really dark-skinned person? Liu didn't say she was inviting foreign guests. The person next to them sneered. That's Gushi. She's hideously ugly. Gushi heard this and became furious. You should take a look at yourself before you dare to call me ugly. The other girl said, why are you being so aggressive? Don't you know your Gu family? Seeing this, the person next to her whispered, stop it, don't say any more. Guning Huan was very surprised. What did that mean? Could it be that something had happened to the Gu family? Gu Shi and Qi Zihong walked over. Gushi, I could hear you from the doorway. Don't cause trouble. It won't be good if grandfather hears about it. Gushi turned and replied, Gu Shi, you can pretend to be a well-bred lady outside, but do you have a nerve to use grandfather to threaten me? Qi Zihong approached Guning Huan. Guning Huan, I was just afraid you wouldn't dare to come because of the relationship between us. Guning Huan questioned, what relationship is there between us? Aren't you the son of our family's gardener? Hearing this, everyone was shocked. Is that true or false? A gardener? Song Si walked to Guning Huan's side. Ning Huan, let's not waste any more time here. Let's go over there for a drink. Gu Shi angrily asked Qi Zihong, what are you looking at? Are you regretting it now that you see Guning Huan is more beautiful? Qi Zihong kept staring at her. I'm just taking a look. After tonight, you'll be my woman anyway. Gu Shi laughed coldly. Qi Zihong, if we don't get a hold over Guning Huan tonight, no one will pay off your millions in debt. Just as she reached the top of the stairs, Gu Shi bumped into someone and fell to the ground. Classmate, you bumped into me. He reached out a hand to pull her up, and Muja smiled and said, I recognize you. You're Miss Gu Sure. I heard that at old Master Gu's birthday party, Miss Gu passed off a fake stone as a gemstone. Is that true? Gu Sure was very flustered. I already explained this to my grandfather. It was the seller who tricked me. Song Si walked over unhappily. Muja, why are you talking to someone like Gu Sure? Stay away from her, lest you get infected by her viciousness. Gu Sure laughed coldly. Song Si, I know you've always been jealous of me and Guninghuan. Hearing this, Song Si was furious. Gu Sure, have you no shame? Still putting on an act even now. Muja put his arm around her waist and led her away. Let's go, it's not good to cause a scene. Song Si was still fuming. Let go of me. Gu Sure remained where she was, gritting her teeth in anger. Why on earth? Song Si and Guninghuan both have families to back them up, while I can only pretend to be deeply in love with this good-for-nothing Qi Zihong. Then, she said to Qi Zihong, the plan has changed, I don't want to wait anymore. Let's drug the wine, as long as she drinks that glass. She'll be at anyone's mercy. Qi Zihong said smugly, as long as we can get bed photos of Guninghuan. To protect her reputation, she'll have to give in. She'll obey all our demands. Gu Shi laughed coldly. Gu Sure, I thought you were so smart. Only now do I realize you're so stupid. Gu Sure questioned. Then I wonder what brilliant idea Sister Gu Shi has. Gu Shi pointed to the side. Do you really think it's appropriate for Qi Zihong to make a move at a party like this? What I mean is switch to someone else. Don't you have a lot of poor friends? Let them do it. Gu Sure hesitated. Just how much did this Gu Shi hate Guninghuan? Then she smiled and said, Gu Shi, I don't like Guninghuan either, so let's consider ourselves allies. Gu Shi looked very displeased. Allies? What right do you have? Then Gu Shi turned and left. No matter what, I'm still a granddaughter of the Gu family. Without Guninghuan, I could make you all die together in an instant. The waiter brought a glass of wine to Guninghuan. A lady asked me to give this to you. Guninghuan asked, who is it? Just then, Gu Sure and Qi Zihong walked over. Gu Shi said to her, it was me who invited you to drink. Guninghuan, I was wondering if we could talk for a bit. Gu Shi held 2 glasses of wine and handed one to Guninghuan. Ninghuan, I know I was wrong. I'm apologizing to you today. After we drink this glass of wine, let's just forget about the past. Guninghuan said coldly, I have nothing to say to you. She was about to drink the wine when she suddenly stopped and smashed the glass. You're apologizing to me? That's not like you at all. Gu Shi, what on earth are you trying to do? Gu Shi was furious. Guninghuan, you've gone too far. The wine was spilled by her. Guninghuan said bluntly, if there's nothing else, get lost. Don't keep causing trouble in front of me. After that, Gu Shi left in a rage. The plan had failed. Guninghuan said to Muja and Song Si, I'm going to the restroom for a moment. In the restroom, just as Guninghuan was about to open a stall door from behind her, a person wearing glasses and a mask, holding a large club, prepared to attack her. Guninghuan suddenly noticed. Elsewhere, at the company, the secretary reported to Fu Shishin, Sir, there's something concerning the young madam that I need to report to you. Fu Shishin was alarmed. What's wrong with her? The secretary took out a document. I just received a message saying someone has informed the entertainment reporters that at 9 o'clock tonight, the young madam will be in room 8042 of the Golden Splendor Hotel. Fu Shishin speculated that no matter how bold Guninghuan was, she wouldn't do something like this, but the news the entertainment reporters received couldn't be baseless. Then he stood up and put on his coat. To the Golden Splendor Hotel, immediately. The secretary immediately replied, Yes, sir. In the hotel room, Guninghuan sat on the bed. My head hurt so much. She looked around. Where's this? She looked at the incense burner on the bedside table. Who on earth knocked me out and even lit incense here? What kind of incense is this that makes a person feel completely drained of strength? Then she picked up a fruit knife and cut her hand. The pain might help me regain some strength. Outside, a few gangster-like men were brought over. I wonder what the girl Gu Sure found for us looks like. Hey, Guninghuan was very surprised. It seems like there's some movement outside. She held the knife and approached the door. Since I've been drugged, the person opening the door is definitely not a good person. Then came the sound of the door opening. Fu Shishin appeared. Guninghuan was very surprised. It's Fu Shishin. Why are you here? He took her hand. You're injured. Guninghuan said, I did it myself. Then she felt dizzy. Fu Shishin supported her. What's wrong? Guninghuan said, let's go quickly. There's an anesthetic drug in here. After that, Fu Shishin carried her to another place. Guninghuan lay on the bed, with Fu Shishin standing beside her. A while later, she woke up and called out, Shishin, no need to call a doctor. I know my condition. I just need to rest a bit. Fu Shishin thought to himself, is it that kind of dirty drug? Then let me help you. After that, he kissed her neck and held her hand tightly. A while later, Fu Xixin was sitting on a chair. You're awake. Are you still feeling unwell anywhere? Guning Huan walked over. Why am I here? Fu Xixin took out his phone. Take a look at this. Guning Huan took the phone and looked. Someone notified reporters to come to the room you were just in. How could this happen? Seeing Guning Huan about to leave, he asked, where are you going? Guning Huan said, I want to find out who the mastermind is. The elevator doors opened, and outside was a crowd of reporters. Gu Shi was leading them. Everyone, follow me. Then Gu Shi froze. How could this be? Shouldn't Guning Huan be in the hotel room, being humiliated by those thugs? A male reporter held all sorts of news-gathering tools in his hands. Miss Gu, why did you stop? Hurry up and take us to get the scoop on the Gu family's eldest daughter's scandal. Guning Huan crossed her arms and questioned, Scandal? I wonder what scandal I have that's worth all of you coming here to capture. Gu Shi said awkwardly, Guning Huan, it's good that you're okay. I received news that something happened to you at the hotel, so I rushed over. I didn't expect to run into reporters in the elevator. Guning Huan retorted, such a coincidence? I, on the other hand, received news that someone tipped off the media to dig up a scandal about me. Could it be related to you? Gu Shi defended herself. Guning Huan, what are you talking about? How could I do something like that? Guning Huan quickly snatched the phone from Gu Shi's hand. The message you sent to the reporter is the proof. The Gu family took you in when you were at your lowest. Ask yourself, have I treated you poorly all these years? Why would you do this? Gu Shi's eyes filled with tears. It wasn't me. Someone must have framed me. Even if you tell Grandpa, I won't admit it. Guning Huan glared at her. There's no need to bother Grandpa with such a small matter. Then, she pulled Gu Shi along. You're coming with me. Inside, it was a complete mess, with clothes thrown everywhere. The moment Xing Sidong saw Gu Shi, she rushed forward frantically. Gu Shi, why did you harm me? Gu Shi was terrified. Don't come near me. This has nothing to do with me. Xing Sidong cried out in anguish, grabbing Gu Shi. You orchestrated all of this. You ruined my innocence. Gu Shi said in a panic. How was I supposed to know it would? Guning Huan held her forehead and thought to herself. Xing Sidong isn't blameless in today's events either. She also wanted to see me ruined. Just then, Qi Zihong opened the door. So this is the place. Quick, take pictures. After that, the reporters started taking photos. Xing Sidong hurriedly covered her face. You can't take pictures of me. Guning Huan pulled Fu Xixin away. Let's go. I don't want to stay here anymore. Gu Shi was in the hotel lobby. I wonder how things turned out. She turned her head and said, wait for me a moment. I see Gu Shi. I'm going to have a word with her. Guning Huan ran up to Gu Shi. Gu Shi's plan tonight had something to do with you, didn't it? Gu Shi denied it. What plan? What nonsense are you talking about? What do I have to do with Gu Shi? Guning Huan said angrily, don't let me find any evidence, or you won't have a good end. Gu Shi thought to herself, how did she escape? Could it be that Fu Xixin saved her? Elsewhere, Gu Shi was standing with a man. We've received the money. These photos won't be published. It's just that person. Gu Shi said, what does Xing Sidong's photos have to do with me? Suddenly, the police arrived. Excuse me, are you Miss Gu Shi? Someone just filed a report about a case involving you. Please come with us to the police station to assist with the investigation. Gu Shi tried to evade, saying, I'm not going. What does this have to do with me? But she was immediately dragged away. Regardless, please come with us. Gu Shi struggled. I already said, it has nothing to do with me. Let me go. At the police station, Gu Shi stood up and called out, Lung Han, thank you for coming to bail me out. You can leave the rest for Lawyer Wang to handle for me. Lung Han said coldly, how ridiculous. Why would I come to bail you out? Gu Shi was very surprised. Then what are you doing here? Lung Han replied, I came to tell the police that if there are any developments in the case, they should contact me directly. There's no need to call the Gu family, so as not to upset Grandpa. Gu Shi clung to him. How can I go to jail? Absolutely not. Lung Han, you can't just abandon me. But Lung Han shook her hand off. You're filthy. Don't touch me. After that, he went outside to answer a call. The person on the other end asked, why are you calling me so late? Lung Han asked, eldest miss, Gu Shi is involved in a case, and it seems to be related to you. Are you all right? Guning Huan recounted, it was really dangerous. Luckily, Fu Xixin arrived in time. I don't want to worry Grandpa, so please don't tell him about this. Hearing this, Lung Han replied, as long as the eldest miss is all right, I'm relieved. Then, Lung Han thought to himself, in that case, Gu Shi brought this upon herself. In the kitchen, a maid bowed and said to Guning Huan, young madam, there's a call from the Gu family. They said it's urgent. Guning Huan took the call. Even though I don't believe it, I'm still worried about you. She earnestly protected Guning Huan. Don't worry. If Gu Shi dares to slander you, I'll definitely clear your name. Guning Huan smiled in response. Let's not talk about this anymore. It's still early. Let's go get something to eat. Not long after, the two were having lunch at a fancy restaurant. Song Si seemed to have noticed something and spoke up. Guning Huan, look, it seems like Miss Meng is over there. Seeing Guning Huan and Song Si happily eating together, Miss Meng showed a surprised expression. She approached the two and said, Miss Gu, I didn't expect you to be dining at the Shichen restaurant as well. You and I, we really are fated to meet. Miss Meng stared at Guning Huan and said in a loud voice, Miss Gu, I wonder if you know, in 3 days, there will be a cocktail party at the Westin Hotel in Jiangxing. She narrowed her eyes smugly. And Shishin's date will be me. Guning Huan was unbothered and replied bluntly, I've never liked those kinds of parties. Such commercial gatherings are not for me. Miss Meng was incredibly pleased with herself. She smiled and said, Is that so? Shishin and I might spend the night there. I wonder what Miss Gu likes. I could buy a small gift for you. Guning Huan was a little angry and quickly refused. That won't be necessary. Just then, the arrogant AIU appeared. She looked at Guning Huan with contempt, her hands on her hips, and asked, I wonder, Miss Gu here, whose card are you using to pay for your meal here? Miss Meng turned her head. She and AIU were on the same side. Meng Jingwen spoke up. AIU, if I had known your attitude towards Miss Gu was like this, I wouldn't have told you that Shishin got married. Ninghuan, she is a White Horse Film Festival Best Actress and the promotional spokesperson for the Fu family. AIU glanced at Guning Huan and said disdainfully, looking so plain, why would Shishin marry you? Guning Huan retorted loudly, now that you've offended me, aren't you afraid I'll use my position for personal revenge? AIU shouted angrily, you dare? Miss Meng pretended to be friendly and reminded her, stop talking, everyone is looking at you too. AIU walked away, looking extremely furious because she couldn't win the argument against Guning Huan. This rich young lady who has never tasted hardship, what right does she have to be so arrogant? She's already unhappy after just a few words. Miss Meng followed behind and said, all right, calm down. Let's go back to the company first. Don't you have to meet Director Zhang Xiao this afternoon? AIU replied impatiently. This afternoon, I also have to sign a contract for a high-end product from Country Y. I'm about to become their brand ambassador for Asia. Fu Shishin will have to take me seriously. A while later, AIU went to meet Director Zhang. Her manager saw her arrive and said, Miss AI, you're here. Director Zhang has been waiting for you in his office for 2 hours. AIU glanced disdainfully and said in a loud voice, you're so annoying. Even if I were a day late, Zhang Xiao would have to wait for me for his own livelihood. The manager didn't dare to argue back and just replied with a yes. AIU arrogantly pushed the door open, only to see that inside, Guning Huan was leisurely enjoying a cup of hot tea. Seeing this, AIU exclaimed in shock, Guning Huan, why are you here? She approached and questioned Guning Huan. This is the company's meeting room, not a place for you to play around. Why do you have to be sitting here? Guning Huan retorted loudly. Then what are you doing here? AIU put her hands on her hips and replied bluntly, I'm here to sign a contract, of course. My next film is a collaboration with director Zhang Xiao. Guning Huan said sharply, signing a contract? I'm afraid it won't be your turn. AIU shouted, Guning Huan, what nonsense are you spouting? What makes you think you can just decide my affairs? Guning Huan gently placed a document on the table. I had someone investigate and found out that you accepted a bribe from the Country Y company, harming the company's interests. AIU angrily yelled, ridiculous. Without me, would the Yishui company have signed a contract with you? I'm the one who made the biggest contribution. Guning Huan said seriously, I just spoke with director Zhang. I heard the investor of this film sign an agreement with you. AIU frowned you. Guning Huan said in a raised voice, I've already discussed this with Shishin. I'm afraid you won't have any activities for the entire year. AIU replied worriedly, I only said a few words to you, and you're already blacklisting me like this. She reminded her, do you know how much money Fu Shishin will lose if you do this? Guning Huan told her, this is all your own doing. The manager walked in and informed AIU. The director called and said you won't have any activities this year. In addition, the house you're living in and the company car will also be fully repossessed. Just then, Meng Jingwen walked in. AIU was so angry she gritted her teeth. It's all your fault. She rushed forward and grabbed Meng Jingwen's arm. Meng Jingwen, why did you set me up? Meng Jingwen crossed her arms. AIU, don't be so agitated. Who was it that made you famous in the first place? Wouldn't it be fine to just go and beg that person now? AIU's expression was unusual. Him? In the villa, Guning Huan went to talk to Shishin. Shishin, I'm sorry about AI dues matter. But he stroked her head. You're not in the wrong here, especially since she dared to say those harsh words right in front of you. Hearing this, Guning Huan was very surprised. You knew about this too? Shishin continued. That's right. In 3 days, I have to make a trip to Jiangcheng. Guning Huan looked unhappy. This time you're going to Jiangcheng. Are you going with Miss Ming? Shishin immediately cut her off. No. But, Mrs. Fu, is this the reason you were unhappy just now? Guning Huan said sulkily. When was I unhappy? Actually, if you had invited me, I would have gone. Then he moved closer to her, whispering in her ear, Are you reassured now? Guning Huan rested her face on the table, thinking, his personality is cold. He was raised by the Fu family as the heir since he was young, which makes it even harder to know what he's thinking. About the trip to Jiangcheng, he's probably not lying to me, right? Fu Shishin appeared from behind her. I heard from the maid that you spent the whole afternoon reading on the sofa. Guning Huan blushed. What do you want? Shishin sat down beside her. Resting his chin on his hand, he said, What do you think I want to do? Guning Huan struggled and said, I'm going to take a shower. He continued, For the 3 days I'm not home. You can go out with your friends, but you must keep your distance from male friends, and you have to be home before 9 in the evening. Hearing Shishin's instructions, Guning Huan just forced a smile. I know, I'm not a child. She thought to herself, but I still have to pay attention to Meng Jingwen's words. All day, Guning Huan was restless and uneasy. Seeing this, Song Si asked, Guning Huan, what's wrong with you? Guning Huan just said it was nothing, then opened her messages to look again. Meng Jingwen, she has sent me a friend request. The answer she wanted to know. On the plane, Fu Shishin sat in front, reading a book, while Meng Jingwen sat in the row behind. Fu Shishin and Meng Jingwen were on the same flight. The plane was taking off. The secretary said to Shishin, Mr. Fu, Miss Meng is sitting behind us. Shishin replied, I know. At the airport. Meng Jingwen followed behind Shishin. Shishin, wait for me. You're here to attend the Chamber of Commerce cocktail party at the Westin Hotel, right? What a coincidence. I also received an invitation. I see that the assistants and secretaries by your side are all men. How about I be your dance partner? But Shishin refused. That won't be necessary. Meng Jingwen was very disappointed. Shishin, this is my first time attending this kind of party. I'm a little scared. Shishin said again, I'll have my secretary help you find someone to accompany you to be your dance partner. I have other matters to attend to, so I'll be leaving first. Meng Jingwen thought to herself, fine, I shouldn't push too hard. Men don't like women who are too forward. Then she suddenly thought, that Guning Huan is completely unworthy of holding the position of Fu Shishin's wife. The position of the young mistress of the Fu family should be mine. In the university lecture hall, Guning Huan was still racking her brain. Why were Fu Shishin and Meng Jingwen on the same flight? Was it a coincidence or was it arranged? She stared at her phone. I don't believe that Fu Shishin would really lie to me. She rested her chin on her hand and sighed. But if I don't go and confirm it, that photo will become a thorn between me and Fu Shishin. Then she stood up. No matter what, I should still go and see for myself. Song Si, help me ask for a leave of absence. Song Si exclaimed in surprise, At the party, there were many distinguished guests. The secretary came to Shishin's side and said, Mr. Fu, the cocktail party is over. We can head to the airport now. The plane tickets to Country M have also been purchased. Shishin praised. Very good. Let's go. In the hotel, Meng Jingwen, wearing a seductive outfit, sat on a chair. Tonight, I must proactively offer myself to Fu Shishin. All men have their manly nature. They will definitely not refuse a woman who delivers herself to their doorstep. She looked towards the room door. The door is unlocked. She walked over. The lights inside were also off. A man with reddish-brown hair approached and kissed her on the neck. Meng Jingwen was secretly delighted. You've become like this after just a few glasses of wine. Guning Huan dragged her suitcase to the front desk. She didn't expect that she would even send her the hotel address. Guning Huan walked to the door of the room. Why would she do this? Guning Huan pushed the door slightly ajar and immediately heard a sound coming from inside. Shishin. Guning Huan froze. It was Miss Meng's voice. They were doing it. He really cheated. She felt that even if she mustered all her courage, she couldn't push this door open. She gritted her teeth. Just a day ago, I felt that spending the rest of my life with Fu Shishin would be a happy thing. Thinking about it now, it's so ridiculous. She turned and left, tears streaming down her face. It was clearly just a wealthy family marriage, yet I was the one who got emotionally invested. She tremblingly took out her phone. A message from Shishin arrived. I'm on a business trip to Country M. Is there any gift you want? Guning Huan gave a bitter smile. How ridiculous. He's still lying to me. Then she made a call. Hello, Lung Han. Lung Han answered. Eldest Mississippi. She said, sobbing. Help me prepare a few things as quickly as possible. In the villa, saw Guning Huan slumped on the ground. Song Si walked over and called out, Guning Huan, what's wrong? Guning Huan said listlessly, nothing, I just don't have any energy. The maid came out from inside. Young mistress, Xiao Xiao is here. She says she wants to borrow the pipa. Guning Huan immediately replied, don't lend it to her, tell her to go home. Hearing this, Xiao Xiao said in a precocious tone, what? Guning Huan won't lend it? Who does she think she is? Besides, how long can she stay by Daddy Shishin's side? Doesn't she know her place? The maid immediately said, I'm sorry, the young master is not home. The mistress of this house is the young mistress. She said not to lend it, so we cannot give the pipa to you. Xiao Xiao rushed forward and bit the maid's hand. How dare you stop me? Guning Huan appeared and shouted, stop? Xiao Xiao crossed her arms. I want the pipa. Please give the pipa to me. Guning Huan glared at the little girl. You bit someone, and you still want me to give you the pipa? Who gave you that courage? Meng Jingwen? Xiao Xiao retorted stubbornly. You're Daddy Shishin's wife now, so I can't bully you. But my older sister said, the young mistress of the Fu family will be replaced. Guning Huan was stunned for a moment. You're still young. Don't be so insolent. As long as Fu Shishin and I are not divorced, I am the mistress of this house. Xiao Xiao even pointed straight at Guning Huan's face. I can't be bothered with you now. When Daddy Shishin comes back, I'll have him stand up for me. Guning Huan said to the maid, go get a rope. Guning Huan stood with her hands on her hips, glaring. If you're not taught when you're young, what will you become when you grow up? Xiao Xiao cried out in alarm. Annie, what are you trying to do? Guning Huan turned and said to the maid, tie Xiao Xiao to the tree. Let her down when she's willing to admit her mistake. Xiao Xiao yelled fiercely, you dare? Afterwards, Xiao Xiao was tied to the tree trunk, while Song Si and Guning Huan sat on a bench nearby. Ning Huan, you've been unhappy these past few days. Is it because of Mr. Fu and Miss Meng? Guning Huan recounted to Song Si, I flew to Jiancheng and heard with my own ears the two of them were, forget it, Song Si said in a panic. Then what do you plan to do? Guning Huan thought for a moment. I have to remember that Fu Shishin saved me several times. If he hadn't saved me, I would have died in that car accident. Song Si asked her again. Then what's in the paper bag that Lung Han gave you? Guning Huan pondered. Where can I go to escape all of this? This place. Elsewhere, Fu Shishin was working but drifted into thought. It's been many days, and he still hasn't received any reply from her. The secretary walked over and called out, Mr. Fu, the plane tickets back to the country for 9 o'clock tomorrow morning have been booked. Fu Shishin ordered. Inform the Fu family that I'm returning tomorrow. And tell Guning Huan to pick me up at the airport. The secretary also muttered to himself, yes, why doesn't Mr. Fu just call and tell her himself? At home, the maid came to inform Guning Huan, young mistress. The young master's secretary said, he'd like you to take a call. Guning Huan picked up the phone. What is it? The secretary told her, Mr. Fu is returning to the country tomorrow and would like to ask the young mistress to come to the airport. Guning Huan thought angrily, isn't he afraid that I'll lose control if I see Meng Jingwen? Tell him I'm not going. The secretary said on the phone, young mistress, are you joking with me? You'll definitely go to the airport to pick him up tomorrow, won't you? Guning Huan sighed. Tell him my leg is injured, and I also have to play my game. Goodbye. The secretary was stunned. Hello, young mistress. Why did you hang up? Fu Shishin, radiating a murderous aura, appeared behind him. The secretary was startled. Mr. Fu, why are you here? Fu Shishin immediately said, go investigate what game Guning Huan is playing and use the fastest speed possible to acquire that game software for me. The secretary asked through gritted teeth, and what after we acquire it? Fu Shishin said coldly and walked away. Take it off the shelves and cease its operations. The secretary was shocked. He must be joking. Song Si said worriedly, Guning Huan, you rejected Mr. Fu so bluntly. Is he really not angry? Guning Huan replied, Fu Shishin doesn't care about my existence at all. It's fine if I don't go. The next day, Guning Huan held a bouquet of red roses in her hand and then carefully arranged them in a vase. Fu Shishin questioned, why didn't you reply to my messages? Who gave you the flowers? Guning Huan said bluntly, what does that have to do with you? From today on, I'm sleeping in the guest room. Mr. Fu, welcome home. After speaking, she turned and left. Fu Xixin was very surprised. What's going on? I work hard to finish everything as soon as possible to come back to her early, yet she doesn't care about me at all. Then he called his secretary back to the company. The secretary quickly replied, yes. Guning Huan sat in her room, lost in thought. He's clearly the one who wronged me. Well, why does he have to be angry? He doesn't care about our relationship at all. The maid approached and called her. Young mistress, why are you sitting here? Guning Huan asked indifferently, is something the matter? Then the maid presented a gift box. The young master said, this is a gift he bought for you in America. Guning Huan immediately said, just leave it there. Who's in the mood to open gifts? She rested her chin on her hand, sitting there bored. If I could transmigrate one more time, I would absolutely not go to Jiangsheng. This villa is filled with Fu Xixin's presence everywhere, making it impossible for me not to think of him. I have to get out of here. A moment later, the maid said in surprise, young mistress, where are you going? Please don't be so impulsive. Guning Huan, dressed neatly, said, I'm going abroad for a few days. I'll be back in a few days. Suddenly, Meng Jingwen walked over. Miss Gu, long time no see. Where's Xixin? Is he home? Seeing the mark on her neck, that hickey, does she not care about her image? Seeing her, Guning Huan became angry. What are you doing here? Meng Jingwen questioned. Miss Gu, you're packing your bags. Where are you planning to go? Could it be that Xixin has already told you about us? Is that why you couldn't stand it and decided to run away from home, try to force Xixin to submit to you? After that, the two sat down to talk. Meng Jingwen lifted her coffee cup. I've only been here a few times, and your maid already remembers how I like my coffee. Guning Huan immediately asked, what exactly are you trying to say? Meng Jingwen then put her cup down. That night in Jiangsheng, when I woke up, I realized I had called you. Regarding Xixin and me, I'm truly sorry you had to find out in such a direct way. Guning Huan stared at her, realizing she had come here to provoke her. Then Guning Huan slung her bag over her shoulder. I'm not interested in what's between you and Xixin. As she spoke, she stood up. I hope you won't waste any more of my time. I have things to do. Meng Jingwen immediately grabbed Guning Huan's wrist, but she shook it off. Let go. Meng Jingwen said sarcastically, Miss Gu, where are you going? I haven't finished speaking yet. Guning Huan frowned. Meng Jingwen, don't go too far. Meng Jingwen said arrogantly, not going to pretend like nothing's wrong anymore. Guning Huan, you must hate me very much right now, don't you? Guning Huan said angrily, so that's it. You just want me and Fu Xixin to get a divorce. Originally, before you came, I'd already considered it. But now, I've decided I want you to forever bear the title of the other woman. Meng Jingwen was stunned. Guning Huan, have you no shame? Xixin and I have already slept together, and you're still shamelessly clinging to him. Guning Huan immediately said, I have a marriage certificate, do you? Meng Jingwen rushed forward and grabbed her by the collar. Guning Huan, sooner or later, Xixin will abandon you to be with me. Guning Huan sneered, is that so? If you're so patient, why don't you go convince Xixin instead of coming to me? Meng Jingwen then let go, thinking to herself, I came here today to provoke Guning Huan, hoping her spoiled princess temper would make her divorce Xixin. But now, after that night in Jiangsheng, Xixin was gone when I woke up. After that, Xixin didn't contact me either. If I take the initiative to call Fu Xixin, it would make me seem too cheap. I can't do that. Guning Huan guessed, if there's nothing else, get lost. Or do you want to end up like Xiao Xiao? Meng Jingwen was startled, then turned and left. A normal woman who finds out her husband is cheating should be crying and making a scene. She seems unconcerned, so she must have married Xixin only for his money. Afterward, Guning Huan exhaustedly collapsed onto the chair. Really, nothing good ever comes from anything related to her. My head feels like it's about to explode. The maid came over and called out, Ma'am, you're awake. Guning Huan slowly opened her eyes. What happened to me? The maid recounted, you fainted just now, so I called a doctor. The doctor said your body isn't getting enough rest. Plus you caught a cold. Guning Huan thought to herself, I've caught a cold again. It must be from that night. I went to Jiangsheng and sat in the coffee shop all night. The maid brought the medicine over and called, Ma'am, this is the medicine the doctor prescribed for you. She said, just leave it there. Then the maid continued, also, I've already called the master to inform him that you're sick. Guning Huan was very surprised. You shouldn't have told him. I don't want to see him right now. Suddenly, Fu Xixin pushed the door open and walked in, calling her Ning Huan. But she immediately pulled the blanket over her head. Guning Huan, do you think you can escape by hiding under the blanket? Why don't you know how to take care of yourself? The maid called him. Master, the mistress is sick. Then he pulled the blanket off. Guning Huan said irritably, "What are you doing?" Fu Xishan reminded her, "Sit up and take your medicine." Guning Huan said listlessly, "You can go out. I can take it myself. I don't want to see you." Fu Xishan sighed. Then he sat down on a chair, crossed his arms, and questioned, "Did you buy the flowers today yourself? Why didn't you say so? And that day, I didn't know you had also come to Jiangshan." Guning Huan just lowered her head. "You don't need to say any more. I don't want to hear it." Then Fu Xishan called to her, "Then take your medicine." Guning Huan miserably refused. "I won't." Fu Xishan immediately took a mouthful of the medicine and fed it to her mouth to mouth. "You really had to do this the hard way." Guning Huan then flopped onto the bed. "He just fed me the medicine and left, not caring about me at all." Fu Xishan, that hateful man, how could he treat me like this? A while later, Guning Huan had fallen asleep. Fu Xishan looked at his phone, lost in thought. A moment later, Guning Huan woke up. "How long was I asleep? Where's my phone?" Walking out into the hallway, she heard the sound of stir-frying from the kitchen. Guning Huan was surprised to see Fu Xishan in the kitchen wearing an apron. The two of them locked eyes, both stunned. Guning Huan said shyly, "I'm a little hungry." Fu Xishan immediately said, "The food is ready. Come and eat." Guning Huan said listlessly, "No need. I can just order takeout. It's better if we keep our distance." Fu Xishan took off his apron and called to her, "Come here quickly." Guning Huan was surprised to see the food already set on the table. The atmosphere suddenly became quiet. Fu Xishan said to her gently, "By the way, I've given the house staff 3 days off." Guning Huan lowered her head. "What do you mean by that? For these 3 days, it's just him and me in the house? What bad luck. Maybe I should move out, but what if Meng Jinwen comes over after I leave? This is so annoying. What on earth is he trying to do?" As Fu Xishan cut his steak, he asked, "You don't seem too happy about being alone with me for 3 days, do you?" Guning Huan, startled, broke into a cold sweat. "Not at all. I was just thinking about what we would eat for these 3 days." Fu Xishan immediately said, "I cooked today. You can cook next time." Hearing this, Guning Huan was very surprised. "Me? I cook? I'm afraid you won't be able to swallow it. I've never cooked at the Gu family home. Besides, I'm a patient. I need to rest." Fu Xishan immediately said, "If you hadn't stayed up all night, would you be in this state?" Then he rested his chin on his hand. "However, it's not impossible for me to cook, but I have a condition." Guning Huan said in surprise, "What do you want?" He pointed to his side. "I've seen every part of you from head to toe. All I need is some sincerity." Guning Huan was very surprised to hear that. Sincerity? Then she went over and started massaging his shoulders. Like this? Seeing this, Fu Xishan was helpless. "Am I that easy to bribe?" Then he rested his chin on his hand. "Forget it. Let's change the condition. You have to grant me one wish." "As for what wish, I'll tell you when I've thought of it." That evening in the villa, Song Si was on the phone. "Guning Huan, I'm seriously about to be driven crazy by my sister. Why don't you come hang out with me?" Guning Huan said listlessly into the phone, "Just ignore her. Let's play some games to unwind." Song Si said sadly, "I want to, but the game has been taken down." Hearing this, Guning Huan was very surprised. When did that happen?" Song Si said while painting her nails. "Just 2 days ago. It seems like something happened with the company. Let's go see a play. I happen to have 4 tickets. We can find 2 guys to go with us." Guning Huan quickly said, "Don't find any guys, just the 2 of us is fine." Suddenly, the call was cut off. Guning Huan walked over to Fu Xishan. "Why isn't Song Si picking up anymore?" Fu Xishan immediately asked, "Going where?" Guning Huan told him, "Song Si invited me to see a play." Fu Xishan immediately stood up. "You just recovered from your illness. I'll take you." But she immediately refused. "There's no need. What if he runs into the other guys?" He immediately retorted, "You are my wife. It's only right that I do so. Don't refuse." Guning Huan held her face and thought worriedly, "I'm doomed." The car started moving. Guning Huan sat in the car, answering her phone. "Hello." A voice came from the other end. "This is Su Muja. Song Si and I are waiting for you at the theater entrance." Song Si's phone fell into the water, so she couldn't contact you. "Just call me when you arrive." Then Guning Huan asked in a low voice, "By the way, besides you, are there any other guys?" Fu Xishan, driving in the front, wondered to himself, "Why is she sitting in the back seat? Is she hiding something from me?" At the theater entrance, Song Si and Muja were waiting. Song Si waved. "Guning Huan, we're over here." Seeing it was just the 2 of them, Guning Huan breathed a sigh of relief. Good, Song Si didn't bring any other guys. But Song Si saw that Fu Xishan had also come What's this? Why is Fu Shishin with you? Guning Huan forced a smile. He was just supposed to drop me off, but now he says he wants to watch. What about you? Why are you with Su Muja? Song Si immediately said, don't mention it. Rinqian called me just now, and he happened to be right next to him. As a result, I slipped, and my phone fell into the water. Guning Huan leaned in and whispered in her ear, don't you think he did it on purpose? Song Si said in surprise, no way. Why would he do that? Guning Huan questioned, don't you see that Su Muja treats you differently? Song Si exclaimed in surprise, huh? Muja approached and spoke. The play is starting, let's go in. During the play, the actors were performing on stage. Why are you two in the same bed? This is a misunderstanding. Let me explain. Guning Huan, sitting next to Fu Shishin, felt as if the line was directed at her. This cliché love story is so boring. Then she leaned on his shoulder and fell asleep. Fu Shishin was very surprised. I really don't get it. If you're so tired, why not rest at home? Muja passed a bottle of water over and asked, want some water? Song Si said in surprise, no, thank you. Could it be true what Guning Huan said, that Su Muja has feelings for me? What do I do now? I can't even focus on the play anymore. She secretly glanced at Guning Huan and saw Fu Shishin supporting her as she slept. This man doesn't seem as bad as Guning Huan says. Muja immediately touched her cheek. Why are you spacing out? Song Si said angrily. I've told you so many times, don't poke me with your hand. Later, the car was on its way back. Guning Huan rubbed her eyes in the car. How did I end up in the car? Fu Shishin immediately said, you fell asleep during the play. I couldn't wake you no matter how I tried, so I had to carry you to the car. Hearing this, Guning Huan was stunned. Carried? How embarrassing. Suddenly, the phone rang. Song Si said on the phone, hello, Guning Huan. I've been thinking for a long time, and I don't think Su Muja has those kinds of feelings for me. We've known each other for so many years. If he liked me, why hasn't he confessed? Guning Huan replied, maybe he's not sure if you'd say yes. By the way, I fell asleep during the play earlier. Song Si immediately cut her off. Guning Huan, you were leaning on Mr. Fu, and he didn't dare to move an inch. He just held that position for the entire play. Guning Huan was stunned. Is that so? Song Si also said seriously, Guning Huan, I don't think Fu Shishin is as bad as you say. Is there some misunderstanding between you two? Guning Huan pondered. Could it be that I misunderstood him about the incident in Jiangshan? Thinking back, I didn't see Fu Shishin at all that day, and the next day, Lung Han came to find me. She asked in surprise, Lung Han, why are you here? Did Grandpa send you? Lung Han smiled, holding a cake box. I remembered the eldest Miss likes the sweets from this shop, so I bought some on my way. Miss, your youngest uncle, Gu Qian, has returned. The old master asked me to call you back for a reunion. Young Miss Nana also returned with your youngest uncle. Guning Huan thought to herself, Gu Qian is Grandpa's youngest son, spoiled rotten since childhood. In my past life, the Gu family was ruined at his hands. To seize control of the company, he sold all the properties Grandpa left me and even conspired with Gu Shi to send me to prison. In this life, I must give them a proper welcome. Arriving back at the Gu family home, Gu Shi and Gu Nana were sitting and chatting together. Gu Shi sat in front, lifting her teacup and thinking to herself, the fake act these two are putting on is truly nauseating. Lung Han led Guning Huan in and announced, Old Master, the eldest miss is back. Guning Huan greeted them, grandfather, youngest uncle. Gu Qian smiled back at her, Ning Huan, it's been a long time since your youngest uncle has seen you. I didn't expect you to be so beautiful now. Guning Huan looked at them. If it weren't for the memories from her past life, who would believe he was a swindler? Gu Nana immediately stood up. Guning Huan, I'm majoring in directing in Country M. I want to find a company for an internship during the summer break. Since Mr. Fu has an entertainment company, I'll just do my internship there, okay? Seeing this, Guning Huan thought to herself, I didn't expect her to get straight to the point so quickly. Gu Nana had been spoiled by her youngest uncle since she was a child, making her arrogant and willful, and she was grandfather's favorite granddaughter. Seeing Guning Huan didn't answer, she frowned. Guning Huan, I'm asking you a question. Gu Qian placed a hand on Gu Nana's shoulder. We're all family. How could Ning Huan possibly refuse such a small matter? Guning Huan spoke up. I've never been involved in Shishin's company matters, so even if I wanted to help, I can't. Gu Nana said angrily, Guning Huan, what do you mean by that? Just because you're Mrs. Fu now, You're starting to put on airs? Gu Qian forced a smile. Guning Huan, if it were just a small matter, your youngest uncle wouldn't dare to trouble you. But this internship concerns Nana's future. Guning Huan replied, youngest uncle, Fu Xishan and I have only been married for a short time. If I start meddling in his company's affairs now, what will the Fu family think of me? Regarding Nana's matter, my hands are truly tied. Gu Qian said angrily, Ning Huan, you're right. It was your youngest uncle who wasn't being considerate. Gu Shi, who was beside them, added, Ning Huan is the young mistress of the Fu family, so it's normal for her to think of the Fu family's interests. Gu Nana came closer. Guning Huan, I haven't been back to the Gu family home in years. Can you show me around? Guning Huan immediately refused. Let Gu Shi go with you. Aren't you two very close? Gu Shi immediately made an excuse. I sprained my ankle yesterday. Why don't you go, Sister Guning Huan? Grandfather then spoke up. Ning Huan, you take Nana for a walk. Guning Huan thought to herself, what trick are they trying to pull now? Then let's go. Gu Nana followed behind Guning Huan. She spoke up. Guning Huan, we haven't seen each other in years, and you've become so beautiful. Which hospital did you go to for work? Guning Huan couldn't be bothered to pay her any mind. What? You're ignoring me. I know you're arrogant, but I want to give you a piece of advice. Gu Nana pointed at Guning Huan. Fu Xishan is not someone you can have all to yourself. If you know what's good for you, leave him soon. Guning Huan questioned, did you ask me out here just to talk about this? Nana frowned. Do you really not get what I mean? Nana put a hand to her forehead. Oh, right. Domestic universities can only produce students of this caliber. How can you compare to an overseas student like me? After saying that, she walked away. Forget it. There's nothing nice to see anyway. Guning Huan thought to herself, didn't she only go to study abroad because she failed to get into a domestic university? Nana returned and said to Grandfather, Grandfather, I think it would be better for Guning Huan to study abroad. What good universities are there in this country anyway? Guning Huan stood outside, thinking, Imperial Capital University is the top comprehensive university in the country. I don't see any problem with it. Besides, I'm already married. I don't want to be away from my husband for that long. Nana said in surprise, so what if you're married? Many women get divorced to advance their careers these days. Guning Huan forced a smile. I just feel that being Mrs. Fu right now is quite good. I don't have to worry about working so hard. Gu Shi, sitting in front, called out, Guning Huan, Nana is just trying to do what's best for you. Guning Huan immediately retorted, Gu Shi, you go to the same school as me, and you're not married yet. Why don't you go study abroad? Gu Shi immediately said, no way, are you kidding? I haven't gotten what I want yet. How could I possibly leave? Guning Huan questioned, why not? Gu Shi waved her hands in refusal. Grandfather, what Nana said earlier made sense to me, but now that I hear what Guning Huan said, I think she's right too. I already have someone I like, so I want to stay by his side. Hearing this, Nana gritted her teeth. That wretched Gu Shi doesn't know what's good for her. Grandfather smiled and said, then I won't force you. I'll prepare a generous dowry for you in the future. Gu Shi smiled to herself, thinking, the dowry I want is probably something you can't afford to give. Then Gu Qian approached Grandfather, Dad, about the matter I mentioned to you last time. Should we discuss it again? Guning Huan said in surprise, youngest uncle and grandfather are discussing business. Are we allowed to listen in? Gu Qian said to her unhappily, Guning Huan, why are you suddenly so interested in company matters? Guning Huan scratched her head. I'm just curious. After all, Gu Shi and Gu, she will want to join the company later on. Hearing this, Gu Shi said, youngest uncle, I think Guning Huan is right. There's no harm in us hearing about company matters a little earlier. Gu Qian was so angry he gritted his teeth. Fine. Recently, I've been eyeing a piece of land in Huicheng. If we buy it and flip it, we can make 3 billion. Guning Huan said in surprise, but Huicheng is a famous nature reserve. Land there has never been sold to the public. I wonder how youngest uncle managed to get that piece of land. Besides, my brother's also at the Gu Group. Why haven't I heard my brother mention such a large investment? Gu Qian said with a laugh, actually, I've already told your brother about this, but he felt the risk was too high, so? Grandfather immediately said, it's good that you know. If it fails, the entire Gu Group will go down the drain with this project. Gu Qian frowned, Dad. Gu Qian turned to Guning Huan and said, it's good to be cautious in life, but in the business world, how can you make money if you're always so hesitant and indecisive? Hearing this, Guning Huan said, "Youngest uncle, my brother will be back the day after tomorrow. Everyone here is a senior executive of the group, so we should discuss it together." Gu Qian thought to himself, I was planning to persuade the old man while Gu Yin wasn't here. I didn't expect Guning Huan to ruin everything. I really underestimated her. Then grandfather thought for a moment that piece of land in Huicheng, it would be hard to get it without 20 billion. We should still consider it carefully. Let's just do as Guning Huan says for this matter. Gu Qian said angrily, Dad. Guning Huan was pleased with herself. The reason she came back this time was precisely for her youngest uncle's matter. Now that it's settled, it's time to go home. But Nana grabbed her arm. Guning Huan, why are you meddling in the company's affairs? Are you useless? So you want the whole company to be like you and become useless too? Guning Huan said in surprise, I'm useless? Gunana, if you thought what I said was wrong, why didn't you refute it just now? Gunana was stunned. Then Guning Huan turned and left, someone who studied abroad. How disappointing. Arriving back at the Fu residence, a housekeeper called out, Young mistress, I was sent by Madam. You can call me Annie Lee. Madam was worried that young mistress and the young master had no one to take care of them, so she sent me over. Guning Huan replied, Then I'll have to trouble you. Auntie Lee. Inwardly, she was overjoyed. This is great. I don't have to let Fu Shishin cook anymore. In the study, Guning Huan was looking up documents. The documents confirmed that there were indeed plans to sell the land in Huicheng. It was a good project, but for the Gu Group at present, it was a very risky move. According to her memories from her past life, the Gu Group's bankruptcy was related to this piece of land. There might be some conspiracy involved. In the evening, she and Fu Shishin were having dinner together. Fu Shishin looked at her and thought to himself, what does Mom mean by this? She deliberately gave the housekeeper time off, wanted me to have some private time with Guning Huan. In the end, she sent another housekeeper over. Seeing Guning Huan still eating calmly and this person in front of him, I've been home for so long and she hasn't said a single word. Guning Huan was just focused on eating, thinking to herself, I heard youngest uncle has already persuaded several directors and is planning to have them convince grandfather. My brother is coming back tomorrow. I hope this matter can be resolved perfectly. Then she let out a sigh. Fu Shishin was very surprised to see this. Annie Lee opened the door and peeked in. They're clearly a loving newlywed couple. But what's to be done about this situation? This time, Madam sent me here not only to take care of the young mistress's daily life, but also with another mission. The next day, the car was driving on the road. Gu Yin and Guning Huan were sitting in the car. I heard youngest uncle has a gambling debt of 2 billion. It seems he wants to use the Huicheng project to fill this hole. If this were really a good project, I wouldn't say anything. Youngest uncle has booked a room in this hotel to persuade grandfather. You should have arrived by now. Gu Qian saw the two of them arrive. What are you two doing here? Gu Yin spoke up. Youngest uncle, why would you say that? You and I work in the same company, so I should also be here to listen in on this project, shouldn't I? Gu Qian looked at Guning Huan again. Then what about Guning Huan? Today's meeting is very important. It's not a place for a child to come and go as she pleases. Guning Huan replied to him, Youngest uncle should let me in too. After all, I also have shares in the company. Gu Qian said impatiently, fine, then come in together. In the meeting room were several major shareholders. Besides grandfather and 2 people she didn't know, the rest were all youngest uncle's cronies. Grandfather spoke up, Gu Yin, Guning Huan, why are you two here? Gu Yin walked in. We heard that youngest uncle and grandfather were discussing business, so we rushed over, hoping we didn't miss anything. Guning Huan looked inside. It's him, the director the Gu Group hired after the Gu family went bankrupt in her past life. Based on the current situation, the mastermind who wanted to buy this land to make the Gu Group go bankrupt is him. Guning Huan speculated, if that's the case, is today's acquisition of the Huicheng land also related to the Gu Group? Gu Qian suddenly got angry. Guning Huan, didn't you hear Mr. Huang greet you? You must toast Mr. Huang a glass of wine as a penalty. Guning Huan immediately said respectfully, I'm sorry, I was distracted for a moment, but a toast isn't necessary. Youngest uncle is getting more and more out of line. The Gu Group and Huicheng are cooperating from different positions. As partners, why should we be so subservient? Mr. Huang gave a forced laugh. Haha, it is indeed we who were impolite. Ning Huan, I won't hold it against you, but today is all about esteemed guests. You must not be rude. Then he approached grandfather, Dad. Huicheng only has 1 piece of undeveloped land left. As long as Huang Ming agrees to approve it, we can break ground and sign the contract. Grandfather hesitated. Mr. Huang immediately stood up. If the old master still hasn't made up his mind, then let's just forget it. Gu Qian immediately stopped him. Aren't we in the middle of a discussion? Rest assured, the Gu group will definitely get this piece of land. Grandfather then said, the price of this deal is not small. I hope Mr. Huang will allow us to discuss it a bit. Guning Huan, however, rested her chin on her hand and said, I don't think we can buy this land. Everyone started to murmur. Gu Qian said angrily, Guning Huan, know your place? Is it your turn to speak on business matters? Guning Huan replied to him, don't be hasty, youngest uncle. I haven't finished speaking. The land is indeed very good, but within a 5-kilometer radius, there have been news reports of people digging up ancient artifacts. We should be a little cautious. What if something is discovered during construction? It will affect the project, and we might even have to halt construction. Gu Qian was shocked. He didn't expect Guning Huan to know. This is all just your speculation. There's no proof. Guyan immediately said, I agree with my sister's opinion. The Gu group needs stability. We shouldn't risk the entire company for one piece of land. Gu Qian forced a smile. Dad, Guning Huan, and Guyan don't know what they're talking about. Don't listen to them. Grandfather then said, I think we should just drop this project. Then grandfather stood up. Ning Huan, Guyan, let's go. Mr. Huang let out a cold laugh. Old Master Gu, business waits for no one. If you miss this opportunity, you won't get another. Gu Qian said angrily, Guning Huan, you've ruined this project. I won't let you off the hook. Guning Huan replied, youngest uncle, don't misunderstand. I did this for the Gu family. It should be me not letting you off the hook. Grandfather stood outside the car. You did very well today. Guning Huan stood before him. Thank you, grandfather. I don't understand anything about business. I just happened to find some news online. I saw something unusual in the news, so I couldn't help but consider that possibility. She watched the car drive away, but she knew she wouldn't be so lucky next time. Then she looked at Gu Yan. From now on, I must study hard and help my brother secure the Gu family's position soon. At the Fu residence, Fu Shishin was talking to his mother. She asked, do you really need this relationship? Fu Shishin answered, yes, I hope you won't interfere. She continued, I have already made concessions within my authority. As the matriarch of the Fu family, she does not satisfy me. Fu Shishin defended, you don't understand her. But she immediately said, forget it. I didn't expect you to understand my intention in sending Aunt Li over so quickly. Don't forget what you promised me. The maid walked over and said to him, young master, Miss Meng has been waiting all afternoon. She's insisting on seeing you. Fu Shishin stopped in his tracks. Let her wait. I don't want to see her. Song Si said to Guning Huan, let's go intern at Mr. Fu's company, the entertainment one. My husband happens to be there too. Guning Huan was a little hesitant. Who is your current husband? Song Si said shyly. Do you even have to ask? It's a Nan, of course. I'm truly impressed by the Fu Group's promotional abilities. You have to know, my Nan struggled in the entertainment industry for a long time before signing with them. If we can intern there, we can shorten the distance to a Nan. Guning Huan said helplessly, I think you should calm down a bit. Song Si continued, Ning Huan, I really want to go. Besides, we're about to graduate. We need some pre-graduation experience. Guning Huan thought to herself, she has a point. Then I'll try asking Shishin. Song Si reminded her, also, don't tell Su Muja about the internship. At the company, the employees were gossiping. I really don't get these rich young ladies. They have so much money at home, yet they come here to compete with us for our jobs. The two of them were sitting in front of a computer. How do you know? Look at her home address. Just then, Shun Rue arrived. Director Shun, why are you here? He immediately ordered, print me a copy of these two's resumes. They complied, ah yes. Shun Rue then handed them to Fu Shishin. Here are the resumes you wanted. CEO Fu, should I arrange good positions for your wife and her friend? Fu Shishin said at once, no need. If she wants to intern, just arrange it as usual, but don't let others bully her. Shun Rue replied, yes. Suddenly, the phone rang. Guning Huan spoke. Shishin, I'm sorry for making you agree to my and Song Si's unreasonable request. Song Si really wants to see a Nan. Fu Shishin then asked, what about you? Do you like? Guning Huan cut in, of course I do. It's Yuan Jing. The movie he's in is currently showing. It seems he's also with the Fu Group. I wonder if I can meet him at the company. But that's not the reason I came to the company. Suddenly, Fu Shishin hung up on his end. Huh? Why'd he hang up? Song Si immediately said, he's definitely jealous. Guning Huan was confused. How could that be? Our relationship isn't what you think it is. At the company, Fu Shishin called Shun Rue, informed Yuan Jing's manager. Don't let him show up at the company for the next 2 months. Shun Rue was stunned. An employee came to ask, where would you two like to intern? She was unhappy inside. What a nuisance. Song Si immediately said, can we work alongside Nan? At the film set, and Nan was getting his makeup done, Song Si's eyes lit up the moment she saw him. Wow. Guning Huan was speechless and smiled. Mayan crossed her arms and asked, "Who are these two?" Her assistant said, "I heard they're new assistants assigned to Anan by the company." Mayan thought to herself, "I hate these flirty, giggling types the most. Have someone keep a close eye on them for me." Guning Huan was carrying a box outside. Fu Xixin sat in the car up ahead, observing her. Suddenly, a young man came up from behind and patted Guning Huan on the shoulder. The two of them turned to talk. Fu Xixin, sitting in the car, propped his chin on his hand and stared. "I just came to see how your internship was going, and look at you, happily talking and laughing with another man." Then Guning Huan pointed to the side. "Over there." Fu Xixin followed behind her. "I thought you were working. I didn't expect you to be so idle, having such a pleasant chat with someone." Guning Huan turned around and asked, "Why are you here?" Fu Xixin questioned, "Who was that man you were just talking to?" Guning Huan then said, "That's Song Si's older brother. He came here to find her." "Oh, right. I have to go home a little late today." Fu Xixin was surprised. "Why?" Guning Huan said shyly, "Song Si has been on set with Anan all afternoon. I guess it'll take some time to drag her back." Suddenly, someone from behind said, "What did you say?" Guning Huan turned around in shock. "Su Muja, why are you here?" Muja immediately said, "Guning Huan, you and Mr. Fu can go back first. Just leave Song Si for me to handle." Guning Huan was alarmed. "Oh no." The next day, Guning Huan woke up. "My head hurts." She sat up. "Ugh, I shouldn't have drunk so much. After coming back with Fu Xixin last night, I went out to meet a friend. I wonder how Song Si is doing." Fu Xixin sat beside her, chin in hand. "You're finally awake." Guning Huan was startled. "Why are you in my bed? This isn't the first time." Guning Huan frowned. "But you said..." "My sleeping posture is bad." Fu Xixin cut in. "You don't want rumors of our disharmonious marriage to get out, do you? Mom sent Aunt Lee over. Don't you understand her intentions yet?" Only then did Guning Huan become pensive. After that, the two of them dressed in business attire, linking arms, having to be very intimate, then sat at the dining table feeding each other, having to be very intimate, even leaning closely against each other while reading. Guning Huan was a little unhappy. "Why does it feel like I've fallen into a trap?" Then she turned on the TV. "This is the news. A major fire broke out at a seaside villa. The famous star Nan and a young master of the song group are both missing." Guning Huan was horrified. "This is about Song Si's family. Could have been yesterday. How did Song Si's brother know Anan?" At the company, a colleague approached Guning Huan's desk. "Ning Huan, translate this document into English and give it to me. Also, someone's outside looking for you." "Outside? What's the matter?" Seeing Guning Huan, Mayan said angrily, "Where is that bitch Song Si now?" Guning Huan reminded her, "Please speak more politely. If you're here about Anan's matter, then stop looking for her." After that, Mayan and her assistant conferred with each other. Mayan has been the president of Anan's fan club since before he was famous. You could say she entered the entertainment industry for Anan. She has influence over thousands of fans. The assistant whispered something to May and questioned Guning Huan. "You say it has nothing to do with her?" Anan went missing after having a meal with Song Si's brother, Song Yunping. Hearing this, Guning Huan was surprised. Wasn't Song Yunping looking for Song Si? People started whispering. She was only on set for one day, and something happened to Anan. "You guys planned this, didn't you?" Guning Huan challenged. "If he's missing, then go report it to the police." Mayan grabbed Guning Huan's arm. "Trying to leave? Are you feeling guilty?" Mayan threatened. "If you don't hand over Song Si today, don't expect to have an easy time here." Seeing her threat, Guning Huan thought to herself, "Does she not know who I am?" Then she frowned and glanced at her. "You can try," and immediately walked away. Seeing Guning Huan completely ignore her and just walk away, Mayan was furious, her heart filled with jealousy. This girl is so annoying. Guning Huan was walking down the street when she overheard two men whispering, "I heard two cars crashed at the gate. I wonder who got into a car accident." Hearing this, Guning Huan had a vague guess. "It couldn't be my car, could it?" Then when she reached the company gate, it was indeed her car parked by the road that had been hit. A crowd was gathered around, curiously whispering. She immediately called Lung Han, "Investigate something. I suspect my car was damaged by that star named May and help me investigate her." Lung Han replied at once, "Yes, eldest Mississippi." Song Si walked up to Guning Huan. She called out worriedly, "Ning Huan." Seeing her arrive, Guning Huan immediately asked, "Song Si, why are you downstairs at the company?" Song Si answered anxiously, "My brother is missing. My family is in chaos because of this, and I don't know what to do." Guning Huan immediately asked, "The police are blocking the news right now. What's the situation with your family? Song Si was extremely worried. No bodies were found at the scene, but the fire burned for so long. Guning Huan immediately cut her off. Don't let your imagination run wild. Did you know your brother knew a Nan? Song Si said, crying, I didn't know, but my brother would never use the casting couch on a Nan. How could those reporters write such nonsense? Seeing Song Si cry, Guning Huan advised, Song Si, don't cry. Song Si said heartbrokenly, Ning Huan, my family was worried sick all night because of my brother's matter. I didn't go home yesterday. Can you take me home? Guning Huan immediately agreed. Of course, let me ask for a leave of absence first. Guning Huan looked at her damaged car and saw many reporters standing there taking pictures. She was very puzzled. Song Si was also puzzled. Why are there so many reporters outside? Then some fans holding signs with a Nan's name looked towards Guning Huan and Song Si, pointing at them and shouting, Look, that's Song Yumping's sister. Let's go settle the score with her. Guning Huan immediately pulled Song Si's hand. Let's go quickly. Suddenly, a black car stopped in front of the two of them. Fu Xishan, sitting inside, said at once, Get in. After they got in the car, Song Si said heartbrokenly, Guning Huan, it's all my fault. I got you involved. Seeing her sad, Guning Huan said, It's nothing, don't overthink it. Fu Xishan, driving the front seat, said, It looks like we can't get in. Guning Huan asked doubtfully, Xishan, why are you here? Fu Xishan replied, A Nan is an artist of the Fu group. No matter what happened, I have to come and confirm things. She then asked, How will the company handle a Nan's matter? Fu Xishan replied immediately, Before the matter is fully investigated, we can only cooperate with the police. Then he turned to ask Song Si, Where is the Song family's search area now? Is there still no news of your brother? Hearing this, Song Si immediately replied, We've asked at all the nearby houses. Suddenly, a phone rang, cutting her off. It turned out to be Song Si's father calling. Song Si then said, Could you please pull over up ahead? I need to get out and take this call. Then she got out of the car. Guning Huan, now alone in the car, said, Xishan, I still have some private matters to discuss with Song Si. You can go back first. Fu Xishan looked out the window and reminded her, then be careful. After getting out of the car, Guning Huan immediately asked, Song Si, have they found the cause of the fire? Song Si replied at once, They have. It was caused by a candle burning the curtains. Hearing this, Guning Huan thought to herself, what would two grown men be doing lighting candles? In my past life, I vaguely heard news that a Nan won the International Best Actor Award before I died. Although the only change in this life is that I was reborn, could it be that just by pointing the way for Song Yumping, I caused her deaths? Suddenly, she noticed a strange red mark on Song Si's neck. Guning Huan immediately asked, Song Si, why is there a red mark on your neck? Song Si replied shyly, I got a lot of mosquito bites yesterday, so it left these red marks. Guning Huan looked closely at the red mark on Song Si's neck and thought to herself, she must have been with Su Muji yesterday. Then she said, assuming your brother didn't encounter anything too serious, if we can't find them, could it be because their personal freedom has been restricted? Hearing this, Song Si immediately began to think. Blurted out, you mean they were kidnapped? Guning Huan shared her thoughts. I'm not sure, but we can find someone nearby and ask if anyone saw any strange vehicles or people. Song Si immediately nodded. Okay, I'll go find someone to investigate right away. Suddenly, her phone rang again. Guning Huan immediately answered. Hello? A voice immediately came from the other end. Hello, Miss Gu. This is May I ask if it's convenient for you to meet and talk right now? Guning Huan thought to herself. So now she knows how to be polite? She immediately replied, I don't think that's necessary. You just need to transfer the compensation for the car accident into my account. Man on the other end persisted. I know hitting your car was my fault, so I really want to meet you to apologize in person. Guning Huan immediately refused. If you want to apologize, then apologize over the phone. Mayan was very angry when she heard this, but she still tried to restrain herself and continued, I'm sorry, Miss Gu. I shouldn't have hit your car. Guning Huan thought to herself, it seems she now knows who she's dealing with. The next day, in a luxurious building, Mayan walked in wearing fashionable sunglasses and said coldly, Miss Gu, you don't have any time to have a cup of coffee with me? Guning Huan looked at her calmly and replied, I have to go to work. Mayan took off her sunglasses, her expression arrogant as she said, I've already personally called to request a leave of absence for you, Miss Gu. You now have a whole hour free for me. If you don't want to, I can go straight to your company to talk. Sitting opposite each other in the coffee shop, Guning Huan asked coldly, "You've already apologized to me. What more do you want now?" Man got straight to the point. "Someone sent me a video. It's information from before I entered the entertainment industry." Guning Huan thought to herself, it must have been sent by Lung Han. Then, Mayan played the video on her phone for Guning Huan to see. "I hope you delete this video immediately." Hearing this, she gave a meaningful smirk. "What does this have to do with me?" The manager standing next to Mayan couldn't help but interject. "How can you talk like that? Do you know how seriously this will affect our Mayan?" Guning Huan replied coldly, "I didn't give the video to the press. I'm just keeping it to demand compensation." Mayan started to soften her tone to negotiate. "Miss Gu, my work has been very tough recently. Can I pay this compensation in installments? I'll make regular transfers to you, okay? Besides, you don't really care that much about that car, do you?" Hearing this, Guning Huan's tone was full of sarcasm. "When you hit my car, why didn't you think about paying in installments?" "I don't agree." The manager beside her quickly chimed in. "Missin already said she doesn't have the money. You still want to make things difficult for her. Do you have any compassion?" Guning Huan retorted without hesitation. "If you think your Missin is in such a difficult situation, then you can pay the compensation for her." Suddenly, Lung Han appeared from behind, his voice deep, steady, and full of authority. Eldest Mississippi Guning Huan turned her head in surprise. "Lung Han, why are you here?" Lung Han replied, "I received a report that you were here, Eldest Mississippi. I've already had someone take your car to be repaired. Is there anything else you need me to do?" As Lung Han spoke, he casually rolled his wrist, his sharp, threatening gaze making the atmosphere tense. Seeing this, Mayan broke out in a cold sweat, hastily put on her sunglasses, stood up awkwardly, and said, "I'll pay the compensation. Let's go." She thought to herself, so she really does have powerful backing. After Mayan and her manager left, Guning Huan turned to Lung Han, smiled, and said softly, "Thank you." Lung Han replied respectfully, "We should get going too." As they walked out of the shop, Lung Han noticed that Guning Huan's shoelace was untied and politely pointed it out. "Eldest miss, your shoelace is untied." Then he squatted down to tie her shoelace for her. Guning Huan felt a little embarrassed and said softly, "Lung Han, I can do it myself." As Lung Han focused on tying the shoelace, he replied in a low voice, "Let me help you." Eldest Mississippi Guning Huan thought to herself, "Last time I ruined my youngest uncle's plans, he must have colluded with Gushir to do something shady." So she asked Lung Han, "Has Gushir been behaving herself at home recently?" After tying the shoelace, Lung Han stood up and professionally reported the situation. "I've had people keeping an eye on her. Besides selling off her previous luxury items, she has also been in very close contact with Huang Ming. Also, there's something going on in Jiangqing." At this point, Lung Han hesitated slightly, then continued, "Mr. Fu's whereabouts are very difficult to track. Airline information shows that Mr. Fu went to Country M, but he didn't take Miss Meng with him. When you were at the hotel, Mr. Fu was on the plane." After hearing this, Guning Huan immediately covered her mouth, her eyes wide with shock, and thought to herself, so the person at the hotel then wasn't him. At Fu Corporation Entertainment, Gu Nana sat on the sofa, sneering. "Guning Huan, it seems your relationship with Mr. Fu isn't anything special, is it? Otherwise, why are you just an intern?" Guning Huan looked at her coldly and asked, "What are you doing here?" Gu Nana pretended to have good intentions, but her tone was sharp and sarcastic. "My father is asking you over for a meal, so you can understand how beneficial the Huichang project is. Let someone who doesn't know any better keeps running their mouth in front of Grandpa." Guning Huan was unmoved, immediately turning to leave and replying coldly, "That's not necessary. Regarding the Huichang project, I've already made myself very clear." Hearing this, Gu Nana flared up in anger. "What do you mean? My father is your elder. Are you not going to give him any face at all? Don't think you can do whatever you want just because Grandpa dotes on you." Guning Huan replied nonchalantly, "Think whatever you want." Gu Nana was so angry her blood boiled, and she gritted her teeth. "You just wait." After leaving, she immediately called her father, saying angrily, "Dad, look at Guning Huan's attitude. She won't even give you any face." Gu Nana's father just gave a cold laugh after hearing this. That Guning Huan, she has a mother who gave birth to her, but not one who raised her. Now she's acting so arrogant and bossy just because Grandpa spoils her. If you can convince Grandpa to sign the Huicheng contract, the two of us will make a huge profit. Gu Nana's spirits immediately lifted. Then I'll hang up now. I'll figure out a way to make Grandpa listen to me. After hanging up, she pondered deeply. How can I get Grandpa to trust and listen to me? The next day, Guning Huan, with exquisite makeup, walked into a high-end restaurant. As soon as she entered, she saw Song Si sitting on a chair, happily waving and calling out, "Guning Huan, over here." As Guning Huan got closer, she saw Song Jinyan sitting next to Song Si, and her eyes flickered. "Song Jinyan, why is he here too?" She walked over and immediately asked Song Si, "Any progress?" Song Si nodded, her voice a little worried. "Yeah, I found my brother's whereabouts, but it seems like he's in danger. I'm planning to go find him tonight. Can you come with me?" Guning Huan agreed without hesitation. "Of course, but have you told your father? He'll definitely be very worried." Song Jinyan, sitting beside them, suddenly spoke up for Song Si. "We were planning to tell Old Master Song, but since this information isn't completely confirmed, we wanted to wait until we found Song Yunping before saying anything." Hearing this, Guning Huan thought to herself, he's clearly Song Jinyan's father, yet he just calls him Old Master. How strange. Song Si covered her mouth worriedly and said, "I'm just afraid something might go wrong. I'm so worried." Song Jinyan shook his head and said decisively, "No, we have to wait until it's completely dark. It's too easy to be spotted during the day." Guning Huan turned to Song Jinyan and asked doubtfully, "Will just a few of us be enough?" Song Jinyan replied confidently, "Of course not. I've already arranged for more people. Just leave this matter to me." Afterwards, Song Jinyan stood up and left the table, and the three of them followed the directions to a building. A guard was holding a phone. Guning Huan asked, "Is your brother really in this building?" "There are guards on both sides." Song Jinyan turned to Guning Huan and Song Si and whispered instructions. "You two stay here. Don't act rashly. Wait until I've dealt with them before you go in." Song Jinyan quickly snuck into the building, avoiding the sight of the surrounding guards, then subtly waved for his accomplices behind him to follow. Suddenly, a noise was heard, and a guard yelled, "Ah!" causing everyone to immediately become alert, assume a defensive stance, and look around suspiciously. Song Jinyan and his accomplices immediately took action, decisively taking down all the guards without leaving a trace. One person thoroughly searched the area around the villa, then hurried back to report. "Found them. Both are fine, but it seems they've been drugged. They won't wake up no matter how we call them." Song Jinyan approached a guard who hadn't been taken down, grabbed him by the collar, his eyes cold and threatening. "Who are you people? Why did you kidnap them?" The guard was so scared he trembled, stammering incoherently, "I don't know." A moment later, the sound of an ambulance siren was heard as a 120 ambulance rushed over. In a hospital, Song Si stood by the hospital bed, anxiously calling out softly, "Brother." She called out worriedly, her heart heavy. The next morning, Fu Shishin called Guning Huan. As soon as she answered, he asked, "Where are you?" Guning Huan, sitting next to Song Si in the hospital, replied softly, "We found Song Yunping and Anan. They're in the hospital." Song Si turned to her and said, "My brother and Anan aren't injured. They were just drugged. They'll wake up once the drug wears off. I'm going to head back first." Song Jinyan, standing nearby, quietly observed the two of them, then offered, "Let me take you home." After the two of them got into the elevator, Guning Huan stepped out and saw Fu Shishin waiting outside. She said softly, "Shishin, you're here." Song Jinyan glanced at Fu Shishin, thinking to himself, so this is her man. Guning Huan looked at Fu Shishin and said gently, "Let's go home." Seeing this, Song Jinyan politely took his leave. "Since someone is here to pick you up, I'll be going first." After Song Jinyan left, Guning Huan felt extremely guilty. She stammered, I'm really sorry. About what happened in Jiangsheng, I misunderstood you." Fu Shishin raised an eyebrow and asked, "What did you misunderstand me about?" Guning Huan stammered awkwardly, It's about that." She thought to herself, how can I bring myself to mention Meng Jingwen? But before she could say more, Fu Shishin smiled and said, "I want compensation." Guning Huan asked in surprise, "Compensation for what?" Fu Shishin slowly replied, "I want you to compensate me." At the orphanage, several children were playing in a room. Gushir walked over and said to them, "Go play over there." Although she appeared friendly on the outside, Gushir was inwardly disgusted. "So annoying. I hate children the most." Gushir gritted her teeth, feeling an indescribable anger and frustration in her heart. She thought to herself, these little devils are so detestable, so annoying. 4 years ago, I not only sponsored the orphanage, but also wanted to build a radiant image of a social worker for myself, to stand out from others in society. While she was lost in her frustrated thoughts, a cute little girl ran over, tugged on her dress, and called out in a tiny voice, "Sister Gusher, would you like some candy?" She immediately swatted the little girl's hand away, causing the candy she was about to offer to fall to the ground. Then Gusher's face darkened as she said, "Even you dare to mock me." She felt a surge of frustration and couldn't hold it in any longer. The little girl was terrified by Gusher's angry expression and immediately burst into tears. "I didn't mean it. Sister Gusher, I was just worried about you." After saying that, she ran away crying, leaving behind a furious Gusher. Gusher clenched her fists, thinking indignantly, "I don't need anyone's pity. They all just see me as a servant in the Gu family." Then she saw the teddy bear on the table and snatched it, staring at it with hatred as if it were her mortal enemy. This bear was a gift from Gu Ninghuan's deceased parents. On what grounds does she get to enjoy wealth and luxury? All of that should have been mine. The fire of jealousy in her heart burned ever more fiercely, raging like a violent storm. Finally, Gusher took out a lighter and set fire to the teddy bear that Gu Ninghuan's parents had poured all their heart and infinite love into making for her. The next day, Gu Ninghuan was at home when she received a call from Song Si. She answered the phone and said, "Hello." Song Si's voice came from the other end. "Ninghuan, is Mr. Fu with you?" Gu Ninghuan immediately replied, "No, what's wrong?" Song Si said slowly, "I have something to tell you. I hope you'll stay calm after hearing it. Miss Meng is pregnant, and it's Fu Xixin's child." Hearing this, Gu Ninghuan was completely stunned. The words struck her like a bolt from the blue, shaking her to the core. Song Si continued, "I only found out when I ran into her at the hospital. I never expected her to be pregnant." Gu Ninghuan's voice was filled with astonishment as she cut Song Si off. "Where are you? Let's meet and talk." After Gu Ninghuan arrived at Song Si's place, she found that Meng Jingwen was also there. She was extremely arrogant, saying leisurely, "Miss Gu, we meet again." Song Si was about to charge forward. "You shameless woman." Before she could finish, Gu Ninghuan stopped her. "Song Si, calm down." Meng Jingwen taunted, "Be careful. Don't forget I'm carrying Xixin's child in my belly." "Miss Gu, can we talk privately?" Song Si said to her angrily. "Gu Ninghuan, how can you be so calm?" "This woman," Gu Ninghuan said to her, "this is between me and her. Don't worry, I can handle it." Afterwards, Gu Ninghuan and Meng Jingwen went somewhere else to talk privately. Meng Jingwen said hypocritically, "Miss Gu, you're calmer than I thought. I thought you'd be very worried after hearing this news." Gu Ninghuan looked at her coldly and asked, "Why should I be worried? Who knows if the child you're carrying is really Xixin's?" She sneered and continued, "Are you naive enough to think that by showing up pregnant in front of me, I'd be devastated and divorce Fu Xixin?" Hearing Gu Ninghuan's words, Meng Jingwen sneered inwardly. "Ha, in another month, you'll have to change your mind." Then Gu Ninghuan stood up and said contemptuously, "I thought you had some big surprise for me, but it's just the same old trick, using a child to threaten me. How foolish." Meng Jingwen was hit where it hurt, and she spoke up. "You're leaving just like that? Aren't you afraid I'll tell everyone about this?" Gu Ninghuan turned back and said coldly, "If you have proof, then go ahead. What's the point of telling me?" Meng Jingwen was cornered by her, furious. Afterwards, Gu Ninghuan went to the company to see Fu Xixin. Fu Xixin was also very surprised to see her. "Why are you here?" Gu Ninghuan said nonchalantly, "I just met with Miss Meng. She said she's pregnant with your child." Fu Xixin, who was drinking water, was so startled he spat it all out. He glanced at her. "What kind of joke is this?" Gu Ninghuan acted as if she completely believed it. "Although I know I misunderstood you about what happened in Jiangchen. Is there really nothing between you two?" Then Gu Ninghuan hesitantly asked Fu Xixin, "The baby in her belly, is it yours?" Fu Xixin immediately replied, "It's not." Then he said to her, "Her business? I don't know about it." Hearing this, Gu Ninghuan was secretly delighted. Xixin and that woman have nothing going on, so why did she come to threaten me? An employee came to her desk and announced, "Here are the documents. They're needed at 3 this afternoon. Finish editing them immediately." Gu Ninghuan heard this and replied, "Yes." A colleague of Gu Ninghuan's walked past her desk and said sarcastically in a loud voice, "Gu Ninghuan, now I know it's really great to be young." Gu Ninghuan turned to look at her and asked, "What do you mean?" She said softly, "This outfit of yours isn't cheap. Before you came to our department, we didn't even need an intern. You came, and you often ask for leave. Everyone is gossiping that you're having an illicit relationship with a senior executive in the company, aren't you? Guning Huan immediately clarified. It's not what you think. What is this about? Who's spreading these rumors? As Guning Huan approached the break room door, she heard people whispering inside. Alice, that new intern, which senior executive's mistress is she? I don't know either. She's pretty, so why is she so dirty? No way. Look at the address she filled out. It's some villa district. She must be a kept woman. Hearing these words, she didn't hesitate, immediately pushing the door open and walking in, saying loudly, "You're saying I'm a kept woman?" The people in the room, who'd been gossiping animatedly about Guning Huan, were extremely shocked and stunned to see her walk in. A woman spoke up sarcastically. "I was right, wasn't I, Guning Huan? Didn't you get into the company through connections? It's very hard to be selected as an intern here. You only got in because you're a kept woman." Guning Huan immediately retorted with a sharp tone. "You say someone is keeping me, then show me the proof." Another person next to her patted the previous girl's shoulder and said, "All right, Alice, why are you arguing with an intern? This is the break room. It won't be good if this gets to the director." Hearing this, Alice snorted, turned, and left with a mocking look. After everyone left, Guning Huan thought to herself, this kind of talk about being a kept woman is really infuriating. But this internship, it's true that I got it through Fu Xixin's connections. An uncomfortable feeling rose in her heart. In the afternoon, Alice carried a thick stack of documents and threw them in front of her, saying in an unfriendly tone, "This pile of documents needs to be finished tonight. Sorry to trouble you." Intern. Guning Huan looked at the thick stack of documents and cried out inwardly, "Is she trying to bully me?" Not long after, another colleague saw this and asked, "Alice, isn't it a bit much to give her all the work?" Alice didn't feel she was in the wrong at all. She said coldly, "She deserves it." Then that colleague said, "Our company is having a wedding banquet tonight. I heard that Mr. Fu, who never attends, will also be there." Hearing this, Alice's eyes immediately lit up and she was overjoyed. "That's great. I have to put on my best makeup." That evening, at the company party, it was bustling with people. One of her colleagues, Pan Hui, saw Guning Huan arrive late and asked curiously, "In turn, why did you just get here?" Guning Huan answered him, "I had to work overtime, so I'm a little late." Then she looked at him and asked a bit shyly, "Excuse me, who are you?" He immediately smiled warmly and replied, "I'm Pan Hui, your colleague." He saw Guning Huan still standing there, not going over to the female colleagues on the other side, and asked in surprise, "Why are you just standing here?" Guning Huan immediately asked back, "Why? Is there a problem?" "Oh," Pan Hui quickly said, "I don't mean anything by it. It's just that Mr. Fu is also attending today." Then he looked towards the female colleagues on the other side and said, "The other female colleagues are all dressed to the nines. Why aren't you like them?" Guning Huan said gently, "Is that so? I just thought it was a casual get-together." But in her heart, she thought, Fu Xixin is here too. Should I sneak home now? While Guning Huan was lost in thought, Pan Hui came back to inform her, "It seems Mr. Fu has arrived." When Fu Xixin entered the banquet hall, the colleagues immediately surrounded him in welcome. "Mr. Fu, you're here. Please have a seat." The female colleagues around also quickly gathered, their eyes full of admiration, as if they were gazing at a god. Suddenly, Fu Xixin glanced towards Guning Huan, who was currently holding her handbag to cover her face. "You probably didn't see me, right?" She saw Fu Xixin walk to the other side and felt a little disappointed. "It seems he's gone over there." She felt a bit let down and told herself, "I must be crazy." Pan Hui brought over a plate of cake and offered it enthusiastically. "Ning Huan, try this, it's delicious." Guning Huan looked at him, sensing he might have intentions towards her, and tactfully refused. "Thank you, Pan Hui, but I already have a boyfriend. Don't waste your time on me." Pan Hui immediately asked back, "You have a boyfriend?" "No way. I've never seen anyone pick you up." Guning Huan replied, "He's busy with work. He can't come pick me up." Suddenly, he put his arm around her shoulder and whispered in her ear with a very sleazy demeanor, "Even better, we can see each other secretly, and I won't have to take any responsibility." Guning Huan immediately pushed his hand away and said angrily, "I don't know what you mean. I'm going to the restroom for a moment." She thought to herself, what kind of scumbag is this? This man is disgusting. Then Guning Huan picked up her bag, preparing to go home, thinking it would be better to be home. Suddenly, Alice saw her and started to taunt. "Why are you sitting so far away, afraid your sugar daddy and Mr. Fu will run into each other?" Guning Huan immediately retorted, "What's it to you? Look at you, dressed so gaudily. I wonder if Mr. Fu would even spare you a glance." Alice was furious upon hearing this. "In turn, what do you mean by that?" "Let me tell you, Mr. Fu just gave me his phone number. He'll definitely ask me out to dinner soon." She became more and more smug as she spoke. Suddenly, Fu Xixin came up from behind and asked coldly, "Is that so? Why don't I remember giving you my phone number?" Alice stammered, terrified. Mr. Fu. Guninghuan bowed her head from behind her and greeted, "Hello, President Fu." Then, Alice carefully stammered, "Mr. Fu, I'm sorry. It was because this intern was being disrespectful to me, so?" Fu Xixin's face immediately darkened, and he said coldly, "Nonsense. Go to the HR department tomorrow to get your termination notice." Alice was terrified to hear this, but she was unwilling to accept it. "Mr. Fu, are you firing me? I'll accept it. But this intern got into the company through an illicit relationship. I heard she seduced a senior executive to get in." A female colleague beside her advised, "Alice, don't say any more." Hearing this, Fu Xixin repeated, "Seduced a senior executive." Fu Xixin asked her coldly, "Who started these rumors?" Seeing him respond to her, Alice immediately said, "It was Pan Hui. He said he saw it with his own eyes." Hearing Pan Hui's name, Guninghuan thought to herself, "That's the man from just now." Then Fu Xixin ordered his secretary, "Bring him here." The secretary immediately replied, "Yes, I'll go right away." In the lounge, when Pan Hui walked in, he felt extremely nervous, clearing his throat to calm himself. "Mr. Fu." Fu Xixin sat on the chair, looked at him coldly, and said, "You're the one who spread the rumor that Gu Ninghuan seduced a senior executive. How could you do that?" Realizing the gravity of the situation, Pan Hui immediately knew better and apologized. "Mr. Fu, I was wrong. Please be magnanimous and forgive me this time." Fu Xixin said nothing, just turned to the woman beside him and said, "The company does not allow anyone to spread rumors about colleagues. You know how to handle this, right?" The secretary immediately replied, "Yes, I understand." Then he ordered everyone, "All of you get out." After everyone left the room, Guninghuan walked towards him and said hesitantly, "Xixin, I'm going home first." Fu Xixin immediately told her, "You stay." Seeing this, Guninghuan said, "Thank you for punishing that person for the company's sake, but it's after work hours now. You should keep your distance from me." Seeing her being so timid, Fu Xixin said, "You can't even handle such a small matter. I really overestimated you." Guninghuan immediately retorted, "It's not my fault." Then he angrily cornered her against the door and growled, "And another thing, don't be intimate with other men. Don't even get close." Seeing him so angry, Guninghuan thought to herself, did he see it? After Fu Xixin calmed down, he said, "I'm tired. I'm going home first." On the way home, her phone suddenly rang. An icy voice from the other end immediately asked, "Guninghuan, do you still remember me?" Guninghuan was confused. "Who is this?" The woman on the other end said, "You're the bitch who, along with Gushur, ruined me so miserably, and now you don't remember? I won't let you and Gushur off. I will definitely come find you too for revenge." After hearing this, Guninghuan immediately realized it was Xing Sidong. Then she calmly replied, "How ridiculous. Weren't you the one who brought those men? Xing Sidong, ending up in this situation today, didn't you bring it upon yourself?" Hearing this, Xing Sidong was furious, and she gripped her phone tightly. After hanging up, she thought, compared to Guninghuan, the more hateful one was Gushur. If she hadn't schemed, I wouldn't have ended up in this situation. At the same time, Gushur, at the orphanage, felt extremely uneasy, always feeling like someone was watching her. Could it be that staying at the orphanage for so long was causing her to hallucinate? If it weren't for that guy named Lung Han's suggestion. Suddenly, she saw the director approaching and asked warmly, "Director, are you going to give Xian her medicine?" The director smiled and replied, "She's usually so healthy, but she suddenly fell ill." Gushur then said, "Let me give her the medicine. After all, I was the one who took care of her before." Seeing how kind-hearted she was, the director praised her. "Old Master Gu is truly blessed to have a granddaughter like you." Hearing this, Gushur immediately smiled and said, "Thank you, Director, you're too kind." Then Gushur went to Xian's room. She touched the little girl's forehead and felt that it was very hot. She thought to herself, how useless, getting such a high fever right after coming back. Then she threw the medicine the director had just given her into the trash, thinking with a vicious heart, just let the little girl die quietly. After all, she's just a child with no father or mother. The next day, Guninghuan saw a maid from the Gu family coming to see her and asked, "Why did the Gu family send you here?" The maid immediately replied, "I came on my own, eldest Mississippi. I have something to tell you, but please don't be angry. Today, when I went to clean your room, I discovered that a lot of things were missing from your room." Guning Huan was very angry when she heard this. "I specifically instructed that besides the cleaning staff, no one was allowed to enter." She asked the maid when this started happening. The maid replied, "It probably started when I took leave from the Gu residence." Elsewhere, the vice principal was chatting with Gu Shi in the living room. "Before, when I saw Gu Yin bring Gu Ninghuan to school, I thought Gu Ninghuan was the eldest miss of the Gu family. It turns out you were the eldest miss." Sitting on the sofa and sipping tea, Gu Shi replied cheerfully, "Gu Ninghuan has been an orphan since she was young. I hope the vice principal can keep her background a secret." But then she pretended to change the subject, asking, "By the way, may I ask why the vice principal is here today?" The vice principal told her, "The school recently received several letters which specifically accuse Gu Ninghuan of having an affair with her married supervising professor." After hearing this, Gu Shi fell into thought, then said to the vice principal, "I think these are just rumors. Although Gu Ninghuan lives a lavish lifestyle and has many boyfriends, I'm sure she wouldn't seduce her supervising professor just for grades, right?" Although this was a denial, her words had already pinned all the blame on Gu Ninghuan. The vice principal stood up and said, "The school and I will definitely investigate this matter thoroughly. I originally came to see old Master Gu, but since he's not home, I'll take my leave." Gu Shi stood up and said, feigning timidity, "Vice Principal, I have something I'd like to ask for your help with. Grandfather has always loved and had high hopes for Gu Ninghuan. Her academic performance was excellent this time, and he was very happy. If he were to find out that this achievement might be..." She trailed off at this point. The vice principal immediately understood her meaning and said, "Rest assured, I will speak to Gu Ninghuan privately after she enrolls." Just as the vice principal left, Gu Ninghuan returned to the Gu residence. Gu Shi was extremely surprised to see Gu Ninghuan return. She said with a guilty start, "Gu Ninghuan, why are you back?" She thought to herself, "I wonder if she ran into the vice principal." Seeing her, Gu Ninghuan said, "Why am I back? Aren't you supposed to be at the orphanage? I think that place suits you very well." Gu Shi didn't expect Gu Ninghuan to be so blunt. She immediately denied it. "You're joking again. The Gu residence is my home. How could I possibly leave?" At this moment, Xie walked in and greeted Gu Ninghuan. "Eldest miss, you're back." Gu Ninghuan then turned to Xie to get to the point. "Lung Han hasn't been home much these past few months. As a result, things have gone missing from my room." Xie immediately bowed her head and apologized. "It was my negligence. Please forgive me." Then Gu Shi stepped forward, pretending to mediate. "Gu Ninghuan, don't blame her anymore. I believe she's innocent." Gu Ninghuan exposed her immediately. "Gu Shi, it was you, wasn't it?" Gu Shi immediately feigned innocence. "Ninghuan, I've been at the orphanage for the past 2 months. What do you mean by falsely accusing me like this?" Xie stepped forward to take the blame. "It was my poor management that led to the loss of the eldest Mrs. belongings. Please punish me." Gu Ninghuan said coldly, "Forget it. I'll go up to my room to check." After checking her room, Gu Ninghuan thought to herself, "Luckily, it's just a few unimportant things." A moment later, she couldn't find the bear her mother had left her and grew anxious. "Where's my bear? That's what my mother left for me." Gu Shi. Then she turned to ask Xie. "During the time Gu Shi was at the orphanage, did she ever come back here?" Xie answered right away, "Yes, she occasionally came back to have meals with the old master." Could it be that the eldest miss suspects her? Gu Ninghuan waved her hand. "Forget it. It's just a toy anyway. Grandfather wouldn't want us to argue." At the Fu residence, a maid came to report to Fu Xishan. Fu Xishan then asked, "What is it?" The maid reported, "The young mistress has refused to eat since she returned from the Gu residence." After returning from the Gu residence, Gu Ninghuan sat listlessly in her room, thinking, why is it that even after exposing Gu Shi's true colors to everyone, no one believes me? It feels like she's still so smug. What should I do? Then Fu Xishan walked in and called her to eat. Gu Ninghuan said, "I don't want to eat. You can leave." Fu Xishan said in a cold voice, "Come and eat. I don't have the patience." He saw she was still stubbornly sitting on the chair and pulled her up by the wrist. Gu Ninghuan was startled by his action. She thought to herself, what is he trying to do? As he wrapped his arm around her waist, Gu Ninghuan thought, my heart is beating so fast. Then he reminded her, stand steady. Fu Xishan's voice seemed a little gentler. I don't care what you were upset about at the Gu residence, but here, you have to listen to me. Fu Xishan even gently brushed his thumb across her lips. This gesture made Guning Huan feel incredibly warm. So he can be gentle after all. The next day, Guning Huan and Song Si were walking and chatting. Looks like your grandfather gave you a good scolding. What on earth did you do at the bar to make your grandfather take action? Song Si sighed and said helplessly, "You have no idea what miserable days I've been through. It felt like I almost died. I just called 2 people from the bar to drink with me, and then my grandfather suddenly appeared out of nowhere. Who on earth snitched?" Suddenly, as the two were talking, a voice called out to Song Si. It turned out to be Su Muja's voice. He was holding a wallet and said gently, "You dropped your wallet at Song Jinyan's place. I was passing by, so I brought it to you." Watching this scene, Guning Huan asked curiously, "How are things between you and Su Muja? Any new developments?" Song Si quickly changed the subject, pretending to be indifferent. What could possibly be going on between him and me? After returning the wallet, Su Muja politely said goodbye to the two of them. "I'll be going now." Guning Huan thought to herself, in my past life, at this point in time, Song Si was head over heels in love with that scumbag. In this life, I've tried to drive them apart. Perhaps her fate has already changed. As the two of them entered the school, the atmosphere suddenly became strange. Everyone was whispering, "That girl, is it true or not?" Song Si noticed that everyone's eyes were on her and Gu Ninghuan and asked worriedly, "Ninghuan, don't you think the way they're looking at us is a bit strange?" Gu Ninghuan replied calmly, "Let them be. No need to pay attention." Suddenly, a girl from a school named Jiang Yue said contemptuously, "I thought the person who caused such a huge incident would be too ashamed to show up, but unexpectedly, she still has the nerve to come to school." Gu Shi, standing next to Jiang Yue, said faintly and weakly, "Ugh, don't make things difficult for Gu Ninghuan anymore. This definitely has nothing to do with her." Hearing this, Jiang Yue immediately believed Gu Shi's false words and advised, "Gu Shi, you're too kind. You let her take advantage of you and forgive her time and time again." Song Si couldn't stand it and retorted angrily, "If you have nothing better to do, don't come looking for trouble with us." "What do you want?" Jiang Yue sneered. "I'm talking to Gu Ninghuan. What does it have to do with you?" Song Si shot back, "Don't you dare touch my friend." Just then, the class monitor appeared. He spoke up, "Gu Ninghuan, you're here." Hearing this, Gu Ninghuan looked at him. "Class monitor?" The class monitor then announced, "Gu Ninghuan, the vice principal wants to see you right away. Come with me to the office." The two of them walked into the vice principal's office, and as soon as they entered, a woman suddenly rushed forward and grabbed Gu Ninghuan's hand, causing her to startle and pull her hand back, asking angrily, "What are you doing?" That woman shouted furiously, "You vixen! How dare you seduce my old John?" Gu Ninghuan was stunned and blurted out, "What nonsense are you talking about?" The vice principal stood up to intervene. "Ma'am, please calm down." He turned to Gu Ninghuan, his face revealing his anger, and said coldly, "How absurd, Gu Ninghuan. Do you still want to deny it? Or do you want me to publicize this shameful matter of yours?" Gu Ninghuan was confused. "Then I'd also like to know what exactly I did wrong." The vice principal sneered, "You don't know? The granddaughter of the Gu family seducing a teacher for personal gain. I personally went to the Gu residence to investigate, and it turns out you're not their biological granddaughter." Hearing these words, Gu Ninghuan was extremely shocked, unable to believe her ears. Then, Gu Ninghuan immediately calmed down. "Vice principal, don't you find your own words ridiculous?" The vice principal frowned upon hearing this. "If you could be a homewrecker, you can also forge the information on your file." Gu Ninghuan immediately clarified, "I'm not the granddaughter of the Gu family. It must be Gu Shi, right? If that's the case, then call Gu Shi here to confront me." She was furious, thinking to herself, Gu Shi truly never misses any opportunity to harm others. The class monitor, standing beside them, heard her mention Gu Shi, and he immediately stood up to defend her. "Everyone knows Gu Shi is innocent and kind. Are you calling Gu Shi here because you want to bully her?" Gu Ninghuan replied coldly, "If she's really the young lady of the Gu family, what does she have to be afraid of me for?" The vice principal saw her stubborn refusal to admit guilt. He then turned to the class monitor. "Class monitor, go and call Gu Shi here, so Gu Ninghuan will be completely convinced." The class monitor replied immediately, "Yes, sir." After Gu Shi was called, she walked into the room and said gently, "Vice principal, you called for me?" Then she feigned surprise. "Gu Ninghuan, why are you here?" Inwardly, she was extremely anxious, feeling that this was a bad omen. Gu Ninghuan looked at her coldly. "You were the one who told the vice principal I'm not the granddaughter of the Gu family, right?" She immediately retorted, "Gu Ninghuan, What are you talking about? How could I discuss the Gu family's affairs with the vice principal? Grandfather said he doesn't like our family matters being gossiped about outside. The vice principal looked at Gu Shi and said pensively, Gu Shi, I called you here because I want you to repeat what you told me at the Gu residence in front of everyone. At this, Gu Shi's expression changed slightly. She screamed internally, is he crazy? How could I dare say that nonsense in front of her? Guning Huan also immediately chimed in. That's right, say those words again. I like to hear them too. She remained silent. Guning Huan spoke again in a cold voice. What's wrong? Now that you're asked to speak, you've gone mute? You were so talkative with Jiang Yue just now, weren't you? Gu Shi feigned weakness. I don't know what I did to make you angry again. The class monitor saw that Gu Shi was being bullied, and he immediately stepped forward, shielding Gu Shi behind him. He said to Guning Huan, stop bullying Gu Shi. Guning Huan said directly, fine, let's make it clear, between you and me, who is the real granddaughter of the Gu family. Then Guning Huan pretended to be friendly, stepping forward to put an arm around Gu Shi's shoulder, her voice very gentle, but seemingly carrying a threat. If you don't speak, I'll call grandfather right now, and have him come and prove it for us. Gu Shi stammered. Guning Huan, you're the real granddaughter of the Gu family. No one can fake that. The vice principal, standing nearby, heard this and became furious. How can that be? That's clearly not what you said at the Gu residence last time. Gu Shi feigned ignorance. Vice principal, the teacher must have misheard, which is why he misunderstood Guning Huan. In the vice principal's mind, his opinion of Gu Shi seemed to have changed. This Gu Shi, who looks so gentle and weak, used me today to deal with Guning Huan, he thought to himself. Then he said, if this is a misunderstanding, then you can leave. You can explain it to the other students later. It was already getting late. Guning Huan saw that he was trying to shirk his responsibility. She immediately said in a cold voice, on what grounds? On what grounds do you people get to slander me? Then say a few words and act like nothing happened. Don't forget, you owe me an apology. Then she spoke coldly to Gu Shi, who was standing beside her. Gu Shi, this play isn't over yet. Where are you in such a hurry to go? You're the director of this play, aren't you? Gu Shi pretended to cry a river of tears. Guning Huan, I'm also a member of the Gu family. Can you please not make things difficult for me in front of outsiders? Guning Huan said very bluntly, a person with no blood relation to the Gu family. On what grounds do you call yourself a member of the Gu family? When the vice principal and the class president heard these words from Guning Huan, their expressions immediately changed. They thought to themselves, isn't Gu Shi the granddaughter of the Gu family? Gu Shi wiped her tears, feigning weakness. Guning Huan, that day, I had just returned from doing charity work at the orphanage and was really tired. My mind was muddled at the time. It was a slip of the tongue that caused you to be wronged. I'm sorry. I really didn't mean it. Seeing her offer such a weak excuse, Guning Huan sneered. I'm afraid your mind has never been clear. Haven't I been wronged enough? If you truly want to apologize, the best way is to leave the Gu family. Hearing this, Gu Shi exclaimed with a look of utter shock. How could that be? That's my home. Are you trying to kick me out? Guning Huan looked at her weak appearance, feeling utterly disgusted, and sneered. All right, stop acting. Your tears aren't precious. No matter how many you shed, they aren't worth a single cent. Your little trick only works on outsiders. Then she turned and looked at the vice principal and the class president with contempt. If you two knew her true face, you would surely understand that what she's shedding aren't tears, but poison. Gu Shi wiped her tears, trying to appear sincere. Guning Huan, I know you've misunderstood me. Grandpa always taught us to be fair and not to discriminate. Can we settle whatever issues we have privately? Guning Huan scoffed. Settle it privately? You're just afraid I'll expose all your lies in front of everyone, aren't you? Hearing this, Gu Shi's face darkened, and she secretly gritted her teeth. She was furious, racking her brain and thinking, how did things turn out like this? If I had known, I wouldn't have come here with the class president. Seeing the situation becoming more tense, the vice principal cleared his throat and tried to mediate. Guning Huan, the matter is clear now. Let's leave it at that. After all, it's just a misunderstanding between you and Gu Shi. You two should resolve it privately. Guning Huan did not accept this evasion and immediately retorted, Vice principal, that's ridiculous. Why should we resolve it privately? It's clear you just want to evade responsibility. The rumors have already spread everywhere, and my reputation has been severely damaged. Do you think resolving it privately can erase all the rumors? She touched her chest and continued, the only way to resolve this is to gather all the teachers, students, and everyone involved in the auditorium, explain everything clearly, and at the same time, You must publicly apologize to me." The woman beside them heard this and flew into a rage, shouting loudly, "You little brat, isn't that enough? Do you have any respect for your teachers?" A student daring to demand a school-wide assembly, and it's just a small misunderstanding. It's not like you lost a piece of flesh. Why do you keep clinging to it? As she lunged forward and screamed angrily, "I'll skin you alive." Just as she was about to charge at Guning Huan, the office door was suddenly slammed open with a bang. And old Zhang appeared. He shouted furiously, "You troublemaking woman, you've ruined me." Hearing this, the woman was instantly stunned, unable to believe what was happening before her eyes. Old Zhang angrily advanced towards her, looking as if he was about to hit her. He yelled, "I'm finished. My life is over." The woman screamed in fear. "What are you trying to do?" Seeing this, the vice principal immediately shouted, "Stop! Teacher Zhang, what are you doing?" Suddenly, a voice echoed from outside the office. "Humph, and he calls himself a teacher? Daring to do such a disgusting thing." Hearing this, the vice principal froze. Outside, a few students were looking into the office, pointing and whispering, "Serve him right. You really can't judge a book by its cover." The vice principal was furious and immediately pointed to the door, shouting, "You students get back to class now." As for old Zhang, he grabbed the woman's collar and roared, "This is all your fault." Then the vice principal turned to the arguing pair and yelled, "Stop it. What kind of behavior is this?" But the two paid him no mind and continued to argue. Suddenly, the woman shoved old Zhang away, screaming, "What are you doing? Are you crazy?" Old Zhang was pushed to the ground by her, and his phone fell out. She went closer and saw the news displayed on the phone. She was stunned. What is this? A Weibo account named Tell the Truth had published a post titled "Teacher Violates Professional Ethics." The content was about a teacher who violated ethics, used subsidies for poor students to spend at bars, led a chaotic lifestyle, and maintained improper relationships with multiple female students over a long period. Then, below the post was a series of comments. "Times change, people change. Good thing it's not our school, or it would be a huge embarrassment. He even dared to take subsidies for poor students. How shameless." The more she read, the angrier she got. Then she angrily grabbed old Zhang's shirt and roared, "You get a little dirty money and think you're the boss? And you dare spend it on those vixens? Have you no shame?" Old Zhang roared back in anger, "You have the nerve to say that to me? The money I earn, do you spend any less of it? When you were buying designer bags and watches, why didn't you complain that my money was dirty then?" The two of them continued to argue. Old Zhang said angrily, "Damn it, you vicious woman." The vice principal took the phone and read the post, his face darkening. Afterwards, he walked over to Guning Huan and said seriously, "Guning Huan, the school will give you a clear explanation today. Whoever needs to be dealt with will be dealt with, and whatever needs to be clarified will be clarified. But you should also restrain yourself a bit and not let the matter escalate." Guning Huan saw that he was deliberately trying to brush the matter aside. She immediately said bluntly, "Vice principal, you are deliberately stalling for time, trying to turn a big issue into a small one and a small one into nothing. I've already said it. The school must protect my reputation. Please immediately publicize the truth to all teachers and students and clear up all misunderstandings." Hearing this, the vice principal immediately frowned. "Don't make things so difficult for the school. Blowing this up won't do you any good either. Be reasonable. The school can even compensate you a little. Otherwise, you'll be the only one to suffer." Then he roared angrily, as the vice principal, "To protect the school's reputation, I will absolutely not be lenient." He glared angrily at the students who were standing outside the door watching the commotion. "And you lot, you'd better shut your mouths." But he didn't expect the principal to be standing right outside the door. The principal heard these words, his face turning black with anger. The vice principal saw the principal standing outside the door. Startled, he said softly, "Principal." The principal walked in and said solemnly, "Student Guning Huan, on behalf of the school and the entire board of directors, I apologize to you. As the principal, I guarantee that I will give you a satisfactory resolution today." The vice principal, standing beside him, stammered out a plea, "Principal, this will affect our school's reputation." The principal pondered for a moment, then said in a low voice, "As a prestigious school, our quality must set an example, unlike other schools. Unethical and deceitful matters are absolutely not to be tolerated. As a vice principal, you think you can do whatever you want in the school? Then he glanced at the vice principal and continued. This matter has already alarmed Mr. Fu. He has personally reported it to the board of directors, hoping to receive a definitive final resolution. Hearing this, the vice principal trembled all over. He hadn't expected this and stammered. What? Then the principal continued with a cold face. From today, Lu Wu is dismissed from his position as vice principal. The school will terminate its employment contract with Zhang Qianxin. Zhang Qianxin and his wife's illegal appropriation of subsidies for poor students is a major issue. Both will be punished by the law. Afterwards, the principal immediately convened all teachers, held an emergency meeting, pursued the responsibilities of those involved, and clarified the truth. The class president standing nearby was terrified, breaking out in a cold sweat. Then he turned to Guning Huan and stammered. Guning Huan, I'm sorry, I misunderstood you. I hope you can forgive me. Guning Huan didn't hold it against him. She said, all right, if you clarify everything, I'll forgive you. The class president immediately nodded. Okay, no problem. Afterwards, outside the door, Gusher was also standing behind the crowd of students, watching everything. She was furious, thinking to herself, you want to hold me responsible? In your dreams, you bunch of weaklings. Fu Xixin just said a few casual words and settled the situation. She gritted her teeth. I won't let this go. The next morning, Guning Huan arrived at school, feeling extremely tired. She had really brought this upon herself. A school-wide assembly that lasted for 2 hours, under the watchful eyes of so many people. Being stared at by so many pairs of eyes was mortifying. Then she sighed, thinking that it was good enough that the school had issued a legal document to clear her name. Guning Huan told herself again, but then again, was I too impulsive? She recalled her argument with the vice principal the day before. His way of handling things was indeed unreasonable, but he was, after all, concerned about the school's reputation. Dealing with him by having him dismissed seemed a bit harsh. Everything I went through before my rebirth is in the past. To me now, it's just a long nightmare. In any case, many things will happen in the future. To complain and get angry out of emotional agitation, implicating others in unfortunate events, was indeed going a bit too far. In the future, I must also learn to handle problems more tactfully, Guning Huan told herself. Suddenly, her phone rang. It was Fu Xixin. She answered, Xixin. Then she said in a low voice, can you retract the decision to dismiss the vice principal? Fu Xixin's voice came from the other end. What? Isn't this quick and clean way of handling things your usual style? Guning Huan replied immediately. This isn't my way of doing things quietly. At the very least, I don't want my personal grudge with Gusher to affect others. Fu Xixin was silent for a moment, then hung up immediately. Guning Huan looked at her phone screen and snorted coldly. What's with that attitude? Then she laughed out loud. He was clearly the first one to help me out, yet he acts so uninvolved. You're actually quite adorable. Then she skipped home happily. Today, she would secretly bake him some pastries and give him a meaningful surprise tomorrow. Elsewhere, after hanging up the phone, Fu Xixin thought to himself, why do I feel like I've become a different person? In another place, Meng Jingwen brought Xiao Xiao to visit Madame Fu. Xiao Xiao greeted her obediently. I've come to visit Grandma. Afterwards, Madame Fu smiled kindly and replied, such a good girl, Xiao Xiao. Madame Su, sitting next to Madame Fu, also smiled and said, this child Xiao Xiao is both adorable and sensible, truly rare. Then she turned to Madame Fu and said, speaking of which, Fu Xixin and that girl Guning Huan have been married for some time now. Why is there still no news from her belly? Madame Fu replied gently, you can't rush these things. They are both young and usually very busy. We'll just have to wait patiently. Madame Su went along with Madame Fu's sentiment and said with a smile, that's true. As long as the two of them have a good relationship, that's all that matters. Then, in her heart, she snorted coldly. Humph, what's there to wait patiently for? Guning Huan has such a willful personality. It would be better for her to have a child, soon to settle down. Meng Jingwen gently walked over to pour tea for the two of them, then said softly, that's right. Xixin and Guning Huan have a very good relationship. Today, Guning Huan was wronged at school, and Xixin immediately dismissed the vice principal. The two women heard this. They drank their tea in silence. Meng Jingwen pretended to be innocent and asked, what's wrong? Mrs. Su looked at Mrs. Fu, then let out a soft, cold snort. That Gu girl is in the kitchen making pastries. Meng Jingwen was incredibly pleased with herself, calculating that Gu Ninghuan's personality was easily provoked. All it would take were a few harsh words to provoke her. She would surely overreact. Taking advantage of this and the two old ladies, I'll just add a few more insinuations, back and forth a few times. Add to that, Xiao, crying up a storm. She schemed silently, thinking to just let Xiao cry, and then Xiao would say on her own, sob, Auntie Gu Ninghuan is so scary. She scared Xiao. Sobi. At that moment, Mrs. Fu would feel sorry for Xiao and scold Gu Ninghuan. Gu Ninghuan, what are you doing? Her heart was filled with jealousy. A bad reputation spreads far, and I'm afraid she'll never be able to clear her name. Once Mrs. Fu has a bad impression of her, I'll find a chance to reveal the truth, and then Mrs. Fu will easily accept me and Shishin being together. She silently calculated these wicked plans, laughing smugly to herself. Suddenly, she heard singing coming from the kitchen. It was Gu Ninghuan. Meng Jingwen thought to herself, so happy are you? There'll be a good show to watch later. In the kitchen, Gu Ninghuan was happily shaping pastries in the likeness of herself and Fu Shishin. She looked at them happily. They looked so delicious. Hee. Meng Jingwen walked into the kitchen. She deliberately provoked Gu Ninghuan. Really, you're already married but still act like a child. When Gu Ninghuan saw her enter, she frowned slightly. How annoying. My good mood is completely ruined. Whatever, why look for trouble? I'll just pretend she doesn't exist. Then she ignored Meng Jingwen and continued skillfully making her pastries. Seeing Gu Ninghuan ignore her, Meng Jingwen became furious and shouted loudly. Just now, Mrs. Fu and Mrs. Su were discussing the matter of you and Shishin having children. Aren't you anxious at all? Then she touched her own stomach and chuckled softly. In that case, let me fulfill this responsibility for you. Being a mother is so hard, and you'll eat more too. It's not good for your figure either. Gu Ninghuan still paid her no mind, letting her put on a one-woman show. Meng Jingwen was livid, roaring in extreme anger. Why aren't you saying anything? Are you deliberately playing dumb? Gu Ninghuan told herself not to get angry. Since I've chosen to trust Fu Shishin, I can't waver. She sighed softly. She told herself to stay in a good mood. Then she turned around, smiled, and said to Meng Jingwen, "It's fine, I don't care." Meng Jingwen sneered contemptuously. What? You don't care? Gu Ninghuan didn't answer, just silently continued making her pastries, ignoring Meng Jingwen. Gu Ninghuan turned to Meng Jingwen coldly, her tone blunt and icy. In any case, from start to finish, it's just been your side of the story. If you are really pregnant with Shishin's child, I will withdraw on my own. If not, how do you think Shishin will treat you? I just want to remind you of one thing. If the child isn't Shishin's, you absolutely must not touch this issue. Otherwise, Shishin's misunderstanding of you will only grow. Hearing this, Meng Jingwen's expression became tense and worried. She didn't know where things would go. The little girl Xiao, standing nearby, couldn't stand this bullying and said angrily in her childish voice, "Auntie Gu Ninghuan is bullying Sister Jingwen again. Do you know? I don't like you at all. You're afraid that Daddy Shishin will love me and not care about you. So you always target me and Sister Jingwen." Gu Ninghuan looked at Xiao with a warm gaze and replied gently, "Who is bullying whom? The Fu family's maids have all seen it with their own eyes. What's the need to ask?" Hearing this, Xiao was both surprised and embarrassed. Not knowing what to do, suddenly, the clacking sound of high heels was heard. What Meng Jingwen and Xiao didn't expect was that everything in the kitchen had been overheard by someone else. Meng Jingwen cried out in panic. "This is bad. Someone's here." Gu Ninghuan immediately turned to Meng Jingwen and Xiao, emphasizing, "Why don't you hurry up and explain things clearly to Mrs. Fu? Otherwise, the misunderstanding will only get bigger." Even so, Meng Jingwen stubbornly refused to yield. "I don't believe what you're saying. Maybe it was just someone passing by accidentally." Outwardly, Meng Jingwen was scared out of her wits, but Gu Ninghuan acted as if it had nothing to do with her, smiling nonchalantly and saying, "Believe it or not, it's up to you. In any case, I'm not the one being misunderstood. It's just a thought about the image someone has painstakingly built, now collapsing so easily in an instant. What a pity." Meng Jingwen seemed to be struck to the core by Gu Ninghuan's words. She frantically opened the kitchen door and ran out to chase after Mrs. Fu. In the tense atmosphere of the kitchen, only Xiao and Gu Ninghuan remained. She gently approached Xiao calling, Xiao Xiao. The little girl stammered in panic. What do you want to do? Are you going to bully a child? You're too much. Guning Huan didn't want to argue with the little girl. Just smiled gently and said, all right, stop acting. Your acting is so brilliant. I almost want to give you an award. She lowered her voice and said softly, Xiao Xiao, haven't you ever wondered why it's been so long and you still haven't seen Daddy Xixin? Her words were like a bolt from the blue, leaving Xiao Xiao stunned, not knowing how to respond to this loaded question. Her innocent and pure expression was momentarily replaced by an unshakable anxiety. She continued speaking to Xiao Xiao. That's because Xixin hates your sister Jinwen, so he's avoiding you too. If you still want to have Daddy Xixin, you'd better learn to hate her. Xiao Xiao looked at Meng Jinwen with hateful eyes. Meng Jinwen was walking over. A maid informed her, Miss Meng, the madam would like to see you. Then Meng Jinwen followed the maid. Miss Meng, this way please, the madam is waiting for you. As soon as Meng Jinwen arrived, she said, Mrs. Fu, things are not what you think. Mrs. Fu said in surprise. Oh, then tell me what I should think. Meng Jinwen stammered. Then Mrs. Fu sighed. No need to explain anymore. The inner court affairs of prestigious families. I'm used to seeing them. It's nothing strange. Besides, Xixin is such an outstanding man. Meng Jinwen said in a panic. Mrs. Fu, I truly love Xixin. For him, I can give up everything. Mrs. Fu let out a cold laugh. Whether it's true or false, I don't care. To be honest, I don't like Guning Huan at all. Hearing this, Meng Jinwen was stunned. What did this old woman mean by suddenly saying that? Mrs. Fu crossed her arms and said, before the two of them got married, I already disliked this marriage. Because they are not compatible, Meng Jinwen said in a panic. If that's the case, why did you agree to their marriage, Mrs. Fu? She smiled and said, as a mother, of course I want my child to be happy. So whether I'm satisfied with the person Xixin chooses or not, as long as Xixin likes her, it's fine. Hearing this, Meng Jinwen was so angry she gritted her teeth. I don't believe it. What on earth does Xixin like about Guning Huan? When he's with Guning Huan, he never truly smiles happily. Meng Jinwen clasped her hands together. I understand, Xixin. Living with someone like Guning Huan, he has it very hard, very tired. Mrs. Fu laughed to herself. You understand Xixin very well? Then you must know what he doesn't like. He will absolutely not accept. So marrying Guning Huan was Xixin's own choice. I won't interfere in the affairs of you young people. I just want to remind you of one thing. Absolutely do not touch Xixin's boundaries, because in the end, the one who gets hurt will be you. Meng Jinwen just stood there silently. Since Xixin is already married, whether he and Guning Huan are happy together is their business. I hope you won't interfere in their affairs. Do you understand? Meng Jinwen replied, yes, I understand. Suddenly, Xiao Xiao ran over. Mrs. Fu, Sister Jinwen, Mrs. Fu, I have a joke to tell you. Meng Jinwen immediately turned back and called to the little girl. Go. Xiao Xiao said in surprise. Sister Jinwen. Meng Jinwen's face darkened. You think it's over just like that? I am carrying the Fu family's blood in me. You want me to stop? Impossible. She and Xiao Xiao went out to the yard. Xiao Xiao said, does Mrs. Fu know that we were giving Guning Huan a hard time? Meng Jinwen angrily turned back and shouted, shut up. Xiao Xiao had no choice but to shut her mouth. Meng Jinwen let out a cold laugh. So what if she knows I was giving Guning Huan a hard time? The good show has only just begun. Suddenly, the phone in her pocket rang. She answered it. Mom, her mother asked. Meng Jinwen, is what you just texted me true? Are you pregnant with Fu Xixin's child? Meng Jinwen was flustered. Mom, what should I do now? If this gets out, how can I ever show my face again? On the other end of the line, her mother said, come on, don't I know my own daughter? Stop putting on an act in front of me. This is a good thing. Meng Jinwen's mother sat at home, pleased. Have you told Mrs. Fu about this? Meng Jinwen said, today when I was with Guning Huan, I deliberately brought it up and Mrs. Fu happened to be passing by. But when I spoke to Mrs. Fu alone, she didn't mention it. I really don't know if Mrs. Fu didn't hear or if she's just playing dumb. Meng Jinwen's mother covered her mouth and laughed loudly. Ha! Silly girl, you're carrying Fu Xixin's flesh and blood in your belly. If Mrs. Fu still pretends to be clueless, then she's either stupid or crazy. To leave the Fu family with nothing to say, we must get a paternity test done first to be sure. I know a very good doctor. But Meng Jinwen immediately said, Mom, I already went for a forensic paternity test last week. The results will be more convincing. The report will be out today. Her mother said smugly, good, then I'll wait for your news. Then she gave a cunning smile, hee, at the Fu group. That afternoon, Guning Huan and Fu Xixin were on the phone. He said immediately, no more talking. You go home right now. Be good and wait for me at home today. Don't go anywhere. Guning Huan thought to herself, how cruel. I came all this way for nothing. I even got scolded, and I haven't even had lunch. I'm not in a hurry to go home. There's a restaurant nearby that's also very good. I haven't been in a while. At Hong Fong, a waiter was serving Guning Huan. Suddenly, Song Si at the next table waved. Ning Huan. Guning Huan walked over and called out, Song Si, why are you two here? Song Si said in surprise, you sure are lucky when it comes to food. The food is about to be served. Eat with us. My brother and I came to the Fu group to discuss a partnership. But CEO Fu wasn't there, and we couldn't reach him by phone. Guning Huan said in frustration, I went to the company and didn't see him either. I even specially made some snacks to surprise him. I could reach him by phone, but he just gave me a scolding. Song Si giggled. I never thought the great Miss Gu would also actively chase after a man. Let me see. Song Jinyin, sitting beside her, said no. He lifted his teacup. It's not good for a woman to be too proactive, especially when facing a man like Fu Xishan. He's strong, domineering, and self-centered, very hard to influence with external factors. If you cling to him all day, I'm afraid it will backfire. Guning Huan said in surprise, now that you mention it, that's really true. Then Guning Huan opened her handbag. Ah, I remember now. Brother Jinyin is in his final year and about to graduate. That's why you went to the Fu group to discuss a partnership just now. Guning Huan pushed a car key over. You can keep this car and use it when you go out to discuss business. Driving a better car will keep people from looking down on you. Song Jinyin asked in surprise, why are you helping me? Guning Huan immediately replied, my family situation is a bit complicated. My grandfather is a soft-hearted person, so I might need your help in the future. Just consider it me investing in a favor in advance. Song Jinyin then took the key. All right, I'll remember this favor, but I don't take advantage of women. That's my basic principle. So I'll pay you rent according to the market price. Song Si teased. Brother, do you have to be so calculating? Guning Huan is my best friend. Song Jinyin immediately snapped. Shut up. Then Guning Huan added, all right, we should go eat. Song Jinyin is truly a smart person, using this as a way to conveniently use his car. On one hand, he can reasonably accept this favor of mine, and on the other hand, he can also avoid unnecessary misunderstandings. Suddenly, the phone in her pocket rang. She took it out to look. An unknown number? Was it a telemarketer? Guning Huan answered the call. Who is it? A voice, indistinguishable as male or female, came through Guning Huan. Go to the Meng family's house. There's a good show specially arranged for you. Hith. Guning Huan said angrily. Who is this? The call was immediately disconnected. She recalled what Fu Xishan had told her. Today, you must stay obediently at home and not go anywhere. Maybe I should just go and see. Then Guning Huan stood up. Song Si, Song Jinyin, I have to go first. Arriving at the Meng family's house, Guning Huan rang the doorbell. She had a feeling something would happen today. Could it be that Meng Jingwen was up to her tricks again? Guning Huan was stunned, seeing Fu Xishan being intimate with a woman inside. Guning Huan stood outside, watching the two of them. Meng Jingwen leaned against him. Fu Xishan, I called you out because I want to confirm your feelings. If you hadn't married Guning Huan, would you have chosen to be with me? Fu Xishan immediately turned his face away. Never. Stop deluding yourself. Meng Jingwen's face darkened. Just then, Guning Huan happened to walk over. Meng Jingwen looked at her. Guning Huan, you've come at just the right time. Then Meng Jingwen wrapped her arms around Fu Xishan's neck. In that case, I wish you two a long and happy life together. Fu Xishan was immediately surprised. What are you doing? Then Meng Jingwen let him go. It's Guning Huan. I'll go open the door for her. Guning Huan was stunned, while Meng Jingwen smirked. Inside, Meng Jingwen's mother was sitting with Mrs. Fu in Xiao. Meng Jingwen's mother said, while sipping her tea, lately, the Zhang family's private affairs have been getting more and more tumultuous. Even if Mrs. Zhang gets a divorce now, she won't let that illegitimate child into the family. Mrs. Fu immediately replied, divorce is a conflict between husband and wife. But the child is the Zhang family's flesh and blood, so they should still bring him home to be raised. Meng Jingwen's mother chimed in, that's right, I think so too. Then she let out a dry cough. Xiao looked at her blankly. Meng Jingwen had once shown the little girl a bracelet. Xiao, do you like this bracelet? When I and Fu Xishan get married, I'll give it to you. As long as I become the mistress of the Fu family, you will definitely become the apple of my and Fu Xishan's eye. Tomorrow, you must help me move Mrs. Fu's heart. Xiao cunningly prepared to act. Xiao was drinking orange juice and said to Mrs. Fu, Mrs. Fu, so if Daddy Xishan has a child outside, you'll bring them home, right? Just then, the three of them walked in. Mrs. Fu said to Xiao Xiao, "You're so young. Why are you asking about this?" Xiao Xiao said, "Xiao Xiao is just curious. If Daddy Shishin has a child outside, what would you do?" "Mrs. Fu, please tell me." Guning Huan suddenly heard this and was stunned. A child? Could it be that Meng Jingwen plans to lay her cards on the table today? She walked beside him, listening to Mrs. Fu's reply to Xiao Xiao. If Daddy Shishin has a child outside. Of course, I couldn't bear to let our flesh and blood be separated, but what's important is whether you and your Daddy Shishin want it or not. Suddenly, a voice rang out. "We won't accept it." Fu Shishin, Guning Huan, and Meng Jingwen appeared. Meng Jingwen's mother stood up. "Haha, Xiao Xiao is just talking nonsense. Everyone, please don't mind her. Guning Huan is here too. Let's have lunch together." Mrs. Fu lifted her teacup and smiled to herself. "There's no need to go to all this trouble. Our friendship has lasted for over 20 years. Do you think I can't see through your intentions? Today, you specially sent a car to pick me up. Then you deliberately told me to bring Fu Shishin, and now Guning Huan is here too. I'm afraid this isn't just about reminiscing about old times with me, is it? What on earth has happened? Is there something between us that can't be said?" Meng Jingwen's mother hesitated for a moment. "It's embarrassing to say this, but things have come to this point, so I have to say it. My Meng Jingwen is pregnant with Fu Shishin's child." Mrs. Fu was shocked. Jingwen and Shishin have a good relationship, but it's not a romantic one. How could this suddenly happen? Guning Huan thought to herself. Could it be that Shishin reached some kind of agreement with Meng Jingwen, which is why he deliberately hid it from me today and then publicly announced Meng Jingwen's pregnancy in front of my mother-in-law? But the phone call telling me to come watch a show is very much in Meng Jingwen style. Something about this isn't right. Mrs. Fu's face darkened. "Jingwen, what is this all about?" Meng Jingwen's eyes welled up with tears. She thought to herself, how can this old woman still be so calm? Then, with tears in her eyes, she began to explain. "A few months ago, Shishin and I went to Jiangcheng, and he suddenly came into my room. Actually, it was my fault. I knew he was married, but I've always been devoted to him, so I acted foolishly." Mrs. Fu questioned her. "Then why didn't you tell me about this that night? Why did you hide the pregnancy for so long?" Meng Jingwen said while wiping her tears, "I didn't dare to say it. This is Fu Shishin's child. I couldn't bear to part with it." "Sobi Sobi." Her mother shouted loudly. "So now you know you've lost face? Then why didn't you have any sense of shame in the first place?" "Fu Shishin, do you have anything to say?" Fu Shishin let out a cold laugh. "There's nothing to say. I'm leaving." He turned and left, leaving the mother and daughter in a panic. "Fu Shishin, you?" Fu Shishin placed a hand on Guning Huan's shoulder and said, "Let's go home." Guning Huan was not happy. "Leaving now? Are you afraid I'll hear something I shouldn't? But you're still leaving. What kind of attitude is this? Acting as if I owe him something. Whatever. Seeing Meng Jingwen just makes me more disgusted. It's better if I leave." Meng Jingwen stood there crying. Her mother turned to Mrs. Fu and said, "Fu Shishin has left." This matter, Xiao Xiao said. "It's all Xiao Xiao's fault for talking nonsense. Now Sister Jingwen really has Daddy Shishin's baby. What should we do now?" Seeing this, Meng Jingwen's mother smiled smugly to herself. "Ha." Then Mrs. Fu patted Xiao Xiao's head. "Xiao Xiao, don't cry. The matter isn't settled yet." Meng Jingwen's mother said angrily, "Are you suggesting that Meng Jingwen is lying? This concerns Jingwen's reputation. Why would she need to lie like this?" Mrs. Fu said calmly, "Don't be hasty. That's not what I meant. Our two families are not ordinary families, so everything must be handled with more caution." Meng Jingwen's mother said, "That's true. It's my fault for being impatient and not thinking things through." She thought to herself, "She's so tight-lipped, I don't need to beat around the bush anymore. This matter can't be resolved casually. Now, I'll give you something." On the other side, in Fu Shishin and Guning Huan's car on the way back, Guning Huan asked, "Don't you want to explain anything to me?" The car stopped. "Let's go out to eat, then go home." Hearing Fu Shishin say this, Guning Huan was very upset. "He's treating my words like air. Endure it, don't get angry." Then she said to him, "Today, an unknown number called me to the Meng family's house. As soon as I arrived, I saw you and Meng Jingwen embracing. And then Meng Jingwen's pregnancy was publicly announced in front of my mother-in-law. So how could I not be suspicious? Today you deliberately kept me from going out. In the end, were you trying to protect me, hide things from me, or did you want me to remain foolishly ignorant?" Guning Huan continued, "I trust you so much, and it's so that I can continue to trust you in the future. Can you tell me what's on your mind?" Then he pulled her into his arms. Then he lifted her chin. Do you want to know what I'm thinking? Guning Huan was tense. Fu Xixin said, let's get a divorce. At the Meng family's house, Mrs. Fu spoke up. I'll take the paternity test report back first. I will discuss this matter with Xixin, and then I will give you two an answer. Meng Jingwen's mother smiled smugly. I know you care for Meng Jingwen the most. You definitely won't let her suffer. You will give us a satisfactory answer. Mrs. Fu said, I can only do my best. You two don't need to see me out. I want some quiet. Then Mrs. Fu left. Meng Jingwen and her mother stood in the house. This old woman is so cunning. She didn't give a single definite word. Her mother let out a cold laugh. Haha, the Fu family is a prestigious family after all. Of course, Mrs. Fu can't easily state her position. We can't push them too hard either, or they will retaliate. Meng Jingwen asked doubtfully. So if the Fu family keeps refusing to state their position, do we just have to wait like this forever? Her mother said, Guning Huan is, after all, the daughter-in-law of the Fu family properly married. Moreover, with her family background, it was already difficult for her to step into the Fu family. Getting her to divorce won't be an easy matter, right? It seems good things often come with many obstacles. Suddenly, the maid said, Madam, Mississippi. She asked, what is it? The maid reported, a Biao sent a message for you, madam. He followed your orders to tail Mr. Fu and Miss Gu on their way back. Halfway there, they suddenly had a huge fight. Guning Huan slapped Fu Xixin right across the face. You bastard, and I wasted my trust on you. It turns out you've been deceiving me all along. The maid reported, I heard Miss Gu hit Mr. Fu. Fu Xixin also grabbed Guning Huan's hand, his face dark, and said, You, how vicious. I don't want to see you again. After that, they went their separate ways. Mr. Fu left Miss Gu in the middle of the road and drove off by himself. After hearing this, Meng Jingwen and her mother looked at each other and smiled. She said, Guning Huan's temper is truly unbearable. Acting like that is no different from a moth flying into a flame. Meng Jingwen was secretly delighted. How about we give her a helping hand? Her mother immediately said, Daughter, don't be hasty. Not now. Wait until she loses the Fu family support. It will be better to make a move then. Meng Jingwen laughed to herself. Hith, mother is right. At the villa, seeing Guning Huan, the maid said in a panic, Young mistress, did you drink? Guning Huan said unsteadily, I'm fine. I just had a little. The maid said worriedly, Young mistress, the madam is waiting for you in the living room. Then Mrs. Fu showed the paternity test report to Guning Huan. As Guning Huan held the paternity test report in her hand, Mrs. Fu asked her, Ning Huan, what do you think? Guning Huan said, Mother, this is a matter between me and Xixin. I don't think you need to worry about it anymore. Since things are already like this, what I think is no longer important. Mrs. Fu said in surprise, You mean you'll leave it all for Fu Xixin to decide? Is this decision because you trust Fu Xixin, or have you already given up? Guning Huan lowered her head. In this situation, men will usually find an excuse to lie, but first of all, regardless of whether the child is Fu Xixin's or not, I don't hope you will give in. The paternity report has already clearly proven that it's Fu Xixin's child. I have no choice but to give in. Mrs. Fu said, This is just a test provided unilaterally by the Meng family. It doesn't prove anything. Tomorrow, I will take Fu Xixin and Meng Jingwen to do another test. So this time, before the test results are out, you must remain calm. Absolutely do not let the Meng family treat us like a joke. Moreover, you must remember, you must fight for what you should fight for. Guning Huan, just listen quietly. Mother, I understand what you mean. Actually, I just want to save face for the Fu family. As long as we stand firm, the Meng family won't dare to go too far. But I really want to know, if the results this time prove that the child is Fu Xixin's, what will you do? Can the Fu family still keep me? Mrs. Fu hesitated for a moment. Guning Huan, that's a very naive question. You should know this isn't just a matter between the Fu family and the Meng family. The Gu family can't escape involvement either. Have you thought about the opinions of the elders of the three families and the members of the three families' board of directors? Whether the child in Meng Jingwen's belly is Fu Xixin's or not, those with ulterior motives can certainly profit from it. Seeing Guning Huan in deep thought, Mrs. Fu continued, You weren't wrong before. Telling you to go and fight was to suppress the Meng family, but I wasn't using you. I just wanted you to understand the principles of survival in large families sooner. You are indeed lacking in this aspect. Think about it. If you had Fu Xixin's child now, would you still need to worry about gains and losses? The Meng family wouldn't be as arrogant as they are today either. After hearing this, Guning Huan thought to herself, my mother-in-law is indeed thinking of me. But Meng Jingwen's purpose is still unclear. I'm just afraid Meng Jingwen will do even more vicious things. Mrs. Fu smiled and said, but since things have come to this, there's no point in bringing these things up again. Right now, you just need to maintain a good relationship with Fu Xixin. As long as he has you in his heart, you don't need to worry. Guning Huan said, but today Fu Xixin and I had a huge fight, and then I went out drinking by myself. Mrs. Fu said in alarm, what? Guning Huan hesitated for a moment. I just wanted him to give me an explanation. But he suddenly said he wanted to divorce me. I got agitated and argued with him, and then I hit him. Mrs. Fu sighed. You two really don't give people any peace of mind. No wonder Fu Xixin still isn't home. Guning Huan said sadly, now that Fu Xixin and I have fought to this extent, I want to move out of the Fu family home for a while. Hearing this, Mrs. Fu said angrily, what are you moving out for at a time like this? Where's that competitive spirit you had before? Was everything I said before for nothing? Guning Huan stood up. It will be very awkward for Fu Xixin and me to be together right now. On the contrary, it will cause more conflict. We should separate to cool down. The next day, Song Si heard about this. She exclaimed angrily, this is infuriating. Guning Huan, are you crazy? Isn't moving out of the Fu family home just playing into Meng Jingwen's hands? That Meng mother and daughter are so shameless to actually do such a disgusting thing. Aren't you afraid they'll turn from guest to host? Seeing Guning Huan looking dazed, she said again, Guning Huan, are you listening to me? Guning Huan said dejectedly, yeah, you're right, but I feel that taking a timely step back is better than fighting. Song Si continued, you're still so stubborn. I've been worrying about you for nothing. What are you going to do next? Guning Huan said thoughtfully, don't worry. It's not like I can't survive after leaving the Fu family. I have an apartment in the Haiyun condominiums. Someone has always been cleaning it, so I can just move in directly. Guning Huan became interested again, but I'm actually quite worried about you. Those red marks on your neck. Aren't you afraid people will see them and laugh at you? Hearing this, Song Si was stunned, then said shyly, Su Muzhou left these. They're proof of our love. Hee hee. Guning Huan said helplessly, you really dare to do and say anything. At Building 3 of the Haiyun condominiums, Guning Huan and Song Si were looking at the apartment. I lived here for a long time before, and there are still a lot of things from my childhood. Suddenly, the two of them smelled a strong stench of alcohol and covered their noses with their hands. Also, what's with this pile of shoes? The two opened the door and went in. In the living room, two men in just their pajamas were lying messily on the sofa. Cigarette butts and liquor bottles were scattered on the floor. Song Si said in surprise, Guning Huan, do you know these people? Guning Huan walked over and pulled off their blanket. Wake up, who are you? Why are you in my house? Guning Huan was furious and shouted, wake up. Suddenly, one man woke up, then a bedroom door opened and another person walked out. What's all the noise? Guning Huan watched with a dark expression. Song Si came closer and took her arm. Ning Huan, could someone have rented the apartment to others behind your back? Guning Huan said with a dark face, impossible. Only I have the key. Even the person who helped me clean has to borrow the key from me to get in. Then a girl walked out from inside. Who is this? The man in front said, don't know them. Song Si stepped forward and asked, you don't even know who she is, yet you dare to stay in her house so brazenly? She is the owner of this house. The other girl scratched her head. Are you nuts? Did you go to the wrong house? How can we not know the owner of this house? She was the one who let us stay here overnight. Then the two men asked, hey, how did you two get in? Did we not lock the door last night? These two must have seen the door was unlocked and planned to come in and steal things. He approached Guning Huan. Beauty, how should we handle this? Otherwise, I'm calling the police. Guning Huan said provocatively, fine, then you call the police. Song Si handed him her phone. Here, phone, make the call. Suddenly, a voice echoed from the room. Everyone's in high spirits, drinking so much yesterday. Li Jiahui, Guning Huan's classmate and a member of the student council, walked out, rubbing her eyes as she went, and still able to wake up so early. Then Li Jiahui said in surprise, Guning Huan, why are you here? Guning Huan said unhappily, I should be the one asking that question. Song Si said with her hands on her hips, this is clearly Guning Huan's house. Why can't she be here? Li Jiahui stammered, This has nothing to do with us. Gu Shi said this was her house. She was the one who invited us to hang out here. Hearing this, Guning Huan said angrily, where's she? Call her and tell her to get over here right now. Li Jiahui said, she's in there. She drank 2 bottles of Western liquor yesterday. She's still sleeping like the dead now. Guning Huan couldn't stand it anymore. Drag her out here for me. The others were getting dressed. Li Jiahui went in to call Gu Shi. Gu Shi, wake up. Guning Huan is here. Wake up. Don't sleep anymore. Then Gu Shi walked out. Ning Huan, sis, you're here. Why didn't you tell me beforehand? Then the others reacted. What? So it's not our house. What a buzzkill. Let's go. Gu Shi hesitated for a moment. Then Li Jiahui started to leave, saying, Gu Shi, we're leaving first. Guning Huan angrily rushed to block the door. Nobody is leaving. Gu Shi was flustered. I'm sorry, it's my fault. You can scold me, I won't mind. But please don't make things difficult for my friends. Guning Huan was so angry she gritted her teeth. Cut the crap. You should know that I lived in this house for a long time. They hold a lot of memories. Look at these liquor bottles, the cigarette butts on the floor, shoes thrown everywhere. And now you people have made it like this. Gu Shi, you're deliberately picking a fight with me, aren't you? This damage can't be measured in money. The others were very anxious. That man said, so pretentious. Don't you just want to name a price? Stop dragging it out. The girl next to him said impatiently, don't waste time with her. On what ground should we compensate you? This is between you and Gu Shi. Let's go. But Guning Huan still blocked their way with her arms outstretched. His face immediately darkened as he said, move. Gu Shi remained silent. Guning Huan said angrily, so it seems you are all intentional offenders, trespassing in a private residence without the owner's permission.